Today's novel is full of twists and turns. The female protagonist, Kate, is a werewolf girl born under a tragic fate. Her mother passed away due to her birth, making her the target of the pack's blame. Her father's resentment and her brother's bullying have made her life extremely difficult. But Kate is a fighter. She grows up with a strong heart and a wall of resilience around her. However, on the day of her 18th birthday, instead of the excitement of finding her soulmate, she is faced with a shocking announcement. She has to leave her pack and go to another werewolf tribe. There, she meets the werewolf king Lawrence. He is handsome and powerful, but also domineering and cold. To every owner's surprise, he publicly declares Kate as his mate. But Kate is not willing to accept this so easily. She doesn't believe in fate and is determined to resist. So, will Kate be able to break free from this forced bond? Or will she gradually fall for the charming yet arrogant king? Let's uncover the answers together in this video. Chapter 1. My name is Kate David, a werewolf and the daughter of the Alpha. Fate's cruel joke placed me in this position, a constant reminder of my mother's absence. The moment she died giving birth to me, I became a living embodiment of loss for my pack. My father, a harsh and unforgiving man, channeled his grief into resentment, casting a shadow over my very existence. My brother, cruel and sadistic, found perverse pleasure in my suffering. The pack followed suit, shunning me as if I were a curse incarnate. Only my grandmother, not bound by blood but by an inexplicable devotion, stood by my side, forced to live as an outcast. I rarely saw my father except when he summoned me for another round of berating or punishment. To him, I was nothing more than a rebellious nuisance, a stain on his legacy. My brother ensured my school years were a living nightmare, enlisting his followers to torment me relentlessly. Each day became a battle for survival, both physically and mentally, as I endured their ceaseless abuse. Yet, from this crucible of pain, I forged myself into something stronger. I built impenetrable walls around my heart, finding solace in solitude and independence. Now I live in a modest but comfortable house with my grandmother, our bond transcending mere family ties. She has been my pillar of strength, my beacon of hope in an otherwise bleak existence. I can't fathom a life without her unwavering support. Today marks my 8th birthday, a day that should herald the possibility of finding my mate, my supposed true love. But I feel no excitement, no flutter of anticipation. My bedroom, my sanctuary, calls to me more strongly than any notion of destiny or soulmates. I've grown detached from such romantic ideals, finding them trivial in the face of my daily struggles. The thought of a predestined partner doesn't stir any optimism within me. I've learned to find comfort in my own company, unbothered by the promise of a cosmic connection. The moon goddess has made my life difficult and different, putting more serious dangers to speculate on, like the hardship coming with the ability to shift at a young age of 13, but not like a normal werewolf who is meant to shift at 16. It's an experience I never want to remember. Being mystified and in so much trauma, distress a young child should never endure and go through. Ma took it upon herself to keep reminding me I am unique, which makes me outstanding. But if being outstanding makes you wanted and treated differently, I will rather be like everybody else, living a serene life with loving parents and siblings, making good memories, having an adventure. I had to keep it a secret, making everyone believe I can't shift yet, which leads to being bullied and seem to be weak and worthless. Kate, come down now or you will be late for your class. Give me a few minutes, I am trying to write a journal, he yelled back, shutting the journal before standing to my feet. I love school but scorn seeing those fake werewolves who think they know you or judge you based on their sympathetic mind, and some judge you based on rumors, passing lies about someone else. I don't like having friends, not after what I went through. Friends are prevaricators, and backstabbing snakes. After getting what they need, they leave you. Stripping my clothes off, I made my way towards the closest, searching through for something suitable before deciding on a black dress, pairing it with a black jacket. Then for footwear, I picked black boots. Placing my outfit on the bed, I walk into the bathroom, getting under the skate down my body, taking my stress away. I walk out, wrapping a towel around my body, looking in the mirror, studying my countenance, which appears gloomy, I put my long brown hair into a bun before slipping into my dunnies. After getting ready, I walked downstairs to meet Grandma. She is in her 50s but still has the look of a lady in her 20s, coming as a benefit of being a werewolf. She's still the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, with brown hair, lovely green eyes, and a beautiful soul. Summing the true definition of elegance. Dressed in a white and blue dotted apron around her waist and her hair in a low ponytail, pairing it up with black jeans and a blue button-up shirt. She moved gracefully around the kitchen, putting things in order. I just admire her as my role model in everything. Turning, feeling my presence finally. Took you long enough to get ready. Here, have breakfast before leaving for school, or you surely be late for class. She urges me to take a seat before pushing a glass of water and scrambled eggs in. Okay, Ma. Thank you. You are the best. I say, taking a seat before sipping from the glass of water. Finishing my food, I put the plate into the sink before kissing her on the cheek, then grabbing my bag, leaving for another day of misery to begin. I am off to school, I announce, walking towards the door. Okay, before I forget, we were asked to see your dad at 5 in the evening today, so don't arrive late, she says, walking towards me. I am guessing this is another form of retribution, but I ask regardless why. I inquire, looking at her confused. I don't know, maybe for your birthday. Happy birthday, she says, giving me a tight hug and a kiss on my forehead. By Grandma, I say, leaving the house. Like I said before, my day can never go well without having to face difficulty. I should get ready to see my beloved Alpha Chapter 2. The forenoon cool breeze blow, propelling goosebumps down my skin. The streets busy as ever, with cars rushing towards different directions. Teens and young pups chatting with their friends, making their way to school or waiting for the school bus. Like always, my bag hangs lazily on my shoulders, getting strange and curious looks, making me walk with my chin held up high, sending waves of dominance to anyone who dares to glance my way longer than required. I have a feeling whatever the Alpha needs us for won't be good, says my wolf Diara. Very vigorous, supportive, and can be very stubborn at times. But I adore her all the same. I will be prepared for anything, because only the moon goddess knows what goes on in his mind. I say calmly, you are right. I just want to think about the revision today will bring for us, she says, grinning widely. Whatever. As if I have the patience for such things. I say, stopping myself from rolling my eyes at her. Finally reaching my destination, I make my way into the school building, walking lazily towards my locker to get the required books for my first class. My first class is history, which I love because learning the cultures and beliefs of both humans and werewolves can be engaging. No sarcasm involved. I pull my locker closed before turning the hallway towards my first class. Hey bitch, a voice calls behind me, stopping me in my track before turning towards the irritating voice. Speaking of the fiend known as the nauseating slut of Hunter, my brother. I feel aversion towards this girl, and that is nothing compared to what I truly feel. As usual, she is dressed to fit into the description of a slut. Pink crop top not covering much, fleshing her boobs for whoever cares to see, pairing it up with blue ripped jeans. Her nut, brown hair falling freely on her shoulders with the tip curled and sprayed red. I compliment her for her choice in picking a new hairstyle, but I won't say it out loud. Now moving to the malicious smirk on her lip as she moves closer towards me, swirling her hips seductively, gaining wolf whistles from horny wolves. We need to teach her a lesson through a beaten or more, Kiara says with a playful smirk. We do no such thing, or do you want to end up sleeping in the dungeon this night? I say, busting into her unpleasant thought. Can you please speed up whatever you have to say, because I have places to be and things to do? I say with a fake smile. Nothing much, just to prompt you to step out of my way, because I don't want to end up smelling like your poverty-stinking house, she says, smirking, looking me over with her blue eyes. I think I forgot to mention that she also has a problem with coming up with riposte. I sign, bored, rolling my eyes at her before speaking. Why don't you ever listen to that tiny voice in your mind? Maybe then you will understand the difference between showing confidence and just being smart, I say, referring to all times our conversation ends with her leaving hurt. Anyway, happy birthday. I wish you more bad serendipity than you already have, she says before walking away to one of her conquests. Slut, I mumble under my breath before walking towards my class. Lunchtime. The time I dread the most. But I can always use this time to bury myself in reading instead of being surrounded by arrogant and curious wolves waiting for your next move, or better yet, your downfall. I walk into the library deciding it best to skip lunch with a good tale and some music, picking a few books from the novel section before walking to a secreted corner. I plug in my earphone, getting lost in my book. Another boring day, and finally I can go home to my safe zone watching Netflix. I stopped by my locker to drop my books before going to the bus stop. Just 2 weeks more before I graduate and then leave this pack traveling across the world, but that can only happen if the Alpha grants me the permission and Ma agrees. I didn't have to wait long before a bus stop. I got in, finding a seat at the back close to 2 girls looking not less than 17. I plug in my earphones, shutting the world out. It took 4 minutes before the bus pulled up by the house. I got out, walking towards the front door before pushing it open, being welcomed by silence. "Grandma, am home, where are you?" I call out, walking into the kitchen to get a glass of water. "Over here," she yells from her room. Grabbing a glass, filling it with water, I gulp it all down to cool my dry throat before hearing footsteps coming down the steps. "How is school? And were you able to find your mate?" she asks with a smile, walking towards me. "Are you sure you are not trying to get rid of me so you can live alone in this house? Because it sure sounds like it," I say, playfully glaring at her as she took a seat opposite me. I wash the empty glass before placing it back. "You know, I want the best for you because you need someone to cherish you. That is one of the reasons I want you to find your mate soon, before you grow gray hairs like me," she says dramatically with a frown. "I know, Ma, but it's just that I don't need a mate to be happy, and I also know you don't want my mate to be from this pack," I say, making my way towards my room. "Your love is just enough for me. And you don't have gray hairs." After the little talk we had, I spent my time in my room reading and watching Netflix before it was time to leave for the Alpha's place. "Sweetheart, get ready. We are having dinner at your dad's house," she called from her room, gaining a groan from me. I don't know why she still refers to him as my dad. "Remind me of my nightmare," I mumble under my breath, walking into the bathroom to wash my face before changing into black jeans and a V-neck top, showing a little of my birthmark. I have a birthmark shaped of 2 lichens just below my collarbone, staring at each other with longing and love. Ma exact words. She believes it is a sign I am blessed and made for something great. Studying my reflection in the mirror, I decide to go for a black t-shirt instead. I walk into the living room, turning on the TV as I wait for Ma to get ready. "Oh, moon goddess, please don't give me a bad surprise I am not ready for." Chapter 3. Reaching there, I became suddenly apprehensive. It's so long since I saw the Alpha. "Oh, moon goddess helps me." Sensing my anxiety, Grandma took my hand in hers. "It okay, I am here, you don't have to worry, okay dear," she says, holding my hands tightly. I reply with a nod, bottling my fears before walking into the house, receiving greetings from the Pax Omega and some pack members. A young Omega directed us to the kitchen where my father and my brother were seated eating. My father is a very selfish man, even to his beta, preferring the life of a loner. He hates interacting with anyone, even his beta. So his beta stays with his family at a house not very far from here. I could very well feel the tension in the air. My father's eyes lock with mine in a ferocious stare before glancing away. I have always been told by Ma I look so much like my mom, having her brown hair and beautiful amber eyes, making that the more reason Ed hates me is that I reminded him so much of Mom. But I know I look nothing like her because she was pure and caring, but I am the opposite of that, always taking darkness everywhere. Then my brother Hunter, who looks exactly like Dad in so many ways, has black hair, gray eyes, vicious temperament, and pride wide as the vast ocean. I ignore the stares while taking a seat between Hunter and Ma. "Good evening, Alpha." "Hunter," Grandma says with a slight bow of her head, going straight to the point, "not to adorn your presence here," he says in his Alpha's tone, ignoring Ma's greeting. "Today is your 18th birthday, marking the day of grief and loss to us all," he says, glancing my way, pushing daggers deeper into my heart with every word he says. What a way to wish someone a happy birthday. Refusing to give him the gratification by seeing me in pain, I harden my eyes, giving nothing away. "Alex, Grandma's name you, and Kate will be moving after Kate's graduation, which is in 2 weeks from now, into the King of Lycan's pack," he says nonchalantly. "You can't be serious," I say abruptly before I could stop myself, gaining a glare from Ma. "You should be happy he is sending you to a strong pack and not to a place you could get killed." Hunter inject, throwing daggers my way. "Oh, shut up, you and I both know who needs the protection the most," I say with a glare of my own. I would watch my mouth if I were you because you don't want to suffer as a result of your insolence, he threatened. Enough you to alpha commands, putting an end to the argument. I glare at Hunter before glancing at the alpha. You leave after your graduation, and that is final, he says before leaving the room. Hunter smirks before leaving. I felt dumbfounded, agitated, appalled, and many other emotions. My emotions were everywhere. I can't understand why he would decide to send me away unexpectedly. I never liked being here, and I was hoping he would permit me to leave this pack, but not this way, especially not forcing me to join another pack of the most wicked and arrogant king. I understand he doesn't care about me, but that doesn't give him the right to send Ma from this pack. A pack she sacrificed a lot for. She spent her whole life here. He can't just send her out of her home just like that. I can't let him do that. I am leaving, but Ma will stay. He can't use the hatred he has for me against Ma. I got up immediately, walking towards the Alpha's office, where I will speak my heart out and he will listen to everything I have to say. But before I could make it to his office, Ma pulled me by the wrist, stopping me from taking any step forward. Kate, listen to me, she requested softly. I gave deaf ears to her word. All I could feel was anger as my body shook, eyes flicking between red and amber. Ma, let go, this man has to hear what I have to say, I say, pulling my hands, but her grip was so tight. Take a deep breath and relax, she orders, pulling me into a tight hug. I let her pull me outside the pack house, back to the house while people watch us as we walk by. She unlocks the door, pulling me into the house with her before pulling me into her embrace, letting her sweet berry scent fill my nostrils, calming my heartbeat. I enjoyed her presence and care for a few minutes before pulling away. I am so sorry, because of me you are being told to leave this pack, I plead, pain and regret shining in my eyes. Her lips form a smile, leaving me in a state of confusion. It doesn't matter where I am being told to go, all that matters is my baby is right next to me. I hug her with a smile. She always understands, thank you so much. I love you with everything, I say, pulling away from the hug. I smile one last time before walking towards my room after wishing her good night. I take a relaxing shower, then change into my nightwear. I climbed into my soft, welcoming bed, letting the stress of today weigh me down. Tiara, what do you think about this? I ask, staring at the roof. I don't know what to say. Maybe this all for the best, she says, sounding unsure. I felt waves of sadness and hope at the same time coming from her before she shut me out, leaving me demoralized with everything happening. Moon goddess, don't you think I deserve a break just yet? I mumbled weakly. I had hoped to wake up from this roller coaster and see that everything is a dream. A very terrible dream. Then I would be able to see my mom, have a beautiful family who loves me, but I know that this is just the dream and wish of a naive little girl. But now that stupid little girl knows best. She knows where she stands and ends. She knows what her share in this world is, which is filled with misery and heartache. She has to fight every day. Fight to wake. Fight to live. And now all she knows is how to fight. I stayed awake for a few hours before I fell asleep once again to a dreamless night, which let me forget reality for some time and go into nightmares, welcoming the demons at night. Chapter 4. These last 2 weeks have been the shortest weeks of my life, with Hunter getting on my nerves, always nagging me about how he can't wait for me to leave, and the Alpha made the best decision ever. What a vermin. I was hoping for the Alpha to change his decision, but that didn't happen, since today is the day I am to leave this pack, and nothing has changed in his plans to get rid of me. I should be delighted because I am finally leaving, but how can I be pleased when a father's birthday gift to his only daughter is by sending her to the most feared pack? The rumors have it that the King of Lycans is rigorous, taking over packs for fun, killing, and obliterating life. He derives so much satisfaction in taking away equilibrium. But I don't believe in rumors, since I am also a subtopic, but then again the pack is home to all Lycan. Lycans are known to be faster and stronger than an alpha. They are known to be deadly creatures. I am not scared, just anxious, because having this feeling that something is going to happen that might cause a drastic change in my life. Ma feels different. She is very happy to leave. She keeps saying something great is waiting for us over there. Weird, right? But anyway, she apprised that we are just like visitors, not pack members, and we can also decide to join the pack. But what I need to do is to prepare myself for whatever is to come our way. Hopping on the moon goddess to take it easy on me this time. I jolt, hearing the sudden sound of the alarm ringing. Seriously, I say, glaring at the clock on my nightstand before closing my journal, then placing it into my bag. Now it's time to start getting ready for the long journey ahead. I can be so dramatic at times. Tell me about it. Okay, now stop being lazy and get ready before Grandma comes in here, Tiara says, grinning widely. Oh, keep shut, I growl, walking into the bathroom to do my morning routine. Since I packed all of my things yesterday, I just have to get ready for the journey. I pack my hair into a neat bun before changing into black ripped jeans, red cropped hoodie before slipping into my black sneakers. Satisfied with my look, I decided to see what Ma is up to. Good morning, I salute, walking into the kitchen. Good morning, dear. How was your night? She asks, placing 2 plates of bacon and sausage on the counter while I take my seat on the kitchen stool. Like always, I shrug, looking at her blankly. Okay, take your breakfast. Our flight is by 9 a.m. this morning, she declares, taking 1 plate before leaving the kitchen. Yes, Ma, I call after she takes my food from the kitchen counter with a glass of apple juice. After eating, I decided to watch a movie. Checking the time, I have 1 hour more to get ready. Pulling the last of my and Ma's luggage into the back seat of the car while taking a bite from my apple, I look around for anything important we seem to be forgetting. Ma, I am done, let's go, I call for her, walking towards the door. Okay, get the key from the key holder, I will be down in a minute, she yells. I do as she says, taking the house key from the holder. Since the car we are taking to the airport is for the Alpha, we were ordered to leave the house and car keys with the driver. The drive there was silent but not uncomfortable, just peaceful. Finally leaving this pack. I can't say if it is for a place better or worse than here. 32 minutes later, we arrived at the airport. After waiting for 1 hour, we were called to board the plane. We board a plane going to Mexico, the land of bliss. I have never been on a plane before, making me uneasy. I had to plead with Grandma to let me sit by the window. She could not resist my plea and she let me. I look at the window, taking deep breaths to calm my nerves, and with the support of Ma by my side, I will survive this. I wake up to the feeling of someone shaking my shoulders. Stop sleeping, Kate. We are getting down in 5 minutes. Can't this person leave me alone, for crying out loud? This is so pesky. Kate, Darby, David, get up now, oh so help me. Grandma threatened. Grandma. She going to be so pissed. I immediately got up to face a very pissed woman. Sorry, Grandma, I am just a depleted. I whine, giving her my puppy dog eyes, which always thaw her heart. Whatever. Just fasten your seatbelt because we are landing in 4 minutes from now. Grandma explains, rolling her eyes with a slight smile creeping up her lips. Okay, Ma. I say while doing what she asked of me. I finally. My butts were almost becoming numb from sitting down for hours. I thank the moon goddess as we step out of the plane 5 minutes later. After taking our luggage, Ma directed us towards a fancy-looking car waiting with a driver and a young man standing by the car with eyes focused on us. He must be the Royal Gamma or the Royal Beta through the power radiating off him. He looks intimidating, so I am going to let him have that, but I am not intimidated, I just feel a bit threatened. Hi, I'm the Royal Gamma, Jack Alvin. You must be Kate, David, and Alex Guerra, he says, bringing his hand for a handshake. I shake his hand, feeling the need to hassle him. Yes, Kate, David, and my grandma Alex Guerra, nice to meet you. Jack. Nice car, by the way, I say, smiling innocently, locking eyes with him in mockery. Thanks, but it is Royal Gamma Jack to you too, he says, clearing his throat, disturbed. I like it. A self-absorbed asshole. I just gave him a mocking smile once again before replying, okay, Royal Gamma Jack, I mock, stopping myself from pulling his cheek. We got into the car, seating in silence until my grandma mind link me. Kate, stop making him uncomfortable. I am doing nothing here, I say innocently. I can feel the tension and dominance you are giving out, she grunts. Okay, but I am not to be blamed because he finds my presence intimidating, I say nonchalantly, releasing the tension before hearing Jack's sigh with relief. Behave yourself when we get there, don't keep doing this when you meet someone of higher rank, she says before looking at Jack with apologetic eyes. Rolling my eyes at her, okay, Grandma, I will try, but don't expect me to be quiet and take nonsense from anyone, I say, closing the mind link. She just shoots a glare in my way. After that incident, Royal Gamma Jack, as he calls himself, didn't even converse with us, he just kept staring at me curiously. I was so tempted to teach him a few lessons on respect, but just kept on bail because of Ma. I don't get what his problem is just because he is a royal, making him speculate he is better than others. But I don't blame him for thinking so. He is graceful. Every girl's pursuit. Black straight short hair paired with his captivating brown eyes. Currently dressed in a black suit and pants, meaning business except for his rude character standing off. We arrived at a clear field, coming to stop in front of a closed gate, which must be the border. Immediately the gate was pulled open, letting us drive, and my mouth falls open at the sight in front of me. A big mansion stood out among houses around it which were larger than our pack house. The place was welcoming, surrounded by forest. People going on with the daily activities. Pups screaming and playing. It was a sight to behold. It looks more lively than my old pack. This is nothing like I imagined. When we step out of the car, we were greeted by two lycans. A woman and a man looking to be in their 20s. Welcome, I am Thomas Clifford and my maid Elisa Clifford. We are the parents of the king, the man with brown hair and honey brown eyes and very tall compared to my alpha. Parents to the king, but they don't look older than 20. Nice to meet you. You must know who we are already. Ma greets, smiling politely. Yes, we know, but I didn't know the alpha had a daughter or his mother is alive until a few weeks ago. The gorgeous woman named Elisa with black straight hair and hazel eyes gave a welcoming feeling. He doesn't like Kate being called his daughter, and Kate just calls me her grandma. We are not related by blood. Ma says before glancing my way, while I just stare blankly. At least he had the decency to introduce me as his daughter to the king. Beautiful. You have to meet my daughter, you both will get along just fine, says Elisa before pulling me into a hug. I stood confused with my hands by my side, finding this situation uncomfortable and odd. This is so awkward, Tara whisper nonchalantly. Tell me about it. She finally pulls away, releasing me from her embrace with a smile still gracing her lip. Come and let me show you to your rooms. Thomas, go tell the children our visitors are here, Elisa says, letting us in. If the outside was magnificent, then I don't even know what to say about the inside. The place looks so magnificent, screaming royalty. Everything looks luxurious. She opened a door asking us to get in. The room was bigger compared to our home back at the pack, with a queen-size bed and a plasma hanging on the wall. The bright curtain opened, letting the ray of sunlight and making the room more elegant. I walked towards one of the doors, still dazed by the beauty of this room. I gasped in shock, seeing the sight before me. This bathroom is bigger down my home back at the pack. This is my first time seeing a bathtub, and it is so big. I take in a deep breath, enjoying the honey and banana scent of the bathroom with a smile on my lips. I use my finger and feeling the texture of the neatly folded towel below the sink, feeling the softness on my skin. After inspecting the bathroom, I walk out of the room to find Elisa mock and versing like long-lost friends. This is your room, Kate, I hope you like. Elisa asks, grinning widely. She is just so energetic and happy. Yeah, I like it, I shrug, running my hand on the bed, which is very soft and looks comfortable. Okay, I leave you to it now. Come down when you freshened up for dinner. Okay, dear, she says, giving me a motherly smile, which is so creepy to me. Don't get me wrong, her smile is so energetic, but I am not used to seeing strangers or anyone expects ma smile at me in that manner. Yeah, I will do just that, your highness, I say without emotion. On get me wrong, she just gave me a motherly vibe, and I am not one to receive this feeling or accept feelings like this. Elisa, she says, making me confused. Just call me Elisa, okay? Elisa, let go Alex to your new room, Elisa says while leaving my room. Quick improvement. I explore the room, which includes bouncing on the soft bed and sniffing the pillows and bed sheets, enjoying the same honey and a scent. I decide in taking a long bath in the tub, enjoying the feeling of the water and additive scent of the bathing soap. I wrap a towel around my body, deciding to explore the second closed door, which turns out to be a walk-in closet that contains clothes, shoes, bags, and even dunnies that are not mine but are my size. I run my fingers through the clothes, which are meant for different occasions. The shoes include heels, which I have never dreamt of wearing, ever. I feel like a princess already with all these beautiful things around me. I guess my alpha made the right choice of bringing me here. I find my bag containing the belongings I brought from my pack placed by the corner. Someone brought it in when I was in the bathroom. I pull my bag, opened it up, deciding on wearing something I own instead. I got ready wearing black jeans and a loose shirt before trying to cool my nerves down. I hear a knock on the door as I close the door of the walk-in closet door before Grandma walks in, already fresh and up-dressed in blue jeans and a black shirt. "Ready?" she asks. I replied with a yes before leaving the room towards the dining room with her leading the way. "Trust me, you are going to love here," she utters with a smile. "This place is not bad from what I have seen." I return the smile. We were greeted by different pack members, some giving us curious looks before getting direction from a pack member towards the dining room. The smell of something sweet like forest and pine fruit fills my nose and the air. My wolf is going crazy with happiness. Delicious, it must be the food. The smell grows stronger as we walk going towards the dining room. I can't wait to have a taste. Immediately the door was open, the smell comes in full force, almost knocking me off my feet. Closing my eyes, I sniff the air, enjoying the sweet scent of the forest mixed with pine fruit, a bit of raspberry. I may look crazy right now, but I don't care. I open my eyes, searching for the source before locking my eyes with the most beautiful eyes I ever have seen, but the word that comes out of his beautiful soft lips. "Don't ask how I know it's off," stops my heartbeat. But it can't be. I didn't ask for a mate. I am so doomed. Chapter 5. You must be kidding me. I raise my eyes to the ceiling, saying, "How can you pair me with the king of lichens? Why me? The Lichen King. King of kings, moon goddess. I expect worst, but this is beyond me." I glanced back at him, noticing he was a bit affected by all this because he was already addressing someone, looking unfazed. It's not like I was anticipating anything different. Tiara. It seems our mate is a complacent asshole. I face palm. "Stop being so pessimistic. Wait for a few minutes, he will enunciate later," Tiara says in an unimpressive manner. I meet his eyes once again, surveying his hazel eyes, then moving my gaze to his black hair, looking disheveled like he kept running his hands through. His face sculptured to perfection, sharp jawline, and thick eyelashes. He is so beautiful. Striking, every girl will fall at his feet and boys envy a Greek god like him. How can such beauty be bestowed upon someone? Noticing the awkward silence enveloping us, I coughed awkwardly to get the attention away from me. I deliberated either running to the safety of my room or confronting what awaits me here, before going with the latter, taking reluctant steps towards the curious eyes watching me. I took a seat between Grandma and a girl having the same hair color as Elisa, grinning happily, showing a set of white teeth. She must be Elisa. Daughter. The dinner consists of Elisa, Thomas, Royal Gam, and Jack, the beautiful girl by my side, and 2 other guys. It took me time looking around the dining room, which was beautifully designed to meet royal standards. To say these people are floating in extravagance is an understatement, because in all my years of exiting, I have never seen such luxury devoted to a place. Maybe that comes with being in the royal family. The dining room was sparkling, just like other parts of the mansion. I am privileged to be seated here, about to enjoy a meal. I was snapped from my thought by Thomas. "From what my son just made us all realize that you are his mate, correct?" He questions, taking a sip from his glass of wine while staring at me intensely. Is he trying to be daunting because I am trying my best not to burst out in laughter? I bit my tongue, putting up a stiff look. I am not his mate, because from what I know, I don't have a mate. This is what we call tinkering. If only looks could kill, I will be 6 feet below the ground from the intense glare the king is currently sending my way. "And why do you feel you don't have a mate?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. I was anathematized to never have a mate, so I don't know what he meant by "I am his mate." I utter nonchalantly. The expression on every honest countenance is exquisite. Maybe I should consider being a humorist, because this is so mirthful. "She is only quipping, your majesties," Ma says, apologizing before glancing at me warningly. Enough of these jokes, the king growled, gaining every honest attention. I shudder from the melodious sound made. "She is my mate, and this should be kept as a secret," he announces, daring me to concede with his intense gaze on me. I bit my tongue to stop myself from making a smart-ass reply. After that, we all ate our meal, and tension so thick could be cut through by a knife, which was suffocating until broken by the beautiful girl. "I am Lily and Clifford Lawrence's sister," she says politely with a wide grin. "Lawrence?" I inquire, taking a sip from my glass of water, not interested in this dialogue. She chuckled harmoniously. "That is the king's name." "Okay," I answer shortly in an unconcerned manner. After this I need to rest, because today has been one hell of an erratic day. "We should go shopping, me. You and a girlfriend of mine." We can call it a girl's timeout. Lily says, grinning happily. It will hurt me to break her plans, but I got to set things straight. I will love to, but I don't do sure things. I think different, like I said before. I don't like having friends. Okay, no problem, but what do you do for fun? She sounds like my grandma right now. I plan out ways to commit carnage without being caught, I say, sounding serious, earning a slap on my head from Ma. You are eccentric and I like you already, she says, laughing. Wait until you see the real me, but for real, what interests you? I read for fun, I say smugly. I love reading a lot. So what do you love reading about? She asks. Not to be rude or anything, but can you stop interrogating me already? I say, getting disturbed by her questions. Sorry. I am just always curious, she says, placing her hands on her lap, before averting her gaze towards Ma. You must be Alex. Kate, Grandma. It's a pleasure meeting you, she says with a smile. Me too, dear. She points to a guy sitting beside her. This is Anderson Esmond, and my mate in Royal Beta. The guy looks handsome with brown curly hair and chocolate brown eyes. He smiles politely at us before going back to his meal. And this my younger brother Levi. She points to the guy sitting beside Elisa and opposite Ma. Looking at Lillian, she looks more like her mother with black short hair and gray eyes, while Levi looks more of Thomas with honey brown eyes and brown hair. You welcome, maybe by tomorrow I and my sister can show you around. What do you say? Levi asked. Yes, we will love that. Right, Kate? Grandma says, smiling mischievously at me. I am in for a long oration. Yes, we are up for it, I say, pushing my chair back before getting up to leave the room. Thanks for the meal. I am retiring to my room now, I announce before leaving the room, leaving everyone in shock. I sigh audibly while trudging towards my room. This day is getting crazier by the minute. I can't wait for tomorrow's note. Sarcastic term there. Chapter 6, Lauren's POV. I run my hands through my hair with a loud sigh. I am currently in my office going through pack details and prerequisites, having in mind that later I will be having a meeting by 10 am with the packs having a controversy among themselves, because unfortunately, some alphas always let their pride rule over better judgment. I receive a knock on the door, interrupting my trail of thought. Come in, I say before my beta walks in with confident and mischievous smile on his face. He drops a brown envelope with a file on my desk before taking a seat. Anything new on the attack last night? I ask, looking down at the files on the desk. Those rouges and their turmoil always trying to cross into pack borders. Some pack are having rouge issues recently, and it is getting out of control because they seem to be increasing in numbers, and no one knows how this is happening. With all the confrontations they are causing, I will end their miserable life in no time. Yes, it already settled in. The alpha's precious daughter and her grandma will be escorted by Jack immediately they get off the plane. Yeah, I almost forget about their arrival. But I don't get why the alpha would send his daughter over here with an excuse of something about protection, but I can't complain because after all, I have to protect supernatural beings in need. Is everything ready for the meeting? I ask, going through the brown envelope he placed on my table. Yes, everything has been put in order, he replies with a nod. Okay. You may now take your leave, I say, dismissing him, but being Anderson, he didn't make any move of evacuating. I glance at him with raised eyebrows. Can time with my best friend? He questions with a playful smile. Stop acting silly, Anderson, you can now leave. My sister will need you more than I do, I say before returning to my work. Don't remind me. Okay, man. If you need anything, mind link me, he says before leaving me in silence. I just ended the meeting, which took 4 hours of listening to grown male wolves behaving like pups let go for a run. My like, and Travis says, okay, let me round all this up. After signing what was needed to be signed, I left for a run. My lichen is white, which is very rare. He is arrogant, proud and blood-tasty, loving the smell of fresh leaves, and the way the soil stumbles under my paws while I move at the speed of light, dodging through trees easily. Running helps me relieve stress in my aching muscles. While running, I got a mind link telling me to come home to receive the alpha's daughter and her grandma to the pack. When I got home, I went straight to take a relaxing shower before heading to the dining room where everyone was seated except for our expected guest. Lawrence comes that our guest will be down soon, Mom declares, noticing the confused look on my face. Son, have you heard from Elder Matthias? He is more of a father to me. He has been my guide and one of the reasons I am who I am today. When I need fatherly advice, he has always been there, but right now he took a trip to a neighboring pack working on packs distribution and establishment for me. Yes, it going well. He will be back tomorrow. I say deeply proud of his achievements over there. I made little talks with Dad, Anderson, and Levi before my sense was blocked with the most luscious scent ever. I sniffed the air savoring dolence of sweet strawberry rose and a mix of honey, but it was not coming from the food but from behind the closed doors. This is a sign I am about to see my mate step through that door. Immediately the door was open. I saw the most beautiful girl having brown hair, radiant amber eyes, and full pink lips. She's an angel, mate my like, and declares before I could stop myself. The urge to run towards her, hug and kiss her soft pink lips floods through my being, but I could not because something was pulling me back from doing any of those things to her. Man, finally you have found your mate. And by the way, she is beautiful. Anderson whispers beside me with a smile evident on his lips. I shoot him a glare before hearing her cough, awkwardly making her way towards the dinner table, moving seductively slow. She takes a seat next to Lillian, but Dad had to open his mouth. From what my son just made us all realize is that you are his mate, correct? He raises a question, taking a sip from his glass of wine while staring at her intensely. She tries hiding a smirk as she stares back, looking bored with everything around her. I am not his mate because from what I know I don't have a mate, she says smugly, sounding disrespectful. This girl must be feisty with all the attitude and the look of boredom plastered on her face. I gave her an intense glare. She is a wild one who needs to be put in place, to be tamed. And why do you feel you don't have a mate? Dad asks with raised eyebrow, not impressed by her attitude but still looks amused. Everyone watches her silently with undivided attention, wanting for her sassy reply. I am also curious. I was anathematized to never have a mate, so I don't know what he meant by I am his mate, she says with an attitude. Everyone was surprised. I actually would believe her if not for the way she held herself from laughing out loud. She is only quipping, Your Majesty's a young-looking lady, which must be her grandma, apologized before glancing at her warningly. I receive a mind link from Jack. You just got rejected by your mate. I can tell she will be trouble in paradise, I growl at Anne. She is playing a game she shouldn't bother starting. She needs to be tamed. I will so derive pleasure taming her. I felt disgruntled and slighted by her attitude. Not even my presence here is her king. Enough of these jokes, I growl, gaining every honest attention. She is my mate and this should be kept as a secret. Nobody should know about this, I order while daring her to say otherwise with my intense gaze on her. I stare at her for a few minutes before going back to my meal. The silence went as nobody dared to break it before Lillian, being Lillian, speaks. I am Lillian Clifford. Lawrence's sister, she says politely with a wide grin. Lawrence, she asks before taking a sip from her glass of water. She chuckled harmoniously. That is the king's name. I zoned out of the conversation, focusing on my meal and thoughts, but throughout the dinner, she talked coldly to everyone who dared to make conversation with her. She left after a few minutes, leaving her food untouched, having only water. I growl loudly, slamming my hand against the table, feeling once again insulted by her. How dare she walk out with me still seated on my chair? I make a move to go after her, but Anderson's hand on my wrist stops me from running after her. Mom glared at me, meaning business, or better yet, time for berating. What was that for? I swear if you dare choose that slut over your mate, you are in for destruction, she says angrily. I release a growl, feeling disrespected by her. She might be indignant, but that doesn't give her the right to talk that way. Son, she's right, you can't do that. You waited for 3 years for this and she is here, how can you let it go? Dad says with a serious look. I know she might be difficult from what I have seen, but she just what you need right now. Excuse me, can I take my leave? Alex says, pushing her chair back, waiting for my reply. I reply with a nod, letting me leave. Mom, I never said I was going to reject her. I only said it should be kept as a secret, and I don't see anything wrong with what I said. I say, trying to keep my voice calm as possible. You all saw how she just disrespected me. Why can't they let me take care of this my way? They are overreacting. Whatever you say, but don't think of rejecting her, and please take it slow with her, she says before leaving, pulling my father out with her. I run my hands through my hair in frustration. I trust you have this under control, Anderson says, patting my back, but if you need any advice, I will be here. I rather ask Jack for advice. I cough. Really? Jack asks with a smile. No, I was only playing with you. Okay, but I and Lillian have work that needs to be completed. Anderson says, holding out his hands for her. Better be something you can tell me about. I say with a smirk. Yes, it will be. He says, looking at Lillian, who is as red as a tomato. I left after them, making my way to the gym to burn some stress out. What do you have to say to all this, Travis? I ask thoughtfully. If I tell you to go see our mate, will you? He inquired. No, forget I even asked. I say, blocking the mind link while throwing angry blows at the boxing bag. A few hours later, I was through with training. After taking a relaxing bath, I lay in bed cogitating over today's event. I could not help but think of her when I looked into her eyes. It was sparkling with unshaded tears, and I could sense lace covering her true nature. I just can't believe my mate is the alpha's daughter. I fell asleep to just one thing on my mind, those amber eyes. Chapter 7 KPOV. Opening the door to my new room, the queen size bed calls for me before going into the walk-in closet to change into my pajamas, then going back into the room. I sigh, exhausted, welcoming the softness of bed under my body. I roll a couple of times, finding the perfect position to fall asleep. Today has been an aggravating day for me with all the unexpected events. I guess the moon goddess never gets tired of surprising me. I am so confused and still in shock. What I am to do with this new development. This is a very big step for me to take. I am not even prepared to accept a mate into my messed up life. How am I to handle this bond growing between us? Howdy, Ara, you know we don't meet him, right? I ask more to myself than to her. We do, Kate, you have to accept that. She says softly. No, we don't. No, we don't. Remember, we only need Grandma, not anybody else. After all, we both agreed to never crave or want the pain and heartache that comes with this think Alda mate, but already you are falling without getting any acknowledgement from a mate. I can't just run into his hands like a damsel in distress. I don't think so. I continue getting irritated. She feels because he is her other half that gives him the right to treat us like trash. He even gave orders to everyone to keep us being made a secret. I mean, who does that? I can't fall for this mate pull. I refuse to be a fool and another sad victim to this bond. I can tend up like my dad. I know, but try seeing it from my point of view. He is our other half. Soulmate, and he will never hurt us. Just give him time, and he will love us the way we deserve. She says calmly. Unbelievable. Anger builds up inside me from her careless use of words. Enough of this. I can't submit or wait until he decides to see us as his mate. I am not letting this bond grow, and that is final, I proclaim, groaning angrily. I can't have this conversation with you when you being hot-headed, she utters harshly. And also not when you are being a bitchandle of a sick puppy. I retort, cutting the mind link. I balled my fist, screaming, letting my frustration out before being interrupted by a knock on the door. I sigh, hoping nobody heard me screaming. Come in, the door is open. I called out to the person behind the door, or rather angry lady behind the door. Moss steps into the room looking angry. If this was a cartoon show, I am sure smokes would be coming out of her ears. And knows, young lady, we need to have a serious conversation about your cold and nonchalant attitude, she says with a look of don't you dare argue with me. But I be me, I did. If it's about my so-called mate, then we are not having any conversation. I say, stubbornly, facing my back towards her. Kate, you are getting on my last nerve, she says before sensing her move closer to the bed. And no, it's not about your mate. You can handle that yourself. Thank you. She could trust me with that. So what about? I inquire, resting my back on the headboard while placing my hand on my lap. I came here to tell you I will be here for you if you ever need me, she says, taking a deep breath. I fiddle with the covers, trying to keep my eyes from her worry-filled eyes. Your cold attitude and lack of respect towards the royals bothers me. It makes me feel like I did wrong with the way I raised you, she says, holding my hands in hers. Her words pierce my heart. Her feeling disappointed is a feeling I never want to experience from her. I move towards her, taking a seat beside her ma. I am so sorry, but this is just the way I am. I say, meeting her gaze. I feel the need to be dominant and not give them the right as royals to step on me. I took her hands in mine. I know this is going to be a hard thing to go through, but you are stronger than this. I have watched you since birth. You can make discussion for yourself, but please tread cautiously. She runs her hand across my chin with a smile. Look, my baby girl is no more a child but a grown woman, she says with tears in her eyes. You know, when I look at you now, knowing that you found your mate, I discovered it's about time to let you go, she says with tears running down her cheeks. I flinch, seeing the tears roll down her cheeks. I pull her into my tight embrace. Grandma, I am ever leaving you. How can you think of such rubbish? I say as she rubs her hands up and down my back. You are my everything. I love you, Ma. After the way he looked at me with disgust and treated me badly, I will never let it get to me, more or less my heart, I say, pulling away, staring into her eyes. I love you so much, Ma, I say, wiping the tears under her eyes. I love you too, sweetheart, she says with a wide grin. Okay, enough. Go to bed. We are having training tomorrow morning by 600. She announces, grinning before standing to leave. So fast? We just arrived today. Give me one more day to get to know this place, please, I plead, giving my puppy dog eyes, hoping it will give her a change of heart. Keyword hoping. No, that won't work on me this time. Good night, dear, she says while locking the door after her. Good night, I mumbled at the closed door. I close my eyes to say a little prayer. Please, moon god, let tomorrow be a great day, even if I should know best. And please don't ever surprise me this way again, I mumble, pulling the covers over myself. After rolling in bed for a few minutes, I gave up, finding it hard to sleep, so I tried calling 40RDR. I am sorry about the way I spoke rudely to you. It was very inappropriate. No reply. I have been trying to get Tiara to speak, but nothing is changing her mind. Always acting cranky. Tiara, nothing. She must be very angry at me to ignore my calls. I finally fell asleep in a land called Dreamland. Chapter 8. Unknown POV. Years ago, before Kate's birth. Today has been filled with bad news, mostly for my best friend Elisa. With all this discovery concerning her unborn pup and the complications of keeping the pup, I am currently on my way to see Elisa in the pack house. She is mated to the alpha, making her the Luna of this pack. And she is also my best friend because we practically grew up together. I feel for my friend. I see and notice the stress weighing down on her, but I can't do anything but watch her go through this phase of her life. Reaching the pack house, I receive greetings from a few pack members while making my way towards Aliza's room. I knock on the door before being asked to come in, walking into the room to find her seated on her bed, folding clothes slowly. She grins widely, noticing my presence in the room. Elisa has always been a beauty to behold, having brown wavy long hair packed into a bun, her amber captivating eyes looking weary and restless with bags building under her eyes. When we were little, I always wished I had her eyes because of how welcoming they looked, but not everything we wish comes true. How are you feeling? I inquire, walking towards the bed before taking a seat beside her. The pain is getting worse, but I am good, she explains sadly, placing her hand on her big round belly. It will get better, okay? I encourage, trying to light up her mood with a smile. So, what did the doctor say after running the test on you? I question, helping her fold the clothes. A sad smile appears on her features as her eyes glimmer with tears, making me feel unease. She gave me drugs to reduce the pain, but this pup is making me and my wolf weak. If this pup is not removed on time, I will die, she sobs, stuffing her face into her palm. I push the clothes away, embracing her, letting her sob on my shoulder while sending a comforting vibe through our bond. Questions still run through my mind from her words. What do you mean by dying, Elisa? I ask, pulling from the hug with a confused look on my face. She wipes the tears under her eyes before giving answers to my questions. Yes, I am dying if we don't let this pup go, but... She was interrupted by a knock on the door. Her son pushed the door open, running toward us on the bed. She picks him up, placing him on her lap. What is going on, Hunter? She questions, curiously, placing a kiss on his eyebrow. He giggles. Mum, Dad said I should tell you to meet him in his office, Hunter informs before diverting his eyes towards me with a smile on his lips. Hi, Auntie. How are you, dear? I asked, taking him from his mum, placing him on my lap. Fine. Auntie, you said you were going to get me a new toy, he says, wrapping his little hands around my neck with a smile. I promised to bring it with me tomorrow, I declare with a smile before placing him on his feet. Okay, Auntie, bye, he yells, running out of the room. Hunter, stop running or you will break your little legs, Elisa yelled. Sorry, Mum, he replies. She shakes her head with a smile on her lip. I want you to come with me. I will need you close to me, she says. I help her stand on her feet before we leave the room, walking towards the Alpha's office. How is the Alpha talking all this? I ask as we make our way towards Alpha Jan's office. I think he's angry with me, but I understand he just worried, she frowns. I nod in reply, I not knowing what to say because James can be difficult at times. He does well to hide his emotions from everyone, but he treats my best friend with love. Elisa pulls the door open with me behind her. Alpha James looked up from the book he was reading, sensing our presence in the room. He looked exhausted with heavy bags under his eyes and his hair looking disheveled. Take a seat, he says, flicking his eyes between Elisa and me. We took a seat opposite him, with Elisa focusing her gaze on her hands placed on her laps, looking anxious. Elisa, you heard what the doctor said, so when are we going to remove that child, he says, sounding a bit too harsh. I can't kill this pup, she announces, sounding weak with her gaze still downcast. You can't do that. I'd rather lose this baby than lose you, he says angrily, placing his fist on the table. You have to understand, I feel this child means something great for us. I can't do this to my unborn pup, she says, sounding agitated. Her shoulders shake from anger or fear, I can't tell which. I will give you a few minutes to think about this and agree, or I will forcefully make you agree, he warns. Clam down, both of you, I say, getting their attention on me. We have to think through this logically and not by getting angry or by yelling. Jane sighs, standing up. Please talk to her. I will be back after you are done explaining it to her, he asserts, sending an intense look to the both of us before leaving. Immediately he left, I turned to my best friend. Her head bowed while her shoulders shake slightly, taking her shakily hands in mine. You have to try understanding him from his perspective. He is scared of losing you, I say, pausing momentarily. I am scared of losing you. We are all scared of losing, I say, wiping the little tear that escapes my eyes. You are the Luna of this pack. What is a park without a Luna? And what about your 3-year-old son who needs a mother? You can always have another pup after this one, so please do this for me. For Hunter. For your mate. And this pack, I say, staring into her eyes pleadingly. She stuffs her face into her palms and quakes with sobs. But I can't bring myself to kill this pup, I soothe her as she cries. I get it, you are a mother. But think of everyone else. Think about the pack. The Alpha needs you in heading over this pack. She meets her gaze with mine for a few seconds, contemplating my words. Okay, I will do this. Please mind linking James to come, and she says, wiping the tears from her cheeks. She ready come, and James, I mind link him. Okay, he says, coming into the room. Thank you very much. Let's go meet the pack doctor then, he says, pulling Elisa up before placing a kiss on her forehead. I promise everything is going to be alright, love. Okay, let go, and you are coming with me, she says, holding my hand. I hope all this goes well because I want the smile back on my friend's face. I want to see that cheerful look on her face once again. Present, I wake up covered with sweat. Why is all this coming back to me now? This happened 18 years ago. Is this a message to go back or a reminder of the sin I committed? What does this mean? Fate, upon arriving in a strange realm surrounded by powerful adversaries and potential allies, must quickly adapt to the rules while dealing with people scrutinizing, hostile, or covetous gazes. Each confrontation with Lawrence is like dancing on the edge of a knife, where a misstep could lead to utter ruin. Yet with her intelligence, bravery, and resilience, Kate gradually finds her footing in this complex environment. Every choice she makes is filled with suspense and uncertainty, gripping the reader's attention as they follow her fate. Chapter 9, Kate POV, but the knocking continues. An unrelenting assault on my eardrums. With a frustrated sigh, I drag myself from the warm embrace of my bed, muttering curses under my breath. My bare feet pad across the cool floor as I stumble towards the door, ready to unleash my sleep-deprived wrath upon the inconsiderate intruder. As I yank the door open, my irritation evaporates, replaced by a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. There stands my grandmother, her lithe frame encased in form-fitting workout gear. her steely gaze boring into me with the intensity of a laser. Of course. I think, suppressing a groan. Training day. How could I have forgotten? Good morning, Grandma, but a witch, Grandma. I chirp, plastering on an innocent smile as I step back to allow her entry. How was your night? Her lips thin into a disapproving line. Don't, she says, her voice clipped. We have training. Go get ready. Okay. I mumble, closing the door in her face as I stifle a yawn. So much for avoiding responsibilities. Deciding to forgo a shower until after our grueling session, I shuffle into my closet. I emerge moments later, clad in a black sports bra and matching leggings, a vibrant jacket thrown over the ensemble for a pop of color. My trusty black sneakers complete the look. As I exit my room, I'm met with my grandmother's impatient glare. Let's go, she says, brandishing a map of the mansion. I was able to get the layout. Here's the training room. She points to a small box circled in angry red, a letter beneath it and indicating our destination. Resigned to my fate, I fall into step behind her, silently mourning the loss of my cozy bed and peaceful morning. But I know better than to voice my complaints. In this household, my grandmother's word is law, and training waits for no one, not even on my 8th birthday. We follow the direction on the map. Once again, this mansion is so big. We got to the training room in no time. The room is beautiful with exercising equipment everywhere. This place is well equipped with things unknown to me, but I am willing to try every piece of equipment here. Ma places her bags on the bench by the corner of the room before stretching her hands and legs. Let's start with cardio, she announces, clapping her hands together in an ordering manner. Right now, I am currently laying on the rug of the training room, tired and thirsty, my muscles aching. Ma did push me over my limit today, teaching me different attacking strategies. But with Tiara, still angry with me is not happening at all. She made her way towards me looking all sweaty but relaxed. Take this. You are through for today since you are already so exhausted, she says, handing me a bottle of water. Thank you, I say, sitting up, lugging the water within seconds before pushing my weak and aching body from the training room to my room. Feeling all sweaty and stinky, I got under the shower before doing my morning routine. I wrap a towel around my body, walking into the walk, in closest, deciding on a white tank top, black pencil jeans and strap black and red button-up shirt. I leave my face bare of any makeup, letting my hair fall on my shoulders, then pairing my outfit with a brown leather boot. Feeling satisfied with my look, I walk out of the closet, planning on finding something to eat. I walk out shocked to find Lily unsitting comfortably on my bed with her signature smile in place. What does she want now? I need a less dramatic day today. No offense, but can I help you? I ask, watching her cautiously. She smiles excitedly, looking up at me. I came to get you for a tour around the house, she explains before walking towards me. I can see you ready. Let go, she announces, dragging me out of the room. Goodbye to my less dramatic day. While walking through the hallways, my stomach growls loudly, gaining her attention, and some pack members walk by. She turns towards me, trying not to laugh. It looks like we have to feed you first. Come with me, yak, apt and obvious. How embarrassing. We walk towards the second wing where the private kitchen is located. Walking in to find the kitchen empty. She directs me to take a seat on the kitchen stool by the counter before watching her prepare scrambled eggs and bacon while she continues chattering about things I have no interest in. I sigh audibly as she dishes the scrambled egg and bacon into a plate before placing it on the table. Eat up. Now I have places to show you, she says, filing a glass with strawberry yogurt before taking a seat on one of the stools. Yeah, I can't wait for that, I say sarcastically. I eat silently while Lillian screws through her phone. A tall, beautiful girl with red, dyed hair, dressed in lush-ripped jeans paired with a crop top showing off her well-toned belly. Hey, Britta, Lillian says with a fake smile while watching her every move cautiously. How are you doing? She questions, ignoring the wary look on Lillian's face before casting her judging gaze on me. And who is this? She inquires, giving me a once-over look, not looking pleased. She is the new girl, Lillian informs her before standing from the stool. Let's leave, she says, walking with fast steps out of the room, expecting me to follow her. I place my empty plate and cup before dashing after her. Is that girl? And by the way, this new girl has a name, I say, catching up to her. She looks tensed up. That was Britta. Stay out of her way, okay? She says, still refusing to slow down. Weird, but I let it go anyway. I will surely find out who she is to Lillian. So where are we going now? I question, awkwardly sounding lost. To watch a movie or anything you would like to do. She says, returning to her cheerful self. Okay. I think we should watch a movie. We made our way towards the private TV room. We walk into a big hall with large plasma and chairs around, a center table well decorated with flowers, and the walls painted with gray, black, and white, bringing a comfortable vibe. I watch her walk towards the plasma, taking the TV controller from the receptacle below the plasma. So, under which genre will you like to watch? She says, switching the TV on. Maybe horror. Maybe horror. I shrugged, taking a seat on one of the couches. She looked at me in a way that says I just killed her favorite movie actor. Are you serious? No way are we watching that. Let's watch a romance movie instead. She says, placing herself on the couch closer to me. I love romance movies, she announces, smiling widely. Why then did you ask me if you already made up your mind? I questioned, glaring playfully at her. I thought you would say a romantic movie, not horror, she shrugs. Typical girls things. I say, rolling my eyes at her. She ignores me, deciding on a movie. I am liking this movie. A few minutes into the movie, a man walks, gaining our attention. He has short brown hair, black eyes, looking like he is just in his 20s. Lillian surges towards him, sensing his presence, pulling him in a tight hug. How have you been, Lillian? Miss me? He inquires, showing his perfect white teeth. Elder Matthias. Fine, and yes, I missed you a lot, she says, going in for another hug. And who are you? Pretty lady. He questions, looking towards my direction, letting go of Lillian. Kate David. I say, standing up from the comfy couch. Okay then, you must be the one who was sent to us from Alpha James. He says, stretching his hand for a handshake. Nice to meet you, dear. I accept his hand in a handshake, feeling a fatherly comfort from him. He smiles with a knowing look in his eyes. Lillian, please take me to your father, he says, looking serious and in a business mood. Okay. Kate, sees you later, she calls, leaving the room with him walking behind her. I think this movie is over for now. I should go see what Grandma is up, but I don't know where her room is located. You can use her scent. Tiara suggests, making herself known. Thanks, and I am very sorry for yesterday. I say, apologizing. I am sorry too. She mumbles, cutting the mind link. I followed the scent up towards the last wing is located before locating her room. Not taking my time to knock, I pushed the door open, locking my eyes with something I will forever regret seeing. Standing in front of me is my so-called mate, the girl from earlier called Britta, making out with his hand wrapped around her waist while her hand kept around his neck, pulling him closer to herself. He must have felt my presence because as open locking with mine in emotionals as stare. I refused to look weak in front of him. I raised my chin up, closing the door, leaving them to enjoy each other company. I don't know why I followed his scent instead of my own, but I wish I didn't. So this is the reason he refused to acknowledge me as his mate, because of that girl, but I won't let him get to me. Never. I hope Tiara sees clearly that he doesn't want us. I decide to walk towards my room instead while making different plans on how to get back at him. The game is on. Chapter 10. Lily, and get back here now. Oh, help me, moon goddess. Someone help me before I decide to kill and bury Lily and Ness corpse in a hidden place where her body would never be found. I was peacefully trying to get my thought together after seeing Lawrence with that redhead girl leading each other's lips, while enjoying and feasting on my favorite ice cream, but this girl called Lily and Clifford snatched my bundle of joy away, and right now I am searching the whole mansion looking for her. When I get you, you are so dead. I say, maliciously yelling, but unfortunately for me, I strip over my own feet and then bumped into a wall. No, not a wall, but I bumped into a hard chest. I feel the firmness and well-defined sixth, packing from the sparks and waves of disgust. Pleasure that travels through me, sending an unwanted image into my mind, tells me I just bumped into the big. Ladies and gentlemen, and meet Lawrence, a presumptuous asshole. I close my eyes, waiting to meet the cold hard floor and to feel the pain from the fall after he pulls my hand from his chest but it never came. Instead, I was held up by my waist, which caused to flow through my body, enhancing more of the unwanted pressure and images drifting through my mind. I blink my eyes open to meet hazel eyes looking back at me with lethargy before stepping away from his hold, nervously missing the heat radiating from his hand on my waist. Sorry, I say shyly, covering my cheek with my hair, feeling the hotness of my cheek. What's wrong with me? I never blush. This must be the bond trying to mess with my cranium. Yes, it must be, because I am never like this. No problem. I need to have a serious conversation with you in my office, he orders, coldly studying my body language. What a louse. He turns away from me, taking the direction towards his office. Seeing I wasn't making any move to go with him, he turns around, looking at me with a raised eyebrow. You don't get to order me around, I say with a hard stare. That good, keep it up. I am your king, so you have to obey my every order, he asserts, giving me a formidable look. I scoff. No, I don't have to. Ask politely, or I am not moving an inch from this spot towards your office, I say, crossing my hands over my chest in a fierce posture, meeting his gaze head on. I don't know how long we stood there glaring at each other, waiting for who will back down first, and I am sure I won't be the one. He broke eye contact, looking frustrated. Okay, please come with me, he says, groaning. That was okay, I say with an attitude turning a growl. Will I sound like a hypocrite if I say I love the sound of him growling? I guess I am a hypocrite then. Led the way, I don't have all day to spend doing nothing, I say, smirking, gaining satisfaction from his distress. With him leading the way, we reach a large door. He pushes the door open before walking in, with me trailing behind him. I am wowed by the beauty of his good furniture, office, and vastly spacious. This place is decorated to perfection. I can't believe the size of this place. It's like having a living room, an office, a dining room, just in one space. Seat, we need to talk about us, he says, pointing between me and him. Yes, I say, making myself comfortable sitting in front of his desk. He surveyed me for a few minutes before speaking. See, I don't want this, but want what? I question, cutting him off. He sends me a glare. I will not reject you because it will kill both of us. I block him out, knowing his next few sentences. I wasn't expecting him to say these things. Don't get me wrong, but is he willing to let his true mate go because of a self-obsessed girl? Him being the king, I expected more from him. But I won't complain. He is helping me because my freedom is more important to me than a dominant, protective alpha male. So do you understand anything I just explained? He questioned, emotionals as like cutting through my thoughts. His gaze on me is so intense, making me squirm on my seat. I don't need a mate either, so don't worry about anything. I will stay out of your way, and you can do whatever you like with your sluts, I say, angrily, disguising my fear and pain pushing through my heart from both his words and mine. I wasn't expecting much from you, but are you a swine to let me suffer the pain of this bond while you are fooling around with your slut? I ask, feeling disappointed. Not waiting for his reply, I left his office, banging his door shut, making sure to hear a crack. What a mutt. I will let him know that I don't need him. I will let him know that I am an independent woman. I utter, giving encouraging words to myself. I decide to continue my search by heading towards the movie room. Reaching there, I found Lillian and Erson sitting in the love seat watching a TV show while Jack sits on the armchair screwing through his phone. Hi, guys, I say, sitting lazily on the armchair closer to Jack. What have you been up to? Lillian inquires, innocently wiggling her eyebrows. Don't you ask me that after you ran away with my ice cream, I say, glaring at her while Anderson just smiles, playing with the tip of her hair. Sorry about that, she says, not even a little bit sorry. It was the last one remaining. I was too lazy to go buy another one, she says, pouting. Whatever. I accept your apology, I say, looking at the TV show that was playing on the plasma. I watch the TV show with them, laughing at Jack, who keeps shouting at the TV. He is a reserved and funny guy when you get to know him. But as they say, the first impression always matters. And for me, I just watched them with amusement, with a newfound respect for them. After some time, we got hungry and went to the dining room for dinner. You see, it is a tradition we eat dinner together and the pack eats separately. But because we came here as a guest, we are allowed to eat with royals. Weird if you ask me. Today has been somewhat a fun day, even with having a foolhardy king for a mate. Chapter 11. Lawrence POV. I watch her walk out of my office infuriated, almost yanking the door out with contrition clawing in my. I snap my eyes towards the door, hearing a knock on the door before Pa Elder Matthias walks in with a wide smile on his lip, conveying a brighter look to his features. "When did you get back, Pa?" I inquire, going for a hug. I study his features. This man looks younger, even though he is already in his 50s, with his short brown hair, green eyes, and sharp jawline complementing his looks. But at the back of my mind, I still question why he hasn't seen his mate yet, because I know his mate would be so lucky to have him. "A few hours ago, I went to see your father because we have unfinished business," he says, smirking while making his way towards the couch with me right behind him. "I thought you guys ended that already," I say, shaking my head in amusement. "Dad and Pa have this tradition of anyone who goes for a long time work must buy drinks for the other. Very unusual, I think." "Yes, we still do. I saw Kate leaving your office looking inflamed," he says, concisely, waiting to confirm his thoughts on this matter. "Yes, she is my mate, but I notified her I'd need a mate not right now when everything is very complicated," I say, avoiding the disappointment in his eyes. "Why would you do that? She is your mate. You true mate," he says, making emphasis on the true mate. "What's wrong with you, son?" he says, looking at me in shock. "I want her, no, I need her, but something is pulling me back and I don't know what it is," I say softly in thought. "I understand," he says, laying his hand on my shoulders, "but you let out fast before you lose her," he says with understanding in his voice. I welcome his fatherly advice and sentiments. "Thanks. This means a lot to me," I say, hugging him. "That is why I idolize this man. He always understands me so. How was the meeting? I hope you were able to persuade them," I say, changing the subject. "Thank goddess, he took the hint. Yes, Alpha King. It went well. They will be sending it by tomorrow," he says, going through his bag placed beside the couch. I didn't even notice he carried in a bag. "And one more thing, Jack will be training the warriors on the new blueprints," he says, handling files to me, which I took, reading through it. "Okay, but we have to send." I was cut off by a knock on the door. "Come in," I say, looking towards the door as Jack walks in any headway. I question, going straight to the point, focusing my attention back on the files, reading through some of the plans crafted out on the file. "Yes, morning, Pack sent Kate and Alex information. Here is it," he says, handling the files to me. "And also the rogue problem going on in the Sunshine Pack has been deciphered for the meantime. That could keep me updated on any more attacks," I say, placing Kate and Alex files together with other Pack members' files to go through it later. He bowed before leaving the office after acknowledging Pa's presence. As I was saying, "We have to send warriors over there," I say, looking toward Pa. "Yeah, I will get that arranged," he tells. "Okay. I will finalize this and get back to you. If that all. For now, I will be going to see your mom now before she decides to kill me for not coming to check on her first," he says, standing to his feet before leaving the room. I have been in my office for 3 hours going through the files, and I need to rest before I go hysterical from working too much. After putting things in order, I leave, making my way towards Mom's room. Her room is located on the east wing of the house. The room is well decorated to her liking with flowers and bright colors, as she loves nature and the presence of it around her. I walk in without announcing my presence by knocking, finding her talking with Levi seated on her bed, gaining their attention. Levi looks up from the book he was reading with a smile in place. "Hey bro, how has it been?" "You look pale," he says, grinning widely. "Mom believes I should be less serious and include more fun into my life, but you have to be ferocious to rule over a large kingdom like this one." "I am okay. Just exhausted," I say, looking at him with raised eyebrow, knowing the reason. "Here? What are you doing here?" I ask anyway, walking towards the bed, taking a seat beside Mom. "I am here to spend time with Mom," he says innocently. "You know what I mean, Levi. You only come here when you need something or have a problem," I say, matter of fact, receiving a glare from him. "Lawrence, do you need anything?" "And stop taunting your brother," Mom says, raising her eyebrows at me. "Nothing, just came to see you," I say, tapping on my phone. "So have you talked to Kate yet?" she questions, giving me a look. "Yes, I told her the truth," I say, sighing, wishing she asked no more question on this matter. "They should all drop this. I can take care of this my way and at my juncture." "Which is?" asked Levi. "I told her I'd need a mate," I say, focusing my attention on my phone, trying to act relaxed. "Lawrence, You can't do this to her. You both need each other to survive. What's an alpha king without his mate? This will just cost you pain. She states, looking at me with pleading eyes. They don't understand that I can't do that, not right now. Not when I can't even comprehend what's happening. Or what is stopping me from making a move. I know what I am doing. Trust me, Mom, I say, looking into her eyes. I feel like I am saying this more to myself than to her. Okay. So I trust you know what you are doing. She says, smiling, even though it didn't reach her eyes, that I know she understands. Okay, I am starving. I would like to eat now. Levi says, walking towards the door. We left Mom's room, going towards the dining room. Getting their dad, Jack, Lillian, Pa, Alex, and Anderson were already seated discussing and laughing. This girl is always late. Chapter 12 KPOV. I stride into the dining room late because I overslept thanks to someone. Lily unforced me to go see her best friend called Becca. She is a bit shy and reserved around strangers, but all the same friendly. And lovely when you get to know her. I got to know all this because I might not be people-friendly, but I am a great judge of character. We talked more like they talked because I was locked in my thoughts, not trying to get too comfortable with them. It was so boring if you ask me, or maybe I was the one being boring, not adding a viewpoint on any topic they choose to converse about. We also went shopping, adding to the reason why I am so stressed out right now. Going into different stores, trying out different outfits is so stressful, but not for them. So Lillian was able to coax me into going shopping with her without my volition. They later decide to have compassion on me by taking me to a restaurant to feed my raging stomach. I returned worn out and in need of sleep, so I decided to sleep for a few minutes, which led to me entering into the dining room almost an hour late for dinner. I stride into the room, sitting close to Lawrence. I quote Lily in exact words, "Why don't you take a seat beside Lawrence, then I will be able to talk to you quietly so the boys won't be able to hear our conversation." Lily in exact words, like the boys ANT likens with enhanced hearing ability. Lily told me you both visited Baka today. Says Elise is starting a conversation with me. Yeah, even though it was a waste of time. I say, mumbling the last part. Becca is a very nice girl. She and Lily are very close, even more like sisters. I know you would get along with her. She says with a smile. Too nice for her. Good. Becca is very friendly and open-minded. I shrug. Britta the slut walks in, getting every onus attention on her. I guess I am not the only one late for dinner. She takes a seat opposite me with a mischievous smile on her lips. Just my luck. Hi, sweetheart, she says seductively, placing a kiss on Lauren's cheek. Disgusting, sweetheart, very uncalled for. Kate is jealous. Tiara says in a sing-song tone. Please. Me jealous? No way, I am just concerned about my virgin eyes. He can do whatever he likes. I don't care. I say nonchalantly. I snap out of my thoughts, hearing Britta the slut directing her words to me. Damn. I need to stop calling her that. Wow, the ugly duckling knows how to act civilized. I am perplexed about who is more of an ugly duckling. She thinks hiding under so many layers of makeup would make her look appealing. What a farce. I get she has curves in the right places compared to be me, which doesn't mean she has to throw it in my face being a bitch about it. Do you know it's absurd referring to me as an ugly duckling when you behave more like a female werewolf? I smirk mockingly at her. Don't you dare talk to me like that, you wretch, she says angrily, eyes burning through me with fury. Don't worry, I know we will never get along. I say, matter of fact, faking hurt, but not to worry. I have female werewolves like you back at my pack who are whores, and I don't get along with them because they seem to hate me for no just reason. I say, pouting, enjoying the furious look on her face. I mean, I should get scared and hurt because you don't like me since you are the king's girlfriend, but I just don't give a damn about your feelings towards me. I say, adding flames to her fury. If only looks could kill, I would be rolling in my grave 6 feet under the ground. You bye. She gets cut off by Lawrence. Enough, Kate, you don't talk to her that way, show some esteem, he says, glaring at me. No way will I let him speak to me that way. You are chastising me for this. She disrespected me first, and I won't keep quiet and let her say those things to me, I say, glaring at them both. And to make things clear, respect is attained and not requested, I say, coldly, balling my fist under the table. You will respect me as your king, and you will also respect her. If you don't, you will be punished, he commands angrily. He gripes the table angrily while others watch us quietly. I meet his furious gaze head on, not a bit fazed by his anger since my fury was over the edge. I don't respect nobody and you don't get to speak to me in that manner. I says. We both growl at each other, not breaking the intensity of our anger. Britta squirms in her seat, uncomfortable from the level of dominance in the air. So is everyone. Kate, stop it now. What are you doing talking to the Alpha King that way, says Ma with anger and fear laced in her voice. What do you expect from a girl like her? Britta says, glaring at me. Doesn't she ever keep shut? After that argument we ate in silence, more like intention. Britta kept throwing dirty glances at me throughout the dinner and I ignored her, of course, not wanting to get into more trouble. Now I am right here in my room listening to my speech on reverence. Help me, Moon Goddess, to get out of this alive. Are you paying attention to me, Kate? She asks, angrily glaring at me. I say yes, Ma. But you're not getting my message across. They insulted me first. I can't sit and watch anyone disrespect me. I say, making my point known. No, I don't like being pushed around no matter if he's the Alpha King or not. Is might insist to fight back. I say, trying to make her understand. No, you don't understand what I am saying. I expect you to behave this way, but don't let your pride get the best of you. She says, raising her voice a little. I will behave, but not when someone is trying to bring me down. I won't take nonsense from no one. I say, leaving the comfort of my bed towards the bathroom with her calling after me to not walk away from her. I am not going to apologize to anyone. Oh, Moon Goddess, this my so-called mate is getting on my nerves. Help me not to do something I will be sure to regret later. Chapter 13. Oh, Moon Goddess, I groaned, getting up from the bed, with anger buzzing inside me, making her ugly head known before walking lazily towards the bathroom to carry out my morning routine. Today is not going to be a good day. I can feel it from the anger bubbling inside me. This always happens. Anytime I wake up feeling angry, it means I am a ticking time bomb waiting to explode, annihilating anything you say or do. We get me irritated and irate easily, and the last thing I want right now is to get into more trouble with Ma. I am so certain someone will upset me, and I may end up killing someone today. I put toothpaste on my toothbrush before standing in front of the mirror by the sink. After taking a relaxing shower, I came out brushing my hair with a towel wrapped around me. I changed into black leggings, a gray sweater, black scarf around my neck paired with my red and white sneakers before stepping out of the closet since I don't have training today, according to my yesterday after the argument we had. Quoting her words, no training tomorrow because I and you are going somewhere and don't think you can escape this, as if I even care about having to train today. Just thinking about yesterday increases the hostility I am feeling. Please help me, Moon Goddess, I pray. Closing the room door behind me. If I were to be back in my pack, I would have been locked in my room right now. I have to try my best, Somatos, and find out. I need my freedom today. I make my way into the kitchen, finding the place empty as usual. I serve myself a plate of rice and a glass of water. After eating, I decided to go for a walk in the open field surrounded by houses. I am trying to relieve the rage and the need to hit something so badly by taking a walk, feeling the cool air entering into my lungs, calming my nerves down. I walk, noticing werewolves, pups going about their daily routine. This is a place mainly meant for Lycan and a few werewolves, while the outer depths of Kingdom are meant for other supernatural beings to keep peace and unity. I wonder the number of werewolves population here. Maybe 5,000, just guessing. While walking, I felt someone tug the sleeve of my sweater to get my attention. I looked down to find a cute little girl with black hair put into a high ponytail, chubby cheeks, and cute, adorable eyes. Excuse me, can you get my brother's ball? It up there, she says, pointing toward the forest. What your name, little one? I asked, taking her hands in mine with a soft smile on my lips. My name is Rebecca, she says, grinning widely with her ponytail bouncing as she jumps happily. Mine is Kate. I say sweetly, okay. Come show me where the ball is. I say, letting her lead the way. We got inside the forest where she pointed towards a tree with a ball stuck in one of the branches. How did the ball even get there? Okay, wait here while I get up there, I say, moving towards the tree. I climb up the tree, watching my step. In no time I got the ball from the tree, handling it to her. Here you go, dear, take care of yourself, okay? And be careful not to get the ball stuck again, I advise before placing a kiss on her forehead. She waves me goodbye before running off happily before making my way back towards the mansion. I walk into the movie ring, voice coming from the TV, walking in to find Lawrence and Lillian addressing some pack mates. Here you are. Where have you been? Lillian asks curiously. I roll my eyes at her, exploring why. I ask, ignoring the fact that she just gave me an order. Nothing, just needed your help for something. Why don't we watch a movie? She suggests before walking towards the plasma. What do you say, Lawrence? She asks, glancing at Lawrence with a smirk. Do whatever you like, he says, tapping on his phone. I walk towards the couch, closer to the TV. We sit in the movie room watching a movie before Anderson joins us. Kate, you here? Didn't I ask you to come to see me since we meet to discuss, young lady? Ma says, walking towards me with Elder Matthias and Thomas right behind her. Yes, Ma. I am ready now. Let go, I sigh, not willing to argue with her right now. She took me to a cafe shop not too far from the mansion, refusing to discuss anything with me. Immediately we make ourselves comfortable in a booth in the cafe. We order coffee while she keeps meeting my eyes with a serious look in her eyes. What is it, Ma? You have been giving me the same look for the past 5 minutes already, I say with a scowl on my countenance. I talked with Elder Matthias and Thomas, she says, sipping from her coffee. Oh, that was why I saw you with them. What did you guys talk about? I ask, hitting my nails of the table out of boredom. Kate, I think it's time we join this pack, she says with a hidden smile on her lips. I am not joining this pack. We are leaving this pack, going somewhere not here or my dad's pack. I say, leaving no room for argument. They must be crazy thinking I will join this pack after all the plans and dreams I have for me and Ma. I am not ready to be bonded by the rules or regulations of any pack. I crave freedom, and I don't think I will get that by joining this pack or any other pack. Why not? Everything is going well here. And your mate is here, she questions, looking confused. I say no, and I don't have a mate here, I say, snapping at her. She looks at me with shock evident in her eyes. Here, Jec, she tries saying as her voice cracks with unknown emotions. I cut her off, yes and no, run my hand through my hair. I am not ready to have this conversation right now. Everything is just too complicated. Ma, I am not happy here, I say softly, pleading with her to see reasons with me. She took my hand in hers. Okay, I will give you more time to get used to this place. I sigh, giving up and trying to change her mind. Okay, I will think over this, she replies with a happy smile on her lip. I am also sorry for snapping at you. I am just not feeling myself today. That not good, you can't be here, let go, she says, getting up from her seat in panic. Ma, it's a right. You are here if anything happens. And also they're all going to suspect something if you just lock me in my room, I say, holding her hands. Okay, be careful. But we still have to leave this place now, she says, placing the bill on the table before pulling me up. We make our way towards the door. We also stopped to collect some things from a friend of Elisa before making our way back to the mansion. Reaching the mansion, it was already time for dinner, so we just made our way towards the dining room for dinner. I sat down in my usual seat, which is on the right side of Lawrence and opposite Britta. Alex, were you able to get it from her? Elisa inquires, looking towards Ma. Yes, I gave it to a maid to place it in your room, she explains, while Britta keeps staring at me with disdain clear in her eyes. Can you stop giving me that look of disdain? I say rather calmly, not to cause another showdown. She laughs humorously. You are sure a good actress, hiding your true self under that nonchalant attitude, she says spitefully. What is that supposed to mean? I ask, finding no humor in her statement. She places her cutlery down before locking her hands together on the table with a ferocious look on her face. Kate, why don't you tell us about yourself? Everybody will like to know you better, Britta says, smirking. What? I ask suspiciously. You heard me. Lillian, won't you want to know something about late? She announces, looking at Lillian with a smirk across her lips. After all, she is your friend, so it will be great to know more about her. I would love so much to rip that presumptuous look off her face. Yes, but not when we are having dinner, Lillian says, laughing awkwardly. No, I am really curious to know, she injects, staring at everyone before looking back at me. Kate, why don't you tell us? I am also sure the Alpha King will also love to know what kind of threat you would bring to the kingdom, she urges, grinning before smiling innocently at Lawrence. Britta drops it. Lawrence declares, not paying attention to anything going on. She is up to something, says Tiara. I know, but I have no idea what she is plotting, I say before blocking the link. I meet her gaze with a smirk on my lip. "You can play at this game, okay? My name is Kate David, as you already know," I say before clearing my throat. "My parents are both dead, so I was taken care of by my grandma. That all you should know about me," I say. "But I was thinking your dad is the alpha of Morning Pack, who is still well alive?" asks Jack, looking confused. Before I can answer, Britta beat me to it. "Yes, the alpha is her dad, but she was disowned by him and also by her brother," she says coldly while everyone stared in shock except Ma. "Stop saying hogwash," I say, fighting the impulse to smash her face in. "Why, Kate, does the truth hurt that much?" she asks spitefully. "She murdered her mom, so she was banned from calling herself the LP." She continues before receiving a loudly growl from Lawrence as his murderous starelock with hers. "Britta, put an end to this nonsense or leave this dining room," Lawrence orders with fury in his eyes. "What? I only confess the truth here," she says innocently. "She killed her mother. Why then is she still alive?" "You are despicable," she says, glaring at me with resentment. My vision clouds with red, meaning I am out to end this bitch worthless life. "How dare you to speak about what you know nothing about? You vixen," I say, flashing my claws and canines at her. "If you want to see the end of today, you better keep your mouth shut." My voice sounds different as she creeps to the surface, trying to take control of my body. She flashes her claws and canines, ready for a fight. Before anyone could blink, I pin her against the wall with my hand wrapped around her neck, cutting her lungs from receiving air. My claws dig into her flesh, letting the blood run down her neck. "You forgot to mention one tiny detail," I say, malicious. "I killed my mom and I was just inside her, so it won't hurt me to end your worthless life." Within, I say, holding her neck tightly, gaining satisfaction as she whimpers, clawing at my hand to get much needed air to survive. I lick my canines, seeing blood running down her neck, enticing my taste buds. I growl loudly, going for the kill, but someone throws me away from my prey, making me growl, digging my claw into the arm wrapped around me protectively. I feel heat and waves of spark going through my body from the body holding me tightly. I whine, burying my face into the person's neck, enjoy the spark and the delicious scent coming from the person. "Enough, Kate. You have to calm down," a voice pleads, snapping me out of my dazed state. I need to teach that pesky she-wolf a lesson for humiliating me. I release myself from the person's hold on me before walking towards my prey. The smell of fear and blood draws me nearer. "Okay, Kate, just focus on my voice," a voice says, pulling me back into the delicious scent. I try focusing on the familiar voice. I breathe in, burying my face into the person's neck, savoring comfort and safety. "But leave here," a voice says, pulling me away from the protective hand around me. I growl in protest, clinging more into the person. "Kate, go with your ma, Kale. Let me take care of things here." Lawrence things his, running his hand through my hair. I pull away from him, meeting his intense gaze on me. "Go with her. I promise to come after you when I am done here," he says, kissing my hair softly before placing a kiss on my forehead. I pout reluctantly before pulling away from him, letting Ma out of the room with my gaze still locked on him. She directs me into an empty room before walking out, locking the door behind her. I try going after her, but she locked me in. I growl at the closed door, feeling my anger build up once again before taking it out of the room. Chapter 14, Lawrence POV. My gaze locks with hers as she walks out the door, looking reluctant to leave. I can't get my head over what just happened. She was in an assassin mode, ready to assassinate everything that crosses her path. Unbelievable. I watch as some pack nurse pick Britta, taking her out of the room. Kate did a lot of damage to Britta. I just hope she learns from this experience. I sigh, running my hand through my hair, finding everyone still in shock. "What just happened?" Levi asks, looking mystified. I know not to mess with her from now on, Levi says, sounding amused. "Me to Pa," exclaimed while Alex walks into the room looking tired. "Is she alright?" Mom asks Alex with concern lacing her voice. "Yes, she is, but she needs some rest for about 2 or 3 days," Alex says, sighing tiredly. "Her wolf must be very powerful to react this way," Dad says after a few minutes of silence. "She has no wolf," Alex says, surprising everyone while focusing her gaze on the floor, looking tense. "What?" I ask, bewildered, gaining everyone's attention. "I feel she has a very powerful wolf in my like and feels it too. She's just so dominant to be wolfless." "What do you mean by she doesn't have a wolf?" asked Lillian, looking bewildered. "She has not shifted yet," Alex says, frustration lacing her voice. "So you are saying I am mated to a wolf-less werewolf?" I say, sternly trying to process this new information. "But how?" Anderson asks, ignoring my words. I don't know how she shrugs before focusing her attention on me. Thank you for stopping Kate from doing what she would regret later, I reply with a nod. Please excuse me, I will like to go to bed now, she says, leaving no room for more questions. She glances at Pop, lettingly avoiding every honest confused eyes before leaving. I know there is more to what she is letting out, says Travis suspiciously. I stare at Pop questioningly with a raised eyebrow. I feel so too. But why would she be hiding the truth from us? I question. Pop notices my gaze on him before breaking eye contact, making me more suspicious. I walk out of the room after talking with Dad and Mom, with them trying to make me speak to her after she wakes up. I went to my office to clear up packwork, hoping to clear my thoughts by doing something not related to my mate. I know I promised to go see her after taking care of things, but I don't want to get too attached to her. I wake up to whispers coming from Anderson and Lillian behind my door, deciding on who should wake me up. I don't blame them, because the last time someone woke me up I went alpha mode on everyone. I value my morning sleep but make expectations for morning meetings. Coming, guys. You succeeded in waking me up with all the whispering, I say, getting up from the bed before checking the time on my phone. Why are you doing outside my door this early? I say huskily as they walk in. We just came to inform you on the issue regarding the meeting Elder Matthias attended, Anderson says, holding Lillian's hands tightly like he rather is sun-facing me right now. Okay, meet me in my office 30 minutes from now, I say, getting up from the bed, making my way into the bathroom. Is Kate still unconscious? I ask, cautiously. Yes, we checked on her. Alex says it will take 23 days. Lillian says with a frown. Okay, thanks, I say, going into the bathroom. I do my morning routine before leaving, making it towards my office. I feel like what happened yesterday was my fault. I should have put Britt in her place, not letting her disrespect Kate in that manner. I also feel there is more to the story. How can Kate's father act that way with her? I sigh loudly, entering my office. I am so confused with so many unanswered questions in mind. It irritates me when I feel nothing but helpless. I can't even protect my mate, and it is so damn frustrating. I walk into my office to find Anders already waiting for me. So what were the alpha words? I say, taking a seat opposite him with my hands locked together in front of me, waiting for his reply. He said yes, and he agrees to your requirements. He says, handing the files to me. That good, but did he sign the treaty together with his beta and gamma? I ask, opening the file. This agreement is regarding offering protection to his pack through an alliance. Yes, I made sure of it, he says with a nod of his head. Okay, let's get prepared to send some of our warriors down there, I say, closing the file. We bury our heads into more packworks until just a little while. Okay, that will be all, I say, dismissing Anderson before leaving my office. My Lycan has been restless knowing his mate is unconscious, so I decided to go towards Kate's room instead of trying to put my mind at rest. I doubt it will help. I walk into her room to find her asleep. I make my way towards the bed before taking a seat on the edge of the bed, watching her sleep peacefully. I brush her hair off her face, studying her every feature. I just feel like kissing those pink lips. Vampire dissection. I tried Mason and EY Gwet. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to pose as a low-level witch. Kiss her. Get it together, Lawrence. The mate bond is strengthened with every moment we spend together. I don't think I can stay away from her much longer because it's getting difficult and fighting everything in me from claiming her as mine. I brush my hand into her soft brown hair, placing a tender kiss on her forehead before leaving her room. I need to keep my distance from her. Chapter 15, Unknown POV. We arrived at the Pack Hospital where Elisa was taken into a room to get the pup out. I am currently holding on to Hunter and also trying to get James to calm down. She will be alright, okay? Everything will be fine, I say to James, more to myself than him. My heart keeps beating fast and I can hear it fighting to leave my chest. I am scared for my friend, but I have to hold it in for the sake of her little pup and her dread mate here with me. I gasp in pain, feeling something pulling through my heart slowly while James holds his heart in pain. No, it can't be, I continue saying in disbelief, while holding on to the crying pup in my hand tightly. I felt broken both physically and mentally. The pain I feel in my heart is a mix of emotion, happiness, and sadness. I fall lazily on the bench with tears rolling down my cheeks. I look towards the open door as the Pactor walk toward us. Is she all right? Tell me, Dr. James demanded, sounding wounded. No, we tried, but at the last minute she went into labor and she's taking her last breath now. She would like to see you both now. But doctor, whose name is Ethan, says, leading us into the room of Elisa. Immediately I set my eyes on her. I was broken. She looked so weak. Her eyes were no longer bright and she was looking pale. I rushed to her side, sitting next to her on the bed. She smiled weakly at me. Look at her, isn't she pretty? She says, pointing toward the crib by her bedside. I bring my eyes to the little angel inside the crib. Indeed, she looks like you, I say, smiling. Yes, for real, she looks just like her mom, having amber eyes. Brown hair, so cute and innocent. The doctor says since she was giving birth 2 months early, she would take time developing and also needs to be monitored for any problem that would arise. She explains with a blank look on her countenance. I will be. BBRE. Breathing my last. She says with her voice breaking as sad tears rolled down her cheek. She looked at me with hopeful eyes. Please take care of her. I am naming her Kate Darby David, she says, holding my hands tightly with tears rolling down her cheeks, making me flinch at my middle name. I promise to be there for her and love her like she is mine. I say, but it hurt me more saying these things and knowing I won't be able to keep my promise. Call James for me and Hunter, my son, she says, barely above a whisper. I was too focused on her to notice Jan's absence. I walk outside to find him holding Hunter's little hands while resting lazily by the wall, looking at his feet. James, she will like to see you and Hunter now, I say, gain his attention. I can't, the pain is too much to confront, he says, looking towards me with pain-filled eyes, making him look twice older than his age. She needs you now more than ever, I say, walking towards him. He nods his head in understanding. Taking Hunter from him, we walk into the room. She smiled weakly at her son. Hi, sweetie. I placed Hunter on the bed beside her. Mom, what's wrong? He asks, looking into his mother's eyes, confused. I worry for this little boy losing his mother at this young age. I can't bring myself to look into his eyes anymore. Son, look, son, look. Here is your sister, Kate, she says, smiling. He raises his head, looking into the crib. My sister. Dad, see, I have a baby sister, he says, grinning widely at the cute baby. Elisa, my love, it is because of this cursed child I am about to lose you. I can't tolerate seeing this pup, he says, looking at the baby with hatred. No, James, this pup is blessed for something great. I can feel it. She's meant to see the world, she says, trying to reason with him. We tried removing her, but here she is. Tears were now rolling down my eyes, just looking at how vulnerable my best friend is. James, please accept her. She needs your love, not hated. Please be with her as she takes every step of her life. Please be both a father and a mother to our pups, she says, coughing. I rush to her side, holding her hand in mine. It's time for me to live. Please watch over my baby girl. Tell her stories about me, she says. She looks into my eyes pleadingly before staring into Jane's eyes longingly with pain. I will always love you. Don't let the pain of losing me turn your heart dark and filled with hate towards my innocent baby girl, she pleads with a sad smile on her lip. I love you so much, James says, refusing to meet her eyes. Hunter, you have to be a big brother to your sister, okay? She says, smiling, running her hands through his hair. Yes, Mom. No one would come close to her, he says, hitting his chest, making Elisa laugh weakly. Are you leaving me? He asks, laying his head on her chest, glimmer of tears in his eyes. Yes, but I will always be here when you need me, she says, touching his chest. Mom, please don't leave me, he says, crying into her chest. I don't want you to leave me and Daddy. Sweetheart, Mama is not going anywhere. She will be here with you even though you can't see her, I say, patting his back as he cries. Your baby sister needs a big brother, so don't crying or she will start crying too, she says, playing with the pup's hand in the crib. Okay, he says, sniffing. She looked at the pup with tears clouding her eyes. Please don't let her lose this innocent look in her eyes, she says, sighing heavily. She rests her head on the bed, breathing heavily. Elisa, I say, in a panic. She smiled weakly, looking into space. A life for a life. Thank you, Moon Goddess, for this privilege, she says, taking a deep breath before closing her eyes, taking her last breath, leaving this world. My friend was gone forever. I wrenched in pain, sobbing. I can't believe Elisa was gone. I cried not for my dead friend, but this little pup's now without a mother. Why, Moon Goddess, why, I ask you? I was snapped from my thought by a painful howl from James. I understand him losing his mate is the most painful experience ever. It was then followed by an angry growl. He walked out of the hospital with me following behind along with Crime Hunter by my side. He stopped at the center of the field. Listen, your Luna is dead and was killed by the cause child growing in her. The child survived, but my order is no one should ever call her my child. Anyone who disobeys this order will be punished, he orders in his alpha tone, making everyone bows in submission and confusion, but no one dares object. He walks back into the pack house with Hunter beside him crying while holding his hand tightly. I walk back into the hospital taking the baby from the crib before locking my eyes with the lifeless body of my best friend, but the last time before leaving to the pack house to have a serious talk with James. I enter into his office to find him looking through the window at the forest outside with a blank face. What do you want, and get that child away from me, he says, growling at me. I came to ask you why you did that after what Elisa told you. I say, sounding harsh. I never told her I will accept this pup. He says without looking my way. But she is your pup. He cut me off before I could continue. She not my pup, and please get out of my office before I do something I will regret. He says coldly. I walk out of his office with the baby wailing in my hands. I don't know what else to do. Where to go, but my legs led me to a small house far from the pack house. I knock on the door. I don't know what I am doing here. Before I could turn back, the doors was opened by a beautiful lady with beautiful green eyes. Her brown hair tied into a bun. Come in and take a seat, she says, snapping me out of my trance. I walked into the house. It looks better inside than the outside, with a small room having 2 couches with a TV attached to the wall, and by the right the kitchen and stairs leading up. My name is Alex Kara, and the baby must be the dead Luna pup, she says, pointing to the baby in my hands. Yes, her name is Kate Darby David. I will like to give her to you. Please help me take care of her, I say with pleading eyes. I don't know what made me want to hand over this pup. Maybe it, because I am so confused about what to do, so giving up this pup to a stranger is my only option. No problem, it will be my pleasure to take care of this pup, she says, taking Kate from me. Thank you very much. Where is your mate? I hope you won't mind, I ask, looking around. No, I haven't found my mate yet, she says, walking up the stairs. I followed behind her. Okay, was all I could say. We chatted for a while. She places Kate in one of the rooms, hoping to buy a baby crib and other things later. After making sure everything was okay, I left her house, going back to the pack house. I am still confused about what I just did, but maybe it is for the best because I can't keep her with me. I promise to come back for her when I am ready. I make my way into Jane's office. I am leaving from here. I say, not meeting his gaze on me. I left Kate with Alex Kara. She lives close by the forest ring. I am hoping one day you would accept her as your daughter, I say, walking out of his office without giving him time to reply. I don't know where to go, but I need to leave, to forget the pain eating its way into my whole being. I made the short walk to my house. I pack my things in haste, not to alert my parents or anybody. I load my things into my car, staring at the house, which holds so many memories, with a heart filled with sadness. I hope you forgive me for this, I say before getting into the car and then driving off. Elisa, I know I am a coward for running away, but I can't just bear this pain of losing you. I need to clear my head and forget about everything. Please forgive me. I drive past the border, feeling my link with the pack brake. Tears cloud my eyes, rolling down my cheek, making it difficult to see and to breathe. Chapter 16. Kate POV. I wake up with a headache after I almost ended someone's life. My body feels like it ran through hard walls. I groan getting up from the bed. I look around, seeing everywhere neat. It must be Ma who brought me back to my room. I glance at the clock on my nightstand. It reads noon. I must have been sleeping for 3 days now, because it usually takes that long for me to recover my strength. I walk lazily into the bathroom. I need to take a bath because I stink. I do my morning routine, brush my hair, tied it into a ponytail. I wrap a towel around my body before walking into the walk-in closet, changing into matching dunnies with blue net ripped jeans and a green crop top paired with a camouflage green jacket. Satisfied with my look, I walk out of the room towards the kitchen to feed my raging stomach. After eating, I cleaned up my mess before waking towards the movie room in search of everyone. I check everywhere, not everywhere since it is a mansion, but I check every room I know I could find them, but I could not find anyone. Getting tired of the search, I make my way towards the front doors. Hey, I say, gaining the attention of a pack member going towards the door leading outside. Yes, you need anything, she asks with a fake smile. Where is everyone? I ask with a frown. Oh, everyone is at the field. Today is a training day according to the Alpha King, she says. Looking at this girl, she must be in her 20s, having blonde hair, blue eyes, and average in height. Thanks, I say before making my way towards the field. I have been there before, since this is the place I saw Rebecca, that little cute girl. Reaching there, it was surrounded by pack members, some fighting, cheering, and while some chatting, not even paying attention to what's going on. I look around looking for my grandma until I saw her laughing with Elisa, Thomas, and Elder Matthias. Deciding to let them know I am here, I made my way towards them across the field. Hi, Kate. I hope you are okay now. Elisa inquiries. Immediately I stand before them. Yes, and I am so very sorry for what happened the other day. I say, feeling guilty for what I did. Who am I kidding? I spoiled their dinner and turned into an angry, starving blood monster. No problem, dear. Lillian is over there in case you're wondering where she is, she says, pointing towards Lillian, who is talking with Jack, Becca, Anderson a few feet away from us. I reply with a smile before waving them goodbye. Instead of making my way towards Lillian, I walk towards the people fighting, not really in the mood to chat right now. I need to work my muscles after being unconscious for 3 days. I need to kick some asses. Hey baby, what are you doing here? Are you here to cheer us on? A guy with blonde hair and a bit of brown at the tip says with a stupid smirk playing on his lips. No darling, I came here to play. I say with a smirk. I have many places you can play with, he says, resting his hands on my shoulder. I shake his hand off angrily. I meant I came here for a challenge, but I can beat your ass without any assistance, which would teach you a lesson on respect, I say smugly with a smirk. But these assholes are taking me to be a jester. They won't be thinking that very soon. How about if I show you how not to underestimate anyone by challenging you to a fight? I say, glaring at him. Sweetheart, I won't like to injure your pretty face, he says with fake concern, so go to your friends and gossip because we are all busy, you arrogant prick. I can't wait to remove that smirk off your face, I say, angrily dragging him into the fighting circle. I will very much enjoy teaching him how to respect a lady. It is not too late to back down, he says. Immediately I release my hold on him. Oh, trust me, I won't, I say, stretching my hands and legs. Okay, let's fight, he says while a man walks in between us. Is this a friendly fight or show of dominance? He asks both of us. Friendly, I reply. Okay. You know the rules. We both nod. You may begin, he says, leaving the circle. I felt someone's eye boring through me intensely. I turn to find Lawrence staring at me with an unreadable expression. I pull off my jack, handling it over to a guy standing outside the circle before averting my eyes towards my opponent standing defensively while waiting for his attack. Like I expected, he attacked first, but I was able to block his punches, throwing my own, hitting him on the face before he could deliver another punchile and a kick to his stomach, making him fall back. I took this opportunity to hold him by the neck. He pushes me off, making me land on my back. I got up quickly before he could take advantage. We circled each other once again. He has strength, but he needs more work on his speed. I can use that against him, together with his lazy and boring attitude towards this fight. I smirk heavily as he tries to kick me off the ground, leaving his chest unguarded. I move to the side, dodging his attack before landing a blow on his chest. Not letting the pain subside, I round his neck, pinning him down. He tried pushing me off, but I refused to budge. After a few more minutes he tried to release my hold on him. As he finally gives up, signing his defeat, I give up, he says to the man in charge of the fights. The girl wins, he announces. I got off him, helping him up. You good? I can't believe you won, he says, grinning. For a guy who just lost to a girl. You should. My name is Kate, by the way, I say, leaving the fighting circle with him behind me. I took my jacket from the guy holding it with a thank you before placing it over my shoulder. Mine is Jason, but I haven't seen you here before, he says, studying my countenance. I just moved here from another pack. Okay. What if we talk more like a friendly date? He says nervously. Yes, why not? I could try this, even though I will dump him very soon. No offense, I'd do friends. Okay. See you tomorrow at 200. he says, waving me goodbye as he runs back to his group of friends who also look shocked and impressed. I was about to make my way towards an amused Lillian before I was pulled back into a hand tree, or rather Summon's chest. I turned to find no other werewolf, or rather lichen, but Lawrence with a hard stare. I feel the spark flying everywhere. I still feel embarrassed over the way I acted with him during my fight with Britta. I hope Britta is getting better. What do you need, Lawrence? I ask, sighing tiredly, not really in the mood for his tantrum. What are you wearing? He asks, running his eyes over my outfit choice before growling while staring at my exposed waist. Clothes, I say in a tone, giving him a look of, are you serious right now? I study his appearance. He is dressed in sweatpants and his bare chest open for everyone to see. Oh, his chest is so muscular I can just run my hand over it to feel every muscle. What's wrong with me? I blame it on the mate bond. I challenge you to a fight, I say before I could process my words. I clap my hand over my mouth in surprise. Snap out of it, Kate. What a good way to embarrass yourself. He laughs mockingly. I glare intensely at him, feeling insulted. Does he think I can't beat his ass? Okay, let's see what you can do, he says, walking towards the fighting circle. I gape in shock just as everyone immediately steps into the fighting circle with him. The man in supervision signals for the fight to begin. We circle each other before I throw a punch and another, with him blocking them effortlessly. Now everyone's attention is on us watching the fight going on. You should submit now, he says with a smirk, but I refuse. Even when he is now trying to cut the air from getting into my lungs, you wish I'd kick him on his chest, making him lose his grip on my neck. He tries to pin me down again, but I landed a blow to his stomach, making him fall back. I have bruises on my arm, which I know will heal soon. I jump on him, straddling him, but he switches our position within a blink of an eye. He once again holds my neck. Submit, Kate, he orders. I try moving his hand, which was a wrong move because he moves my right hand, gripping my hand behind my back. I hear a crack as pain rushed through my right hand, meaning he twisted it too hard. I hiss from the pain, biting my lip, holding the scream, forcing it to come out. Hearing this, he let go. I took this time in attacking him with kicks. Because my right hand is already broken, I have to use my leg and also try as much as possible to protect my right hand from his attack. He pushes forward, taking my legs, making me fall on the ground with my broken hand hitting the floor. But again I refuse to shout. He took this to his advantage, getting on top of me, then holding my neck for me to submit. I finally submitted, not being able to bear the pain any longer. At least I put up a good fight. Grandma runs towards me after the announcer says the name of the winner. Are you okay, Kate? I nod because I could not make any sound from the pain in my hand, but I don't need her to worry. I bit back the tries, threatening to come down by biting down my lower lip. Kate, are you crazy? Lillian says dramatically. She tried helping me stand but pulled my broken hand, making me flinch away. She let go, noticing my pain. Are you okay? She questioned in worry. Yes, don't worry, just a broken hand. I pull myself up with her help before walking out of the circle, holding my right hand close to my chest, ignoring the stares I am receiving from my heroic actions, sarcastically speaking. Before I could get any further from the crowd, I felt my feet leaving the ground as Lawrence carries me bridal style. What are you doing? Drop me down, I demand him to put me down. I am taking you to the pack doctor to treat your injured hand, he says sternly. I have this urge to slap him so badly. He is always putting up an act like he cares, but I choose to keep quiet, letting him take me to the pack doctor. Hey, friends. The plot of this story is super captivating. Kate, the female lead, she's in a really tough spot. She's being targeted by Britta, and during the fight, she's in so much pain. But here's the thing. Lawrence, the Alpha King, is showing some concern for her. But at the same time, is also keeping her at a distance. Why is he so ambiguous in his attitude? What's the real reason behind Kate's weakness during the full moon? Let's get into the story and find out. Chapter 17, Kate POV. I struggle to open my eyes, feeling numb and disoriented. Finally, my eyelids comply, and I find myself in a stark white room. The space is sparsely furnished with only a bed, a solitary stool beside it, and various medical monitors. It dawns on me that I must be in the pack hospital. Frowning, I glance down at my hand, which is wrapped in a bandage, as I attempt to sit up on the uncomfortably soft bed. My fingers fumble with the dressing, before I can make much progress. Lillian strides into the room with Levi following close behind. "How are you doing?" Levi asks, his friendly demeanor evident in the bright smile he offers as he approaches my bedside. "Fine. Just need to remove this," I reply, gesturing towards my bandaged hand. Levi reaches out to help me, his caring nature showing through as he gently begins unwrapping the bandage. Meanwhile, Lillian, ever assertive, announces, "We'll be going out shopping and later to a club. And Yuri coming." No excuses. Her tone leaves no room for argument, knowing it's futile to resist Lillian's bossy nature. I reluctantly agree. "Okay, fine. What time?" I inquire, already dreading the social outing. As Levi finishes removing the bandage from my right hand, I let out a resigned sigh. "Lillian? Lily?" ignoring my question entirely, declares, "Now go get ready and wear something sexy." With that, she turns on her heel and leaves, pulling Levi along with her. I roll my eyes, silently pleading, "Help me, moon goddess, to survive this torture." Reluctantly, I make my way towards the mansion, my feet dragging with each step. Once inside, I trudge into the walk-in closet, my reluctance to socialize evident every movement. After a moment of deliberation, I settle on a pair of black boyfriend jeans and a simple black t-shirt, hoping the understated outfit might help me blend into the background during our outing. I met Becca and Lillian outside the mansion. "Ready, let go, says Lillian getting into her car. In no time we arrived at the mall. Lillian and Becca brought so much, with Becca asking me to try different clothes. "Are we done yet? Because my legs are killing me right now." I say loud, "Yes, we are," Becca says grinning. "Let go get ready for the party," Lillian says happily. "Oh, remind me. I just want to rest my legs right now and get away from these crazy girls." "Becca, you will dress up at the mansion and Kate. I am going to do your makeup, no argument," she says going towards the car. "Is she always this bossy?" I ask Becca. "Yeah. She's the boss of my life," Becca says, sighing dramatically. Picture of Kate and Lillian dress. Kate with the black dress and Lillian with the black and white. Lillian drove us to a club filled with humans, smoke, sweat, and alcohol, which irritates me a lot. I have never been to a club once, and from this loud music I know this will be my last time here. "Kate, what will you like to drink?" Becca yells of a loud, deafening music. "Anything," I say, looking nauseate seeing girls making a mess out of themselves and boys having a good time helping them. "To that I will like to go now, if you ask me," I mumble to myself. "Okay, come with me. Lillian is getting us drinks over at the bar," she says, dragging me through the crowd towards Lillian at the bar. "Kate, try this," Lillian yells, pushing a drink into my hand. I took the drink from her, taking a sip, feeling the hotness of the drink burn down my throat. These girls will surely kill me before I make it out of this place. "Let dance," Becca yells, swinging her hip to the music. "No, I will wait for you guys here," I say, shaking my head. I watch Lillian and Becca make their way towards the dance floor, picking a random guy to dance with. "Hi, beautiful, why are you sitting here all alone?" I look towards the voice, my eyes lock with blue eyes of a boy with blonde hair and a fine jawline. "Is that supposed to sweep me off my feet because it's working?" I say sarcastically. "Come on, that was my best line," he says, acting hurt. "Then you have more work to do keeping that charm of yours," I say, taking a sip from my drink, welcoming the hotness. He laughs slightly. "Well, I am Ethan and you are," he says, bringing his hand for a handshake. "Kate?" I say, shaking his hand. "So are you here alone?" he inquires, cautiously, taking a sit on the bar stool closer to me. "No, I came with my friends, they over there dancing," I say, glancing towards where Lillian and Becca were dancing. "Will you like to dance?" he asked politely. "No, I will rather be right here," I say, taking another sip from my drink. "You came with someone," I ask. I came with a friend. I just arrived in this pack. He says, sniffing the air. So he's a werewolf, how come I didn't even notice that? Must be the strong smell of alcohol and sweaty bodies. Do you smell that? He says, sniffing the air. Yeah, if you are talking about the smell of sweat, I shrug. It smells like vanilla and chocolate. He says, sniffing the air deeply, making me stare at him strangely. Is he high on something? Hey Kate, you me? Becca says, walking towards me, but she stops to stare at Ethan intensely. Mate, they both mumble. And immediately pulls her into a hug, nesting his head in her neck, breathing in her scent. I am so happy for you. Lillian says, grinning widely, so what your name, hotcake? He pulls Becca towards him, wrapping his hand around her waist, possessive like Ethan, and you must be King Lauren's sister. I am Alpha Jason's son who came here for training, he says, winking at Becca, who is as red as a tomato. Yes, I see you already met Kate. Lillian says, smiling widely. So what you name? Yes, Visica. Becca. She says shyly. It's weird seeing Becca get shy because she never blushes or gets shy, according to Lillian. Can we get to know each other properly? He says, smiling lovingly at her. She looks at me and Lillian warily asking for consent. I just nod while Lillian gave her thumbs up. Yes, we can, she says, smiling. Becca left with Ethan while I and Lily and decided to return to the mansion because I declined to spend any more time in that disgusting club. I am so happy for Becca. Me too. I just wish our mate could treat us that way. I say sadly. What's wrong with me now? I am feeling depressed. Get it together, Kate. This mate bond is playing with my feelings, I sigh, staring through the open window of the car. Chapter 18. It has been 3 weeks since I have been in this pack, with me being ignored and treated like trash by Lawrence and Britta. But it's okay, at least I am being treated well by the rest of the royals. It's been lovely. I am more close to Lillian and Becca now, but that doesn't mean I am more open to them now, but I am trying to be more relaxed and give them a chance. Becca and Ethan are getting closer. They can't even stay 5 minutes away from each other, with love growing immensely between them. I can't help but wish I had that kind of love from my mate, but once again I was meant to be loved. That was my curse I have learned to live with all my life. I don't know what is happening but can't sleep or eat properly. Must be the mate pull because we refuse to accept it, but I will go through this with a strong mind, fighting it when needed. Come to think of it, I was supposed to have experienced heat by now. But I am not complaining, it's for the best, I think. Kate, you look pale. What's wrong? Asked Becca, sitting on the couch in the movie room. I have been feeling sick and burning hot. I know why, it is because the full moon is approaching very soon. During the full moon I get weak and sometimes sick, but I survive anyway. The moon goddess keeps testing me mentally and both physically. Nothing, just tried, not completely a lie. I'm tired. I hate feeling this way and it drives me crazy. Okay, she says, sounding worried before smiling. Lillian, you should have seen Britta's face after Kate told her off. She says between laughs. You don't mean it. What did Kate do again? Lillian asks, and I give her a playful glare. She told her she was cut off by Britta. Oh, I see you three are here talking about me. Wow, I never thought I was all you think about. Britta says, smirking. If that includes my daily plan on how to annihilate you. Lillian says with a smirk of her own. Lillian was finally able to express her hatred for Britta without holding back. I am so proud of her. Britta coughs, walking away looking ready to murder anyone if that anyone is Becca. Lillian? And me. That was so amusing, girl. Becca says, give Lillian a high handshake. Hey girl, stop, but she is just being herself. I say weakly. Are you sure you alright? Girl, girl. You sound very shaky. Lillian inquire worriedly. I am fine, you don't have to worry. I say, coughing. You know what, Kate, you have to rest now, Becca suggests. Okay. I am going to rest. Not because you say so, but because I need to. I say while leaving them. I walk into my room at a slow pace, falling flat on my bed before drifting immediately into dreamland. I wake up to someone shaking me awake. Kate, I know you are tired, but you have to wake up or Lawrence will be angry you didn't come for dinner. Lillian says, sounding frustrated. Like I care if he gets furious, but I am really hungry and with this pain I am feeling right now in my head. I need food. I am up now, you can stop yelling. I say, holding my head with my hands feeling like it falling off. Better be. Go get ready, she says, helping me up. I went into my bathroom to shower, wrapping a towel around myself before walking to find Lily unplacing a black-cropped and ashened black skirt on my bed. What are you holding there? I asked, glancing at the clothes on the bed. This is what you are going to wear. It will look good on you, she says proudly. You not serious, right? I can't wear that, I say, walking towards my closet. Kate, don't you walk away from me, she says, throwing daggers at me. Lillian, you should know by now I hate being ordered around, I say harshly. She should know I hate being ordered. It is like a stab to my ego. Okay, please wear this. It will make me very happy, she says with pleading eyes. Okay, give it to me, I say with a sigh while she grins triumphantly. After I get dressed, we make our way towards the dining room, if dragging my legs classified as a promenade. We entered the dining room with everyone present, including Britta the slut. You guys are late, Lawrence says without sparing a glance our way. We choose to ignore him, taking our seat. I reached for the glass of water on the table with shaking hands, feeling the need to wet my dry throat with liquid. Are you all right? Ma interrogates, helping me get the glass of water. Yes, I say, gulping down the water into my dried throat. The rest of the dinner. I can't say it went well or bad, because throughout the dinner Lawrence didn't spare me a glance, but I get the death stare from someone called Britta. At least it was something. Kate, what's wrong with you? You look sick. There are bags under your eyes. You don't eat properly anymore for a person who loves eating. Ma says, frustrated. She has been trying to get me to talk to her ever since we came out of the dining room. She continued when I didn't reply, talk to me, Kate. I am always here for you, she says softly. Ma, the full moon is coming. That the reason I am weak, it will pass after the full moon. I say, it is partly the truth. You have to be careful, Kate. This is the most vulnerable state you are in now, she says, pleading. I will be careful, I say, hugging her. I need this hug right now because I feel like I need a wake-up call from my dazed state. We were disturbed by someone giggling. I know that voice. Britta, I hope she didn't hear a thing. I know you were strange from the moment I saw you, she says, walking towards us, making my fear come true but getting weak during a full moon. That very good for me, right? I stand stiff, not knowing how to reply. What going through her mind won't be good. I am in for a big ride. Chapter 19. I have been trying to avoid Britta after the incident of that day. Only the moon goddess knows what she is plotting now. Kate, are you avoiding me? Oh, moon goddess, I hope that not Britta, since my senses have dulled. I can't tell who is who through scent. I slowly turn around. Oh, Lily, and what are you doing here? I asked, letting go of the breath I have been holding. Did I also mention I have also been avoiding everyone? Yep. My new mission is to make sure no one sees me like this. What a stupid question. What will she be doing here, for crying out loud? This is her home. I can't believe I am so scared of Britta. Sorry, I meant to say, how are you doing? I ask, laughing nervously. Are you okay? She asked, staring at me suspiciously. Yes, why would you think I am not okay? I look fine, right? You must be seeing wrong, because I am fine. Look at me, I am perfectly fine. Don't worry about me. You are very funny. Why will you think that? I say in one breath. Kate, she yells, getting my attention. What? I say, breathing heavily. You kept ranting. I was just asking because you look sick and kind of scared. If I didn't know you better, I would think you are hiding something, life. She says, giving me a look. Damn it. I need to put my mind together, sorry. I am just tired after training this morning. I lied, thinking of ways to escape this situation. No worries, I was looking for you because we are going to that guy's home. She says she needs our help on something. She says, walking past me. Where are you girls going? Comes the annoying voice of no one other than Lawrence. As you can see, your highness, we are on our way to see Becca. I saw mockingly, trying to act strong and unfazed. Okay, you can go, but be back later in the afternoon for the training today, he says, walking away, maybe to his office. I don't care. What an obscene asshole, I say, glaring at his back while Lily unchuckles. We arrived at Becca's home, or you can say Ethan and Becca's home, because here more than he lives at the mansion. I knock on the door until we heard footsteps coming towards the door. Ethan opens the door standing in all his handsome glory with only his sweatpants hugging loosely on his waist. Look at those abs, I could run my hand through them all day. Lillian says, licking her lips to get Becca jealous and from inside. Get your eyes off my mate, Lillian. She says angrily. Chill girl, I was only joking. You don't have to be jealous, I have Anderson, remember. Lillian says, laughing. I love when you get all possessive. And says, kissing Becca on the lips, making me look anywhere but them. So Ethan, no training today? I ask, sitting on the couch with Lillian. The house has a welcoming feeling with a TV, couch, and beautiful design and painted with bright colors. I have known Becca for her creative skills. No, because there would be a fighting defense later this afternoon. He says, bringing Becca to sit on his lap. Fighting defense, never heard of that. It's an event. When you are allowed to fight against any werewolf. Expect the Alpha King, Luna Queen, Royal Beta, and Royal Gamma. Becca says casually. I reply with a nod. Why are we here? I question suspiciously. But last time Becca called us like this was to tell us to pick a dress for her date with Ethan, so I am guessing this involves Ethan. Let go to my room, I will tell the reason why. She says nervously. We got to her room, which is colorfully decorated as the living room. So what is it, Becca? You look nervous. Lillian says, sitting on her bed. You see, girls, tomorrow is my first heat. Because we have yet to complete the mate bond, I don't know what to do. She says, fiddling with the hem of her dress. Are you ready to complete it or not? I asked. I don't know. I am confused. You know as you know. I think I love him, but I don't know if he is ready yet. She says, looking scared and confused. He loves you, I can see it in his eyes. You are his mate. His other half, don't be scared. Just tell him if you are ready, that all, Lillian says, trying to calm her down. Can I ask you this question, Lillian? She says, taking a breath. Yeah, sure. How does the heat feel? Does it hurt? She asks, feeling scared. Yes, it hurts badly. It's like you are dying, she explains. During my first heat, Anderson went out for a pack meeting. How did you cope? Because from what we were taught, it attracts a male who is not mated yet towards you, Becca asks. Yes, my mom helped in locking me in my room, and it's also my fault Anderson was not there because I refused to tell him, thinking I could survive it. But he later came and we had our first time. Lillian says, blushing. Why didn't you tell me about this? Becca questions, glaring playfully at Lillian. It slipped my mind. So Kate, have you experienced your heat yet? Lillian asks, shifting the attention towards me. Not yet. I say awkwardly, let go, it's almost time for the fighting defense. I say, leaving Becca's room, avoiding the question. Kate, you can't avoid this forever. Becca says, following me down the stairs. I hope I can, I mumble to myself. We get down to see Ethan already dressed to leave with a white tee, shirt and black jeans, and his hair wet from his shower. Are you girls ready to go? He asked, walking towards us. Yes, Becca says, hugging him sideways. We arrived at the open field to find a place filled with women, men, and children running around shouting and playing. Kate, comes the high-pitched voice of Britta. After trying to avoid her all day, here she is standing in front of me. What do you need, Britta? I ask, trying to sound as calm as possible. She walks toward me until her mouth was close enough to my ear. Watch you back, Kate, you won't know what strikes you, she says softly in my ear. She walks away, smiling heavily at me. What was that? Becca asks skeptically. Nothing, just one of her dry gags. I hope, I mumbled the last part myself. She looks at me for a few seconds before walking away to join Lillian and Anderson. Everyone, the fight is about to start, so all fighters come down here to write your names and opponent names and we can start. Announced Laurent in his Alpha King voice. People walk down to write their names. I love to fight, but I am too weak to fight right now, knowing I will just end up fooling myself. How are you doing, Kate? Ma asks, looking for any injuries on me. I am okay, Ma. You don't have to worry, I say. Just be careful of that, Britta girl. She says. Yee, I was cut off by a sharp pain on my midsection, aching me hiss in pain. Ma notice and look at me warily. You okay, dear? Yes. I hiss again as the pain gets worse. You can go rest, I will take permission for you to leave. She says, reasoning with me. I look around, seeing the fighters have started getting ready. No, I prefer sitting on that bench over there, I say, pointing towards a bench at the end on the field where people were seated to watch the fight unfold. I walk slowly with the help of Ma towards the bench. I kept turning, trying to reduce the immense pain I am feeling, but it kept getting worse. I will be back, okay? Matthias asks he to get something for him. You have to stay here, she says, pleading while looking at her phone as a message pops up. She always with Matthias, it is a good thing. She needs love in her life, even though there aren't mate, but I still wish they were. I just nod my head in reply. I could not concentrate on anything, only on the pain that refuses to go. I don't know how long I stayed like this, but I heard my name been announced by Jack. Next fight is between Britt and Kate. So can the fighters come up here? I was beyond shock. How can she do this to me, put a fight between us when she knows I am too weak to defend myself? This so like her. Kate, your fight is starting now, Jack yelled at me with confusion in his eyes. I tried my best to walk into the fighting circle. An evil smile appears on Britta's face and joy in my predicament. I will make you submit to me and show everybody here how I am better than you, she says, smirking. I will never submit to you, I say with determination, meaning every word of it, because I will never let her put me down, not even at my weakest. Trust me, you will, she says, smiling. Okay, let the fight begin, Jack announces. I glanced towards Lawrence, seeing him already staring at me. I looked into his eyes, begging for him to end this fight, for him to see I am too weak to do this, but he just gave me a blank stare and looked away. The pain returned, but this time more painfully. Before I could steady myself, Britt attacked me, knocking me, making me stumble backward. She jumps on me, punching me all over my face. I know this will leave a lot of bruises because I am too weak to heal faster. She kept punching, ticking, and almost removing my hair off my head. Submit, you slut, she yells in my face. I laughed humorously, spitting at blood from my mouth. You are the slutty her, Britta. Don't worry, I am not trying to take your position away, say, pushing her off me. She growls, slapping me across my cheek. And I am telling you, it stings so bad I felt like crying out loud. The fight continued with her keep telling me to submit. Can't she get it that I will never submit to her? King Lawrence, stop this fight, please, cried the voice of my grandma. What is she doing? I can Talix until one submit, he says coldly. Can't you see she is too weak to defend herself? She not even healing properly as she should. You can ask Lillian here, she says, holding Lillian's hand for her to say something. She right, Lawrence, she has been sick for 3 days now, me, and Becca has tried to get her to go see the pack doctor, but she refuses, and this is the reason Britta took that opportunity to set a fight between them, she says, glaring at Britta with disdain. Don't listen to her. She's just trying to save Kate from losing, she says, angrily, letting me get air through my lungs. He stares silently at the scene in front of him with a thoughtful look. Okay, this fight is moved until Kate is in the position to fight, he says, while Britta walked away angrily, but not after kicking me on my stomach. I was so relieved. Lawrence dismisses everyone to their various homes, leaving the royals. We need to get you to the pack doctor immediately. You are losing a lot of blood, Lillian says, rushing towards me with tears in her eyes. I pushed myself up, bearing the pain and doing so. Okay, let G. I was cut off by the pain in my midsection. I fell screaming, it hurts badly. I screamed again, please make it stop, I plead, fighting the tears. What's wrong? Lawrence asks, looking at me with concern. I screamed, trying to get up, but could not because of the pain. I never experienced pain like this before. Molly says every full moon my wolf goes to meet with the moon goddess. This is a sign she left, but it never hurt this way. Chapter 20, Unknown POV. I watch her from afar, everything she did. How she learned to hold the tears back, hold the smiles and laugh back. How she learned there is no love for her in this world, but she was so wrong because there was so much love waiting for her only if she could look past the pain. She looked strong, cold, and without emotions, because she believes showing emotions shows weaknesses. She is tired of all the drama, hate, tired of not being good enough, tired of being blamed for what she knows nothing about, tried for being punished, and left alone to bear the heartbreak, but she refuses to look dramatic, weak, and attention-seeking. She refuses to let them see her cry, only to be known as a girl without a heart. She locks it deep down, acts like she is used to the pain, but cries silently so everyone thinks she gives no shit about what they do to her. She keeps telling herself and everyone she has no problems and she has learned to accept her fate because it was a curse given to her by the moon goddess herself. But all she wants is love. But I am still to be blamed for the pain she keeps inside. The pain that haunts her dreams, that gives her nightmares. The pain eating her slowly, and making her numb to anything and everything. I left forgetting the little girl without anyone but a stranger to care for her. I left thinking of my breaking heart but forgetting the little pup who needs me more. I was too selfish to understand the promise I made building hatred between two innocent wolves. I refused to learn the hidden truth about the pup who killed her mother to live, but it might be too late to find out the truth. I spent time nursing my broken heart, leaving the most important things of all, not caring to look back just for once. I left without looking back because I was too weak to care. Maybe she was right, building walls can make you avoid the pain coming but can never hide the heartbreak. Because I left without making a promise of coming back, she lost her soul. She lost her heart to the darkness in her. She lost her will and she lost her joy. But once again I never hurt her because I left her with her guardian to take care of her, to love her, and to be her strength when needed. She feels all alone even though she has someone protecting her because, as they say, a mother's love is the greatest. She keeps avoiding love because she has so much pain in her to ever love or believe in love. She was meant to feel pain at what cost? To save these heartless werewolves and other supernatural beings. She lives a life of lies, believing it the truth. She doesn't know how much strength and power she has, all because she believes in the weaker side of her. She sees herself as a monster ready to kill at any given time, ready to attack and destroy. She sees herself as unfortunate and cursed for the sins she never committed, or rather committed. She has learned to accept anything that comes her way, even bad and good, as her share of the sins and innocent she killed. But she has never been told pain gives strength, but has always believed weakness gives pain. I spent my time healing my broken heart and now spending my time learning to heal her broken heart, which is not mine to heal. She was made to kill her mother during birth to make the saying, the death of the mother gives strength to the chosen female pup. Life has to end for life to begin. I never understood what Elisa meant until now. She is the chosen female pup the legend talks of. The chosen female pup is meant to kill her mother and trained by her guardian. She was meant to feel immense pain. No being is ever out to feel and also grow in strength. The chosen female pup is meant to meet the chosen male pup immediately after her 18th birthday. The male will grow in immense strength and be kept under the guidance of his guardian. They will meet and will not fall in love at first sight, but rather have hatred for each other. Only the mate pull of their lichen will bring them together. A pull that either brings love or pain. A pull that brings forth the greatest love ever known or the most heartbroken story told. Together they will fight the upcoming battle, putting an end to the endless war. But the legend never spoke of the chosen male being the Alpha King. It keeps me in doubt of the knowledge I acquired over the years. But once again we have never been told of the legend of chosen lichens because it was a secret to be uncovered by the bookkeeper. I can only hope in the direction given by the moon goddess to me. Madam, we got information that Kate is losing her strength and the full moon is tomorrow, says one of my men called London. Okay. London, you may leave, I say as I dismiss him. Once again I ask myself, at what cost does she has to feel this pain? Pain that draws her to the darkest part of her, a place of no return. She is scaredest, which may turn off somewhere, and all she is left with is the darkness of her mind. But each time it seems like she sinks deeper and deeper. She is scared, terrified that one day she won't make it back up and there will be no one to help, not even her mate. It's a game of losing to win, or whining to lose. Chapter 21, Lauren's POV. I watch her scream in pain for reasons unknown, and I could not understand what I should do to take the pain away. Kate, are you okay? I ask in fear. If only I could feel her pain, maybe I could take it all for her. It hurts so bad, she screams once again, wrenching in pain. Alex, what is happening to her? I ask, confused, running towards Kate while she squirms on the floor. This is all my fault. I should have listened to her plea, but I was too stupid to notice she was too weak to fight. She getting weak because the full moon is coming tomorrow, she says sternly as tears roll down her cheek in panic. What are you saying? How can the full moon do this to her? I ask, confused, picking Kate from the floor. It felt like I was having a panic attack. She has not shifted yet, and because of that she gets weak every full moon, she explains sadly. What can I do to help her? I ask, brushing her hair from her face as she breathes heavily with her eyes closed. Just take her to the room to rest. She needs you close to her because you give her strength, she says cautiously, kneeling in front of Kate. I carried her bridal style, which causes her to hiss in pain while everyone watched in panic. Mom helped Alex to her feet, trying to calm her down. Sleep is going to be all right, I say, kissing her forehead. She falls asleep immediately. I carried her to my room, gently laying her on the bed. I watch her sleep peacefully. Just looking at her sleep sends a calm feeling in me. I don't get why she has yet to shift. I just feel like she's hiding something very important from me. There are so many things I don't know about her, and it's making me feel restless. But come to think of it, she has every reason to keep things from me when all I do is ignore her by trying as much as possible to push her away, causing her pain. I remember looking at those beautiful eyes filled with fear, mischief, and strength. Her long brown hair I will love to run my hands through. I walk into the bathroom to get the first aid box and a wet cloth to wrap the blood from her body. I place the first aid box on the nightstand before wrapping the blood on her busted lip, face, and hands. She flinches a little as I wrap the blood from her lip. Sorry, I apologize, trying to focus my attention away from her lip. Can you stop thinking of her that way before I take over and mark her? Travis growls, snapping me out of my thought. I can't stop thinking of her, I say, dropping the wet cloth on the floor, applying spirit to her injuries. Guilt wraps its hand around me to know I am the real cause of why this is happening. It's all your fault. We are meant to love her, but instead you choose that slut over her, he says with anger lacing his voice. When I first saw her, I was drawn to her, but something kept holding me back, I say with a frown. I don't know what you mean, but after what you saw today, are you going to keep acting like you don't care? He asks maliciously. I was really scared. I have never felt the way I did before, I say, fighting the tears. When I saw her get beaten like that, when she was screaming in pain, it broke my heart, I say, my voice cracking with emotions. I put bandages on her injuries before cleaning up the mess and placing the first aid box back in the bathroom cabinet. I felt pain, able to help, pain and weak for not being able to help when she needed me, I say, remembering the way she looked at me for help, the way her eyes looked drained. I change her into one of my black hoodies before placing her properly on the bed with the blanket covering our delicate body. That what I have been trying to tell you since. You need her, he searching. She part of you and not that Brita of a girl, he says with hatred lancing his voice. Before I could reply, the door of my room opens, snapping me out from my daze. Is she all right? Pa asks, concerned, coming towards me. I think so, because she is asleep, I can't tell, I say, smiling sadly. You know she is a very strong girl, he says with adoration for her while sitting on the couch closest to the window. I knew she is a strong girl. And also strange, I say, laughing lightly to brighten up the mood. Alex says she will be fine after she wakes up, he says, looking her over. Okay, but I don't still get why she gets weak every full moon. Is it a normal thing for her not to have shifted yet? I ask, walking towards the couch. Maybe that how her body copes with not being able to shift yet, and she will shift when her time comes, he says, patting my shoulder. That true, I say. He smiles warmly before getting up from the couch. Okay, I will be in my room if you need anything, he says, leaving the room. Okay, I say, walking towards the bed. I hope you get well soon, I say, putting a loose string of hair behind her ear. I can't wait to see your beautiful eyes. I will do whatever it takes to make it up for all that I have done to you, I promise, placing a kiss on her temple. I need a shower to relax my beating heart. I made sure she is comfortable before going into the bathroom to take a bath. Chapter 22K POV. This feels so good. My bed has never been so comfortable as this. I can just remain like this forever. This room is filled with the most addictive scent ever. I sniff the air, feeling contentment. I raise my hand, trying to reach for my phone on the nightstand, but instead, I feel a hard wall that electrifies and sends sparks through me. I can see you are awake, the voice says huskily. This comfy bed can even speak. I sigh loudly, rolling towards the voice. Am I in heaven? I ask. Nobody in particular. I can stay like this forever, I say, running my hand on the hard wall, feeling sparks sending pleasure and warmth into my body. Wait a minute, I only feel sparks when I am in contact with Lawrence. I jerk off the bed, falling on the hard cold floor with a loud thud before groaning from the impact. "Oh, moon goddess, that hurts so bad," I say, rubbing my head in butt. "Are you alright?" I look up to see Lawrence staring at me while forcing his smile back. "You. What are you doing in my room?" I ask, shocked, glaring at him. "Wait a minute, this is not my room," I say, scanning the room with my eyes. This place looks beautiful, decorated mostly with black and gray, a white and orange couch at the right side of the room with very large glass windows and a small table in the middle, and it's sent like Lawrence. Okay, enough of this, back to the topic at hand. Why am I in your room? This guy has the nerves to bring me to his room after acting disgusted by me. Oh, moon goddess, was I kidnapped by him? Isn't this the part when he tries to strangle me with the covers, or the part he locks me away from my loved ones, or the P? Yes, he's actually like it okay for me to be in the room with a raised eyebrow and an arrogant smirk on his sexy lips from sensing my panic state. I am being so dramatic right now. Anyway, I am leaving right now, I say, getting up from the floor before walking towards the door with his eyes following me. A voice rang through the room, making me stop in my step before turning to find his eyes on me. "You can't leave like that," he says, matter of fact, looking me over with lustful eyes. I look down to find that I only wearing a black hoodie. "Stop in by my Neil," which isn't mine from the smell-ins, to Lawrence. "Please don't tell me you were the one to change my clothes into this," I say as I blush embarrassment, checking if my dunnies are in place. "Yes, I did," he says, smiling mischievously with amusement in his eyes. "No, he saw me without clothes." "Oh, moon goddess, just kill me right now. This is so embarrassing," I whisper, covering my face with my hands with stalking eyes. Right now, no, I am as red as a tomato from this embarrassment, removing my hands from my face before turning to glare at him. "I am only joking. Lily Ann was the one who undressed you," he says, grinning like he won a trophy. "You look cute when you blush," he says, winking at me. "You are a jerk," I saw, glaring at him. "Where is your bathroom?" I ask with crossed hands over my breast. "Over there," he says, pointing at a door. "I will send Lillian to get you your clothes, okay?" I say, making my way towards the bathroom. The bathroom was wow, with a white bathtub and shower. I got the tub ready before I walked towards the sink mirror, checking my injuries from the fight. It doesn't hurt that much, but the marks are still visible with badges covering them. I should remember to thank him for taking care of me. I brush my teeth with a new toothbrush shined by the sink before stripping and getting into the tub. "Wash my hair with his shampoo. Your clothes are here," Lawrence says from the door before coming in, placing the clothes on the sink, leaving without stealing a glance my way. I chose to ignore him. I got out of the tub to drain the water out before getting dressed in black high-waisted jeans and a black top, leaving my hair to dry naturally. I pull the bathroom door open to find Lawrence at the edge of the bed going through some files. "You will be with me throughout today and also tomorrow," he says without looking my way. "Why will I do that?" I ask with raised eyebrows, walking towards him on the bed. This guy is something else, scaring all of a sudden. "Maybe Maud owed him the reason for my pain yesterday. Because you are too weak to be on your own and you can't protect yourself," he says, patting a space on his bed for me to take a seat. "I am okay by myself. And why do you care?" "Because we both know you don't give a fuck about me," I say, coldly refusing to see anywhere near him. "I care for you," he says, staring into my eyes before pulling me onto his lap. "You have a good way of showing it. Keep it up," I say, sarcastically, trying to get off him, making him tighten his hold on me. "Trust me, I care. See, I am sorry for what I said to you. I was just confused," he says, touch my arms, making me tense. I search his eyes to see any hint of him pretending, but there was none, but only sincerity. Tiara would give him a chance. "I could do the same, okay, but you have to work for it," I say, smirking, wrapping my hands around his neck. "Anything you want, just ask and it will be done," he says triumphantly. "Firstly, I want my favorite ice cream," I say, mischievously biting my lips to hide the smile crippling up. "What's your favorite ice cream?" he asks with amusement in his eyes. "Oh, Lawrence, you have to find that out yourself," I say, smirking. "Woman and their demand," he mumbled under his breath. He grins widely. "Okay then, I better go get it," he says, pulling me up before leaving the room, leaving me to my thoughts. I lay on the bed with a loud sigh and a wide smile on my lips, feeling all girly while staring at the ceiling in boredom. "Kate, how are you doing?" comes the high-pitched voice of Becca and Lillian. Fine, as you can see, I saw sitting leg crossed on the bed while Becca and Lillian take a seat comfortably on the couch. So you and Lawrence together now? Lillian asks, grinning widely, going straight to the point like always. She looks happier than me. That if only I know what I am feeling. Not really, I say casually. Stop that. I know something is going on because the cold-hearted Alpha King I know does not so wide like the way I saw him walking out this room. She says, amused. I am serious, nothing is going on. I say with a sign. Let it be. Kate won't tell us anything. Becca says, smiling. Have you talked to Ethan about your heat? I ask, about changing the subject. Immediately I ask, her cheek turn red, look she blushing. Something must have happened between them. Tell us, Lillian urges teasingly. Come on now, tell us. I say, blinking my eyelashes teasingly at her. We made love yesterday. He was so gently sweetened. We ask you to tell us, not to go into details. I say, cutting her off. I don't want that image stuck in my head. I don't mind you going into details, Lillian says, smirking. Becca, are you all right? Your face and neck look so red. I say, staring at her in concern, knowing the reason why. Anyway, I am so happy for you, Becca. Lillian says, grinning happily. What's that on your neck? I say, looking at her neck, which has the shape of two wolves. He marked you. Well, my friend, you are officially among the mated group. Lillian says, jumping happily. Calm down. You look happier than me. And is they anything called the mated group? Becca asks, laughing. They both laugh happily before deciding on asking the question on my mind. I have been meaning to ask you this question, Becca. I say, waiting for her to permit me to continue. You know Ethan is soon to be alpha, meaning since you are his mate you are the soon to be Luna. I say cautiously, so after his training. You will be going with him to his pack, right? I ask, looking everywhere but her. Yes, I will be going with him. But he is taking me to his pack next week to meet his parents and pack. She says, grinning happily. I glance at Lillian to see her frowning. Why is she frowning? She should be happy. Not sad. I will miss you so much. She says, holding back tears in her eyes. I will miss you too. His park is not even far from here. I can always visit. She says, trying to brighten the mood. I know, but it's not the same. She says, letting the tears run down her cheek. Kate is here to keep you company. She says, wiping the tears from Lillian's eyes. You know you are more like a senior sister to me, and Kate is more like a junior sister, and also Kate is boring to be with. She says, dramatically sobbing for all his worth. You are only senior to me with 2 months, and Becca is older than you by a week. And for your information, I am not boring. I say, glaring at her, I am the most fun, loving friend you can ever have. I say, matter of fact. You are so boring, they both shout. What a way to support a friend. Okay, I get it, I am boring, but the point here is you have 1 year together, and can't waste it crying on your lost. I say to them like they were 5-year-olds. You are right. Becca says, nodding. Okay, we going outing, she yells on the top of her voice before glancing my way. Sorry, Kate, you can't come with us because Lawrence gave us orders not to let you go anywhere. She says, giving me a sympathetic look. And I hate when someone gives me that look because I have lived my whole life with people giving them a look of sympathy. Stop that. I say harshly. What? She asked, confused. That look of sympathy. I say, getting comfortable in the bed. Sorry. She says in a question form. I choose to ignore them as they say goodbye before leaving the room. A few more minutes in boredom, I hear the door being opened. I glance up to see who came in. And standing there is Lawrence with my golden scoop of strawberry ice cream in his hand and a bag of chips. Who told you my favorite ice cream? I ask, narrowing my eyes at him in a sure guess and guessing it was my ma who told you. I say, teasing him. Noise. He says nervously. Wow, he is nervous. This different no or yes, I can't seem to understand you, I saw with a raised eyebrow. Okay, you got me. I ask Alex, but it wasn't easy getting her to tell me. He says, laughing, it was Pa who helped me in asking her. He says, placing the bag of chips on the desk. Okay, enough of the talking, give me my baby before it melts. I say, walking towards him. Taking the ice cream from him. Thank you so much, darling, for the ice cream. He says in a girly voice. I know I'd sound that way. I say, moaning at the sweet taste of the ice cream on my tongue, making self comfortable on the couch. This is so delicious, I can never get tired of licking this. You better stop that before I kiss you, devouring those lips, he says, licking his lip while his eyes get darker. I bite my lips, feeling butterflies in my stomach. Sorry, I say, not knowing what to say. I need a cold shower right now, he mumbled to himself while walking into the bathroom. Why will he need a cold shower? Weird. Ignoring his comment, I walked towards the bed, sitting in the middle of the bed, Indian style, licking my ice cream. A few minutes he walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist, leaving his chest bare. I gulp down the last of my ice cream while I glop at his built 8-pack, linking my bottom lip, feeling waves of pleasure burn through me. I won't lie, he does work out. If Dara was here, she will be jumping for joy right now, seeing her mate's sexy abs. Are you done checking me out? He asked, snapping me out of my daze. I look up to meet his eyes, seeing him already looking at me with a smirk on his sexy lip. Did I just say sexy? Kate, get sit together. Why won't I look when you were trying to seduce me by walking out with just a towel around your waist? I blurt out. You can't blame me. This is my room and you don't expect me to dress in the bathroom. He says, entry into a room, which must be a walk-in closet. A few minutes later, he walks out dressed in blue jeans and a white shirt, doing nothing to hide his well-defined muscle. Let's go to my office. I have pack works to do, he says, walking out of the closet. I nod, cleaning my mess before following him out of his room. The walk to his office was silent but not awkward. Immediately we entered his office, I made myself comfortable on the visitor's chair while he sits facing me. I brought my phone from my front pocket, seeing I have a message from Becca. I click on the message to see a video of her and Lily and Ansing in a club having fun. I look up from my phone to find Lawrence staring at me intensely, like he was studying my body language. I cough awkwardly because his gaze on me was making me nervous. Why don't you ever smile? He asks, still staring at me intensely. What do you mean? I ask, confused. Where is this question coming from? I mean, you never smile. It never reaches your eye and your laughs are not genuine. Why? He asks sternly. I have no reason to smile, laugh, and crying is a waste of time, I say smugly. He chuckled. You don't need a reason to smile or laugh because you can be happy even when things are bad. Can we drop this topic? I say, getting irritated. Okay, whatever you say, but this not over yet, he says, going back to this work. I looked at him for a few minutes before looking back at the phone, trying to understand why he asked such a question. Chapter 23. You know you can't do it, so just give up, he says, laughing loudly. Lawrence has been getting on my nerves, but him trying to rub it on my face. He is stronger than me. What a big ego this guy has. I sigh, frustrated. Fine, you win. Wait until after the full moon, then we will see who is stronger than, I say, with a little bit of an attitude. He is currently challenging me to try moving him from the position he is standing in. And I am telling you, this guy is like a rock. No matter the kicking and pushing, he refuses to move. I am very hungry. My stomach growls at approval. Okay, let go eat something, he says, taking my hand and is directing us into the kitchen. He filled 2 plates with mac and cheese with 1 glass of apple juice and milk for me. I quote his words, you need it for strength, for crying out loud. I am just weak for the meantime, not pregnant. Tell me about yourself, he says, more like a command, taking a sitting on one of the stools. You know everything about me already, I say smugly. I don't want to be part of this conversation, but he doesn't need to know that, so I will just play along. I only know your name and Packy stops to think for a minute, studying my face, nothing else. Before I could reply, someone walks into the kitchen, getting our attention. Kate, how are you, darling? Elisa asks, looking me over for any signs of injury. I am fine, Elisa, I say shyly. Don't judge. But the way she stares straight at me like I am one of her patients who is refusing to take medicines. What are you eating? She asks, looking at my plate in disgust. You can't eat that. You are supposed to eat soup. Sit here, let me prepare soup for you. Are you kidding me right now? No, my voice came out higher than I intended. No worries, Elisa. I am not sick, but going through a normal process. I say calmly as possible. I am used to this. Okay, but if you are not feeling okay, just let me know, she says with a smile. I nod in reply. Take good care of her, Lawrence. She says warningly. I can't believe you are turning my mother against me. He says, glaring playfully at me. Elisa laughs, taking to glasses before walking out of the kitchen, but not without giving Lawrence a look. Don't you dare do something stupid. A moment like this I wish. What if my mother was alive? Maybe then I will have a complete family full of love and care. I shake those depressing thoughts out. I should not be feeling this way. I should learn to accept my fate. You okay? He asks, staring straight at me, concern evident in his eyes. Yeah. I am just tired. I would like to rest now. I say, standing from my sit. He took my plate in his before leading us to his room. I ran to the bed, laying on it. I hugged the pillow, finding a comfortable place to sleep. I heard Lawrence laughing before sleep takes over, taking me into the land of dreams and nightmares. Lawrence POV. I watch her sleep. Cute eyes closed. I left her in my room to sleep, not without leaving a kiss on her forehead. Lawrence. I turn around to see Anderson, Levi, and Jack running towards me. Hey men. How is Kate doing? Levi asks, patting me on the shoulder. I glare at him for daring to touch me. Sorry bro, he says, raising his hands. She fine, just asleep. I say, walking into the movie room. I sit with Levi on the right couch while Anderson and Jack sit on the left side. Where is Lillian anyway? I ask with raised eyebrows. She and Becca went out for a girl's time. Soon she would be moving away, leaving me alone. So I need to spend time with her. Her words. Not mine, Anderson replies with a sigh. Always a drama queen. Jack says, rolling his eyes, earning a low growl from Anderson's easy man. No need to be defensive. You guys ready for tomorrow's full moon? I ask, staring straight at their faces. Every full moon we all get stronger. Letting our wolves and like an out always run freely in groups. Yes, they answer in unison. We laughed and talked for a few hours, going through packworks and so on. You guys are needed in the dining room for the food is already served, a female Omega informed us. I got up, walking towards the dining room, when I was stopped by a very annoying voice that always disgusts me. Hey babe. So you were with that trash, right? She asked, looking offended. A loud growl came out of me before I could stop it, making her bow in submission and get out of my sight. Before I break that mouth of ours, I bark loudly at her. She stared at me, shocked, before running away with tears in her eyes. I even give a shit about her. She just has to spoil my good mood. You know she deserves that, calling her future queen and Luna names. Toss says, patting my back while looking at me with proud-filled eyes. I smile at him. We both walk into the dining room. I took my seat at the end of the table. Where is Kate? My dad asked. She asleep. She needs rest for tomorrow, I reply. Does she always experience this every full moon? Dad asks, staring straight at Alex. Yes, it's a normal thing for her, she says without looking up from the table. This weird, don't you think we should inform the pack doctor of her not being able to shift? Mom asks in deep thought. No, she refuses to see any doctor, saying she will shift soon. Alex replies, looking uncomfortable. The rest of the dinner went on with Mom and Alex laughing constantly at Dad and Pa jokes, while Anderson, Jack, and I ate in silence. Once in a while Levi joins in their discussion. Chapter 24. Kate. I look around, but all I see was darkness. I heard the same voice calling for me, but once again all I see is darkness. I kept walking in the unknown darkness until I saw a light far away. I kept walking towards the light, but before I could get there everything becomes dark once again. The place started rotating, suddenly making me feel dizzy. I close my eyes to stop the dizziness I am currently feeling. I open my eyes to find myself in a field with trees everywhere and the sounds of birds flying. But what caught my eyes was a woman wearing a floor-length flower gown, sitting on the floor playing with the butterfly flying around her. Her aura is very strong, pulling me towards her. I can't see her face standing here because her back was facing me instead. I walk closer to see more of her view, but the closer I get the more she becomes tense. Immediate I get closer enough, she started sobbing, making the butterfly away. Excuse me. Can you please tell me what this place is? I ask, but was replied with silence. I kept touching her shoulders, but she refuses to acknowledge my presence. Have I now become invisible? Lady, please say something, I plead. She is making me scared with all this crying. Why is she crying so much? If she could only talk to me, maybe I could help her. Or my dead in the moon goddess chooses to punish me for my evil deed. You murderer, she screamed, suddenly getting up. She looked into my eyes, her gown covered with blood. Her face looks so familiar, Mom. I asked, shocked. Have only seen her in a picture my ma gave me when I was just a pup, but seeing her now sends fear into me, making me shake uncontrollably. Who is your mother? She asked with disdain. I can never be the mother of a murderer like you, she screamed, her eyes burning with hatred. I could not reply or even feel anything. I was numb. My body was shaking uncontrollably. Murderer, you killed me, she screamed. This time it echoed, coming back to hunt me. Stop, please. Please stop, I cried, falling on my knees, pleading. Murderer. Murderer. She kept on screaming until I was only able to hear her voice as whispers in the air. I used my hand to cover my ear, holding my head, trying to block her words out. Something pulled my hands down forcefully. It felt hot, burning into my flesh. I opened my eyes to find myself no longer in a field, but in a dungeon with my hands and legs chained with silver chains. But from the smell, it is also coated with wolfbane, and from my experience with Sliver and wolfbane are dangerous for werewolves. I try using my strength to pull the chain off, but it seems the more I try, the more it gets tighter. I whine in pain, smelling the burning of my flesh. You have to stop trying, because the more you try, the worse it gets. I looked up towards the voice to find my dad and Hunter smirking in satisfaction. Please let me go, I plead weakly, hating I could sound this weak in front of them. Why will I do that after taking my mum from me? You deserve to die. Hunter says, laughing maliciously. Hunter, please, I was just a pup. Then I try reasoning with him. No, you deserve death, he yells this time. I cry for help, but no one could save me from this torment. I am once again let to their mercy. Kate, wake up, a voice calls, pulling me from the clashes of the nightmare. I jerk up from sleeping, looking everywhere to see it was just a nightmare. Breathing heavily, my clothes were soaked in sweat. Kate, what's wrong? Say something, Lauren says, pushing my hair away from my face in a panic state. I choose to ignore him, standing up from the bed, walking straight into the bathroom with shaky legs. I splash water on my face, washing away the memory of the nightmare. Look into the mirror to see a girl with messed up hair. Eyes weak and tired, looking so scared. What a shame that the girl who once believes in fairy tales and magic had to be struck by reality with demons in her mind and the fear of never being loved. A girl whose nightmares warp their evil hands around her soul at night. They try to pull her deep within a world that's ruled by fright. Those dark thoughts may follow her, but they'll never win the fight. She escapes the looming shadows with the help of dawn's first light. She hates getting flashbacks of things she doesn't want to remember. She misses her. The old her. The happy her. The bright her. The smiling her. The laughing her. The gone her. I looked at the mirror to discover this girl was me. This broken girl was me. These nightmares haunt me for the sins that have done the evil I did. The people I killed. I can never be the queen and Luna of these people. I am a murderer, but once again their Alpha King is also a murderer from the stories I have heard of him killing and the destruction of packs. Maybe the moon goddess was right to pair us together. Either one kills the other or both dies, because I know deserve to die, not him. I can't bring myself to tell him what hurts me at night, because I can't kill his soul. He will run in fear of the demons in me. Kate, are you all right? Lawrence called from outside the closed door. Yes, I yelled back. He groans in pain. My bad, Lycan's here and sorry. After checking I look better, I walked out to find him leaning against the wall. You okay? He asks Yeah, just nightmares. I say smugly. You mind talking about it? I mean, you were screaming for help. He says warily. No, I trudged slowly towards the bed, reaching for Lawrence's phone on the nightstand to see it just 12 in the morning. I turned around to see him leaning against the wall, staring at me intensely. I am going to the gym, I say, walking towards the door. Okay, he says, walking into the bathroom. I left going into the gym to fight my worst enemy, a battle I can never seem to win. My worst enemy is my memory. Chapter 25. I kept punching the punching bag as muscles flinch in pain, but I kept pushing all my frustrations on the punching bag. I can't keep this act of depression and self-pity in me. It makes me feel weak and useless. I can't keep my thought focus and emotions locked up feeling the way I do. I kept on throwing punches at the punching bag until it broke, hitting the floor with a loud thud. I groaned in frustration, kicking the bag angrily, feeling the ache of my bones. I sauntered to my room, needing a bath because I stink with sweat. I enter into my room, sniffing the sweet scent of honey and banana. I miss the privacy of this room, I say with a loud sigh. I walk into the bathroom, removing my clothes, disposing of them in the washing machine before getting the water ready in the tub. I enter, feeling the warm water easing my... I do my daily routine before walking out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around my body, stopping below my butt. I walked out to see Lawrence standing comfortably in my room wearing a gray and black jacket and a white shirt tucked into black jeans. His hair swooped upwards, giving a look I just woke up. "What are you doing here?" I asked, holding my towel tightly wrapped around myself. He looked my way with his eyes dark with lust running over my body. He kept quiet, walking towards me like a predator going for his prey. "Are you done gawking at me?" I asked with a playful smirk. His eyes snapped to my face with a smirk playing on his lips. I bit my lower lip, stopping myself from giving him a smile, feeling waves of pleasure and lust. "Why can't I when you are trying to seduce me?" he says, repeating my words while staring at my lips. "You know this is my room, right? And you entered without asking. So I don't get why I will seduce someone. I have no idea he was in my room," I scoff, staring at him intensely. "Anyway, I have work today, so I won't be with you today until later in the afternoon," he says wistfully. "Okay. I don't need you anyway," I say smugly. He wraps his hand around my waist and another stroking my cheek gently. "What are you doing?" I ask with a shaky breath, but he ignores me. I stiffen my breath hutch as he nests his face on my neck, running the tip of his nose on the side of my neck. I bit inside my cheek to stop the moan from escaping as he continued running his face on my neck, sending lust thought through my mind. His breath on my tender skin sends waves of shock into my body. I bit my cheek harder, feeling the taste of blood on my tongue. My gaze fell on my hands wrapped protectively on my towel, bring me back to my senses. I shove him gently away, missing his touch. "Lawrence, if this is... I will constrict your balls," I say harshly, but all my body wants was to kiss those pink lips and pull him closer until no space between our bodies. "Relax, I was just trying to rub my scent on you to have everyone know you are my mate," he says casually. I gave him a look. "Are you serious right now?" "I prefer marking you because it will last forever," he says with a wink. "What?" I ask, shocked. "See you later, love, and don't you dare leave this mansion," he whispers in my ear before walking out of my room. I release the breath I never knew I was holding. I enter into my closet, changing into gray ripped sweatpants with a gray hoodie since today is going to be a lazy day. Then I put my hair into a low ponytail before putting on my slip on a white canvas. I walked out of the room towards the kitchen for breakfast since Becca and Lillian are busy having fun without me. I dish myself some cheese omelette and a glass of milk. I place it on the counter, taking a sit on the stool. I ate in silence for a few minutes before hearing voices coming towards the kitchen. I glance up to see Levi and Erson arguing on something about who had the funniest childhood. What a weird subject to debate on. "Hey guys," I say casually. "How are you feeling now?" Levi asks, sitting on one of the stools while Anderson dishes himself some food. "Okay. Just bored," I say nonchalantly. From what I have been told, Levi is the last pup of the Cliffords and he is just 17 years old, while Lawrence is 22 years of age. At a very young age, he took over from his father as the greatest Lycan king. "So during the full moon, what do you guys do?" I ask out of curiosity because in Alpha Jane's pack they usually run under the moon during the full moon. "We just have a bonfire night, and when the moon comes we all run under the full moon to thank the moon goddess," Anderson says, stuffing his mouth with food. I just sit and finish my food. Why do Levi and Anderson keep on arguing over silly things? I decided to have some fun instead of dying of boredom, so I left the mansion. I don't care what Lawrence says because he doesn't expect me to just sit around doing nothing. "Kate, over here," a little voice calls. I turn towards the little voice, seeing Rebecca, the little girl I helped in getting her brother's ball. "Kate, would you mind playing with us?" she asks, grinning happily. I can't say no to this cute, lovely girl. "Yes, I love to play with you," I say playfully, pinching her cheeks. She tugged me toward a group of pups. "This is my brother Riley," she says, pointing towards a little boy with blonde hair like hers and blue eyes while hers is forest green. "This is Kate, the pretty lady who helped get your ball," she says as she hit him lightly on his stomach. "The girl who helped you?" he asked, looking me over before bringing his hand for a handshake. What a polite little boy. I gave him a fake smile as I shake his hand. She showed me all her friends, introducing me as the girl who helped her. I am so tired after running so much, and the pups were Cuban friendly. Hey, the novel I'm sharing today is incredibly exciting. Kate and Lawrence's path to love is fraught with obstacles. First, there's Britta's provocation and the kissing incident. Then there are the conflicts arising from Kate's past and her dual personality. Lawrence has to deal with Kate's coldness and resistance while managing his own deep-seated affection and impulses. Can they overcome these numerous difficulties to find their happiness? How will the feud between Britta and Kate be resolved? Hurry up and come to my channel to uncover the thrilling plot of this story. Chapter 26. Lawrence, stop. You're hurting me. I plead, struggling to free my wrist from his vice-like grip. His cold, authoritative demeanor sends shivers down my spine as he tightens his hold. Curiosity had led me astray, luring me into the dense forest surrounding the mansion. Now, like a cat caught in a trap, I find myself at the mercy of Lawrence's possessive nature. I had heard desperate cries for help echoing through the trees, and my rebellious spirit compelled me to investigate. But before I could uncover the source, Lawrence appeared, his imposing figure cutting through the foliage as he charged towards me. "No, were you trying to run away from me?" he asked, his voice as frigid as a winter storm. The absurdity of his question almost makes me laugh, as if I could escape this gilded cage without resources or a destination. Summoning my trademark sarcasm, I retort, "Someone was calling for help. I was just trying to be a decent human being." "Enough of this," Lawrence declares, his muscular arms folding across his broad chest. "You are not leaving my side again." He drags me through the mansion's opulent quarters, ignoring the curious glances from the staff, before forcefully depositing me in a chair in his office. The tension between us crackles like electricity. "You know, I feel like slapping you right now," I snarl, my defiance bubbling to the surface. He chuckles, a sound devoid of warmth. "The feeling is mutual." Smart-ass jerk. I cough, my words laced with venom, as Lawrence busies himself with paperwork, pointedly ignoring my piercing glares. Boredom begins to set in. I rise, heading for the door, only to be halted by his questioning tone. "Where are you going?" I spin around. "I'm going to do something fun because being here with you is mind-numbingly boring," I retort, my rebellious nature in full force. "You're being disrespectful." He sighs, his controlling nature evident in every word. Before I can react, Lawrence crosses the room in long strides. He grasps my hands, pulling me towards him, and settles me onto his lap as he takes a seat. The proximity is suffocating, a reminder of the complex power dynamic between us. "Let go," I say. I tried to wriggle out of his lap, but keyword tried. "You better stop doing that before I do something we both would regret," he says huskily. I gulped down, biting my cheek as I felt his erection poking me. He laughed hard, looking at my blushing cheeks. I punch him playfully on his arm to stop him from laughing. "Don't blame me for laughing, you look cute when you blush," he says, grinning. We went on laughing and chatting. Well, actually, he did the laughing, making fun of me while I kept blushing. I was scared I would explode from the hotness of my face. Kate's sweetheart Lillian yelled, hugging me tightly while I sit on the couch with Lawrence in the movie room. "What got this girl yelling so much?" "What going on?" I asked, confused. "We are having a bonfire tonight," she yelled loudly, releasing me from her tight grip. I flinched from her voice. "This girl is planning on making go deaf, yeah, I know. Anderson told me this pack always has when I say, looking at her like she is becoming senseless. This one is different. We get to do our own thing," she says, slowly, making it seem like she was talking to 5 years old. And that, as I say with raised eyebrows. She never stops to amuse me. "You don't seem to get it. Every time we always do boring things like asking Lawrence questions on park stuff, or dancing to a slow, boring song," she says with a dramatic sigh. "But this time we get to do whatever we want, like we get to choose our music, get to talk to anyone and get to know each other. she says, smiling widely. Anderson, your mate is a weirdo, I said, glancing up at Anderson, who was talking to Jack. Tell me about it. What I go through because of love, he says, messaging his forehead. Very funny, Anderson, she says, glaring at him. Anderson gulped down, looking at Lillian, pleading. I was only joking, babe, he says, pulling her closer to him. Can you stop your PDA now, Levi yells, throwing a pillow at them. Shut up, Levi, Lillian says, glaring playfully at him. I watch silently before feeling a tap on my shoulder. Come with me, Lauren says, pulling me up with him. Where are we going to now? I say, whining tiredly. I need to sleep because I feel so stressed out. To my room, because you look so pale and tired, he says casually, like it was so obvious. You can't get your hands off her just for a few minutes, Jack says with a wink. Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself, Jack, he says, slapping him upside down while Jack groans from the pain. We walked to his room. He carried me because I refused to go with him, saying I preferred sleeping in my room. Immediately I was put on the bed, my eyes closed, lazily welcoming sleep. Sleeping immediately without any thoughts is becoming my natural thing. Kate, come here, Lauren says with a smile. I walked towards him. I could only see his face because we were covered in darkness. You look beautiful, he says, holding my hands in his before placing a sweet kiss on my lips. Thank you, I say, grinning widely. Getting a compliment from him was a first. I want you to see something, he says, pulling me by my hands. Here, see, he says, point towards a direction, but all I could see was fire everywhere, making me confused. I looked at him, confused. What this? I ask, point at the fire as it increases, getting closer to us. He ignores me, pushing me in the direction of the fire. I screamed as the heat burnt my skin. I walked up, breathing heavily. I looked around the room, not seeing Lawrence anywhere in the room. I run my hand over my face, feeling scared, and did before making my way into the bathroom to wet my face before leaving the room in search of Lawrence. I walked to his office, seeing he was not in his office. Also, where has he gone to? I asked nobody in particular. I decided to see Ma instead, walking into her room to find her talking with Elder Matthias. Her room is beautifully painted gray and decorated with wooden furniture. Kate, dear, what are you doing here? Ma asks, staring at me warily. See you at the bonfire, Elder Matthias says, leaving the room after patting me on the back. Ma, I am having nightmares again, I say, taking a sit on her bed. It okay, dear? She holds my hand tightly, assuring me that everything is all right. Is something going on between you and Elder Matthias? I ask suspiciously, trying to brighten the mood. She glances at me, then back to her hands. She always does this when she is nervous. Nothing. He just needs my help on something, she says, putting strands of hair behind her ear. Ma, do you like him? I ask with a smirk. She looks at me in surprise before smiling. Are you trying to set us on a surprise date? She asks suspiciously with a smirk. Yeah, I see he is great for you, I say sincerely. She stares at me for a few minutes, contemplating my words before clearing her throat and looking at someone else but me. Okay, let's go for the bonfire, I say, getting up to leave, trying to remove the awkward situation. We decided to go outside to where the bonfire is built. The place is well arranged to perfection and better than the Alpha Jane's bonfire arrangement. A beautiful model bonfire was built in the middle of the gathering. I sat on the stone chairs placed around the fire, enjoying the scent of cinnamon and pine tree coming from the fire. Take this, I glance up to see Lawrence giving me a plate of something like dough filled with chopped beef, pork, and a glass of orange juice. What is this? I ask, pointing at the plate in his hand. Tamale, a Mexican dish. You will love the taste of it, he says, taking a sip before cutting a piece of the food, urging me to take a bite. I took a bite, feeling the sweet taste of corn. It's so delicious, I say, taking the plate from him. Hey, take it easy, he says in amusement. Why don't we play a game, he suggests suddenly. A game, I ask with a raised eyebrow before sipping from the glass of orange juice. We both ask each other questions. He says smugly. Okay, you go first, I say. This is not a bad idea. I am curious to know more about the cold-hearted Alpha King. What do you usually love doing, he asks. Reading, I reply casually. He chuckled, reading about what he asks with a smirk. It's my turn now, Are the rumors about you true? I ask curiously, going directly to the question on my mind since the first day I met him. Depending on what you are talking about. He says with a blank face. The rumors of you killing and the destruction of other packs. I say cautiously. Going straight to the point, are we? He laughs, amused. Yes, they are all true, but I do all this for a reason. Katie, what are you doing here? Let's have some fun, Becca yelled, coming towards me, putting an end to our little game. Katie, seriously? I ask with amusement, pushing the unwanted memories away. That what I am calling you from now on. She says smugly. Are you drunk? I ask suspiciously, looking at her warily. Come, let go, she laughs, ignoring my question. I gave my empty plate and glass. She took me to where Lillian, Anderson, and Ethan were laughing with some other pack members. Where were you, Kate? She asks angrily. The last time I remembered, it was none of your business where I went. I say harshly. What was her stress getting angry for no reason? This was one of the reasons I don't keep friends. They act as if they own you. I was looking for you. And you don't get to talk to me like that, she says, growling. I was with Lawrence over there. I say, pointing towards my previous sit close to the fire. Please don't keep a watch on me if you don't want to get on my nerves. I said warningly. You're behaving bitchy, she says, glaring at me. Look, the full moon is out, Becca says, breaking the tension between us. I felt a burning sensation on my skin as the full moon rises. I am going inside, I say, gaining their attention. Why? But the full moon just came out, Becca says with a frown. I can't stand under the full moon, it makes me hot. I say casually. I bid them goodbye before going into the mansion. Lawrence POV. I walked towards Lillian and Anderson as the full moon came into view. Where is Kate? I asked Lily, unwarily, seeing she was angry with someone or something. She inside, saying the moon makes her feel hot or something, she says, focusing her attention on the rising moon. Anderson let everyone run in groups and keep a watchful eye against any danger. I say, leaving without waiting for his reply. I searched for her in her room, but she wasn't there. Lastly, I checked my room, seeing she crawl up on my bed. I rushed to her side. Are you in pain? I asked, feeling the hotness of her body. She nods her head, saying nothing. I ran into the bathroom, wetting a piece of cloth in cold water before placing it on her forehead, then giving her a glass of water to drink. She gulps the water before giving the glass back to me. I placed her properly on the bed, covering her with blankets before kissing her forehead as she sleeps. Chapter 27. I am currently in the living room going through pictures of Lawrence, Lillian, and Levi with Elisa. Look at this one, Elisa says, showing me a picture of Lawrence when he was just a pup. After training this morning with Ma, Elisa dragged me into her room, saying I want to spend some time with my son's mate. Then she brought these boxes filled with pictures. I looked at the picture of Lawrence as a baby. I couldn't help but smile, looking at the cute smile on his face, showing his dimples. Can I keep this? I ask, pleading. Yes, dear, she says, going through the pictures on the shelf. You know, Lawrence was so gentle and shy when he was a little pup. I could only imagine Lawrence running around cheerfully. Really? I ask, looking through Lawrence's pictures. One of the pictures caught my eyes. It is a picture of him when he was a little pup, not more than 4 years old, grinning widely with chocolate frosting on his mouth and clothes. Yes, he was easygoing. A happy little pup, she says with a dreaming look. But you know, some things could change someone easily, she says with regret in her eyes. What are you trying to say? I ask, confused. What does she mean by what she just said? Nothing, dear. Why don't we do this again? She asks with a smile while putting the pictures back into their boxes. Yeah, I had fun looking through these pictures, I say smugly. She stands up before looking down at me. Could you take this back to my room? She asks, handing the boxes to me. Yeah, sure. I took the boxes from her. I walked out of the room. I sauntered towards her room before I was pulled back into a hard chest. I felt sparks fly everywhere, making me tense. What does he want now, oh moon goddess? I whirled around to see him with his smirk plastered on his perfect face. He brushed strands of hair behind my ear before leaning closer to my ear. Do you need help with these boxes? He asked softly, his breath fanning my face, making me shiver in delight. No, it's okay. It's not even heavy. I say, walking backward to create space between us. He took the boxes from me without any word before walking away, leaving me in my state of shock. I am losing my cool. Any time he gets too close, it becomes hard for me to even speak correctly. I can't even form a complete sentence. I walked into Elise's room to find him staring at a picture intensely, like he was studying it with a frown. "What's that?" I asked, walking towards him. He glances up at me before looking back at the picture. The picture looks old, with a man and a woman holding hands. I tried looking closely, but it was clear since it must be over a year or so. "Those people, who are they?" I asked, staring at him for answers. He glanced up at me before placing the picture into a box. "They are family friends," he says wistfully. I felt they were more than just family friends. Maybe I could ask Elisa later. I tried studying his face, but he was giving a blank expression. Before I could ask more questions, he left the room, leaving me confused. I trudged slowly behind him, trying to gain his attention, but he kept ignoring me. What an asshole. We walked into his office. While he kept talking on his phone, I kept my glaring face on to piss him off more. "You certainly are at the top of the ball curve," I say, smugly glaring at him as he ends his call. "Do me a favor, keep quiet while I do my work," he says without sparing me a glance. "Don't be such a pencil sharpener," I say harshly. "Look here. I had a boring day after Lily unleft me with your mother. But I am not complaining, it was fun, and not planning on spending the rest of my day here looking at your work," I yelled, frustrated. "You can't blame me. He is getting on my nerves with him ignoring me and all. What got him so stressed out?" "Are you done ranting?" he asked with a raised eyebrow, staring at me with amusement. Amusement? Does he find this amusing? I just feel like slapping him so badly you think I'm ranting. "Wait until I get into action," I say angrily. "Okay. What will you like to do?" he asks calmly. "What will I like to do?" "Let's see," I say, placing my index finger on my chin, thinking. "Why don't we watch a movie?" "That sounds good," he says with a nod. After waiting for a few, he arranges a few files. We make our way into the movie room. "What would you like to watch?" he asked, looking through the movies. "A comedy drama will do," I say, sitting on the couch. Lauren sat beside me after putting a movie title unknown to me. We sit in silence and not focused on the movie play before I suddenly blurt out the first thing on my mind. "What are we?" I ask the question on my mind because I don't know if he accepted me yet, or are we just friends with tag mate? "What?" he asks, confused. "What are we, Lawrence? Am I your mate or just a friend?" I ask, staring at him. I wish he accepts me as a mate and not just a friend. "You are both to me. My mate, friend, and my other half," he says sincerely. I looked into his eyes. My heart was beating so fast I felt it will come out. He accepted me. Why wouldn't he accept us when we are so cool? Tiara says, jumping happily. "You back?" I say, grinning widely in my head. "Yes, bitch, miss me." "Sure did," I replied with a smile. I stared into his eyes. I can't but look at his lips and imagine kissing those pink lips. How it will feel placed on mine. I subconsciously leaned into his touch as he stroked my cheek with one hand, the other brushed a strand of hair from my face. His lips touched mine, sending a wave of electricity in me and sparks flying everywhere. He kissed me gently, like my lips were delicate. He sucked, nipped, and nibbled slowly on my lips, making my eyes close, welcoming the sparks. I moaned into the kiss. He tilted his head to the side, slipping his tongue into my mouth. We fight for dominance, which he won. We slowly pulled away, needing air. I was breathing heavily from the kiss. That was wonderful. He just took my first kiss. I blushed from that thought, focusing my gaze on my hands. I looked up, but he was no longer in the room. I felt disappointed for him leaving like that without a word. I spent the rest of my day in my room thinking about the kiss we shared. It was more than I imagined. His lips felt soft on mine, sending waves of lust in me. "I can't just sit here," I murmured to myself. I walked into his office, but he was there. I felt a sharp pain in my chest and Tiara getting restless. "What is going wrong, Tiara?" I asked, disturbed by her weird behavior. "I don't know. I feel something is happening to mate," she says calmly. I made my way into his room without knocking. I was shocked and felt betrayed by what I saw in front of me. knocking away my source of air. Chapter 28. I was shocked. My heart thundered in my chest to see the one who called me his everything, who stole my first kiss, kissing someone else. Britta, my worst enemy. I shouldn't be hurt this way because it was meant to happen all along. It was too good to be true. I was being stupid to try putting my walls down. He looked up, noticing my presence. His face was blank of all emotions while Britta had a satisfied smirk on her face. I should walk away from this, but my body was stiff, confused, and bewildered. If you don't mind, could you close the door when leaving? Because we are busy here, she snickered. I walked out with my remaining pride. I trudged slowly towards my room, feeling my heart break with every step I take away from my mate. Why did you leave the room just like that? Tiara yells angrily at me. What were you expecting me to do? I ask, laying down on my bed tiredly. You can't just let that whore take what ours, she growled. I snorted at her words. He, not ours. He made that clear by kissing her. Before I could understand what was happening, Tiara pulled me into the back of my mind. Tiara, you can't do this. Let me have control, I yelled, trying to get control of my body. Ma, I need your help. Tiara is about to do something stupid, I mind Link, getting frustrated by Tiara. I have never had difficulty in getting control back, but right now I am losing my strength. The more I try, the more she gets stronger. Ma came rushing into my room looking worried. Kwar. She stops, looking at me in shock, eyes wide and mouth open. I know the reason she like that. It is not good sight, seeing my eyes blood red with long fangs, long claws with a white hairy body. What going on, Kate? She asks wearily, carefully walking towards me, earning growler from Tiara. Tiara is Tiara, trying to gain control. I say, my voice coming out raspy. What going on? She asks with confusion clear in her eyes. Can you ask this question later? I yelled, frustrated with what happening. Okay. I will lock the door while you try to hold her in, she says, leaving the room in light of speed. I heard the click of the door to signal it lock. I sigh tiredly, forcing my leg into the bathroom. I need a cold bath, I mumbled. I strip out of my clothes and get into cold water. I woke up in the bathtub, feeling the water warm on my skin. I let the water drain before walking out of the bathroom with a towel warped around myself, stopping in front of a full-length mirror of the closet. Kate, you can't let him get to you, I muttered to myself, looking at myself closely in the mirror. You are a very strong woman, so hold it in there. Stop giving yourself a pep talk and do something to show him he missed out, Tiara suggests. What do you mean by that? I ask, confused. Let dress up sexy to make him feel jealous, she says proudly. Yeah, let do this. But come to think of it, I never knew you were this smart, I say, taunting her. Say what you want, she scoffs. I check my closet to find something sexy that says I am not a bitch, but I can be one. I pick out I am not good in the description, and I leave my hair straight falling down my back. I left my room satisfied with my look. I walked into the living room to find Thomas, Elisa, Lily, and giving a disgusted look to Britta, who was clinging to Lawrence, laughing loudly. I just feel like killing this slut so badly, Tiara says with hatred in her voice. I coughed loudly to gain their attention. Lily, and can we go shopping? I asked calmly as possible. Lily looked at me with wide eyes while Lawrence full hole into my back, which I choose to ignore. You what to go shopping? She asks in shock. I can't blame her, remembering the first time she asks me out shopping. I told her I'd aunt to such things, but many things changed during the past few months. Yes, just need some clothes, I reply smugly. Okay, let go, she says, standing up from the couch. We walked out of the mansion, going towards her car. How are you doing, Kate? Jason asks, running towards me. His eyes got darker, looking me over. I felt self-conscious with the way he looked at me. Okay, I reply, sounding awkward. You stood me up on our date, he says with a frown. Oh, I forgot about my date with him. Sorry, it slipped my mind. I am so sorry, I replied, guiltily. No problem. Do you have anything doing tonight, he asked. No, I guess, I say, unsure. Will you mind going on a date with me tonight? He asked, looking nervous. Yes, I will love to go on a date with you, I know. I sound like a girl who just got asked out on a date by her crush, but my expression is nothing like that. I will pick you up at 8, He grins widely before leaving. Wow, going on a date, Lillian shrill. I forgot she was even standing here. I roll my eyes at her. It's just a friendly date. Nonsense. You have to look good, but we have to tell this to Becca, she says triumphantly. We got into the car going to Becca's place. We reached in 30 minutes since her place isn't far from the mansion. We didn't bother knocking since the door was open. We made our way inside to see Becca watching a TV show, making ourselves comfortable. Becca guess what Lillian says with a smirk plastered on her face. What Becca Arwayne question? Kate has just been asked on a date. Seriously? Lawrence asked you on a date, she blurted out. Lillian gave her a look. No, silly, she was asked by a guy named Jason. But she has a mate, she says, confused. Yes, she has. But her mate is a jerk, she says wistfully. Are they trying to ignore me? Am right here, girls. Okay. We are going shopping for a sexy dress to spike him, Lillian announces. Let me get dressed. Becca says, going up the stairs. She came back wearing black pants and a red shirt with her hair put into a ponytail. The drive to the mall was the longest drive of my life, with Lillian and Becca chatting about what I should do in Shulton. Immediately we entered the mall, they dragged me into the spa saying your skin should be sparking. For crying out loud, it was just a friendly date and not my marriage ceremony. After that, we entered a boutique and into the dressing section, trying different dresses with them. Give me a look of disapproval anytime I try on a dress. We finally decided on a black dress and black heels. They even got me a new set of makeup. We reached the mansion at 5. My legs are killing me, I grumble, falling on my bed tiredly. I will do your makeup while Becca will fix your hair, Lillian announces. 3 hours of pulling of hair, applying different things on my face that I lost count of, and putting on these killer heels. I stand in front of a few length mirrors. The tips of my hair were curled and put in a messy bun, and makeup is smoky eyes and peach color lipstick. Black dress showing my curve with V-neck paired with black heels. I am looking different, and it is a good difference. You look beautiful, Lillian says, grinning widely with pride. We got it, girl, Tiara yell happily. Are you okay with this date? I asked, feeling uneasy. Yes, don't do something we both will regret, she says, grinning mischievously. Let go now, don't keep your date waiting, Becca says with a smile. I entered the living room to find Jason waiting patiently. He is wearing a blue suit with blue pants. His hair is swept backward, looking neat. His eyes turn darker with lust. He gives me his hand to help me down the stairs. You look gorgeous, he whispers into my ear. You don't look bad yourself. What going on? He whirled around to see Lawrence shooting daggers at Jason. Your Highness, Jason says, showing submission. As you can see, we are going on a date. I dragged Jason out of the room, not waiting for his reply. You all right? He asks, looking worried. Yes, I am perfectly fine, I shrug. Come this way, he says, directing me towards a car. Wow, you don't need to impress me, you know that, right? I say, looking at the beautiful black Jaguar CX-75. I don't know much about cars, but this car was wow. Get in, he says, opening the door for me before entering into the driver's seat. The inside is even. The drive was not awkward, but Jason seems he is not much of a talker. He drove us to an expensive-looking restaurant. Thank the moon goddess I was dressed for this. We were directed to our seat. Would you like anything? A lady in her 20s. Blonde hair put in a bun. Sea blue eyes, says with a welcoming smile. I looked up to Jason, giving him a sign to give our orders. He gave the lady our orders. So tell me a little about yourself, he says, sipping a little water from his glass. Nothing much. You know my name, I live at the Royals, I say smugly. Come on, nothing else, he says with a smile. No, what about you? What about you? A maid, I asked curiously. No, if I had a maid I won't be here with you, that is true, but unfortunately I have a mate, but I am here with him. Soon our orders came. We talked more. I came to know he lives with his parents to siblings. Loves singing, for a fighter like him, weird. I had fun. He took me to his favorite place. It was beautiful, and he even sang a song for me. He is a great guy, but I can't seem to stop thinking about Lawrence no matter how hard I try. Wake up, Kate, I felt Jason trying to wake me up. I opened my eyes but shut it back as the sun was bright in the sky. We must have fallen asleep talking. I got up before picking my heels from the ground. What is the time? 8 am, he replied. What? I was shocked I had so much fun with you. Could you please drive me back to the mansion now? He nodded. We walked back to where his car was parked. He opened the door for me like a gentleman before going over to the driver's seat. Can we do this another time? He asked, pulling out of the park. Seriously, I had fun with you, but we can't do this some other time, I replied. I can't keep his hope up when I know it will only hurt him. Is it because we are not mated? He asked with hurt and confusion in his eyes. It's not that. You are a great guy and any woman will be lucky to be your mate, but I am not ready for this. I say, looking into his eyes. I understand, he replied, looking back at the road. The rest of the drive was full of tension between us. Okay, thanks once again, I say as he pulls in front of the mansion before he pulled me back, kissing me forcefully. I push him away. What was that? I ask out of breath. I am so sorry, he says, pleading. I ignored him before walking into the mansion. Everyone looks, the whore is back. I whirled around to see everyone staring at me with something in their eyes unknown to me. Thomas, Elisa, Alex, Lillian, Levi, Elder Matthias, Anderson, Jack, Lawrence, and Britta. How was your date? I hope you enjoy your first time, Britta continued with a smirk. The last time I remembered, I don't tell you any explanation. And if you forget the slut, here is you. I say harshly. She took slow steps towards me. You have to show me respect, you whore, she yelled, slapping me so hard. I was pushed to the back of my mind as Tara took control before I could blink. This is not good. Chapter 2090, our POV. I took control, pulling Kate back. This slut slapped me. I whirled my head to the side before looking back at her straight in the eyes. I snickered loudly. I let you walk over me. Kate keeps letting you do whatever you like, but you cross all lines, and now it's time for your punishment. You should learn how to talk to your future queen, she says proudly. Why don't we'll all see who is best here? I asked calmly, even if I felt like ending her worthless life. You set up a fight, but it was Kate, right? But it was postponed until Kate gets better. Since Kate is better and I am here now, why don't we end what you started? I say mischievously. What do you think, Lawrence? I asked, not actually asking for his permission. I walked towards him in a slow predator pace. Tiara, stop this now, Martyr sternly. Why, Ma, I am just having some fun, I say with a pout. Kate, I cut him off before he could say anything. Tiara, I correct. What going on here? And who is this, Tiara? Lillian asks suddenly. That should be me. I am Tiara. Kate Wolf, I say, grinning widely. Okay, enough of this chit-chat, I say. King Predator steps towards my prey, dragging her forcefully outside the mansion. I push her roughly into the field. Let's play a game, I suggest with a smirk. Since you are a Lycan and I am a werewolf, you get a head start and you can use any weapons or even shift. I put my hair into a ponytail. I ripped the back of my dress, making it the same length as the front. Okay, let's start, I heard Bone breaking, signaling her shift. A black small size like and jump on me. I grip it by the neck, throwing it backward. She tried attacking with her claws, but I was able to block her attack. She tried again. This time I hold her by the hand, breaking the bones. She screamed in pain. She kept attacking, which I blocked with ease, breaking more bones as we gained more audience. Everyone watching in both amusement and fear. You broke the wrong parts of me. You broke my wings and forget I had claws, I say coldly, flashing my fangs and claws while throwing her across the flood, making her whine. Tiara, listen. To me, you have to stop this, Ma shouts, trying to get my attention. I ignored her, walking towards Britta, who is bleeding badly and pain. Don't worry about breaking me or making me sad, because you can't break something that already broken and sadden someone who is already sad. I sick her up, swirling her hand backward, then the other grip her neck tightly with my claws, digging into her flesh. Shift now, I growled loudly, making everyone kneel with their heads down in submission from the power of my voice. Expect Lawrence, of course. She shifts back. Breathe your last, I say with a smirk. Tiara, you can't let your pain make you do this. Let her go, please. Ma pleads once again before I could snap her neck. I lock my eyes with Ma as she pleads for me to let Britta go. What am I doing? Guilt tore my heart, almost knocking me off my feet. Guilt and pain pushed through my heart, making me whimper in pain. I am so sorry, I say, giving Kate control back. Kate POV. Tiara gave me control back. Sorry, she says sadly, blocking me out. I looked up to see my claws digging into Britta's neck. Feeling disgusted, I let her go. I look around to see some scared, while others shocked, and some both emotions of their countenances. Someone take her to the pactor, I say, to nobody in particular but to guys him carrying her away. And all of a sudden I felt really tired, like the world has drained me of everything that I had. Kate, are you okay? Ma asked, crushing towards me. I ignored her, walking towards the mansion, feeling my demons clawing at my heart, hungry, tasting for any murderous emotion. Lauren's POV. I was really surprised to see Kate do only what I know I could do. She walked into the mansion looking embarrassed and weak, her eyes filled with regret and an emotion unknown to me. Lawrence, I need to speak with you, Alex says wearily. I watch Kate. I worry as she walks out of my view before focusing my attention on Alex. Okay, I led her into my office after dismissing everyone and reassuring everything was okay. What do you want to speak to me about? I asked with a raised eyebrow. She remained silent for a few minutes before speaking. Kate, as a lichen, she blurted out. What? But you said she hasn't shifted yet. I asked, confused. She shifted at 13 years and kept it a secret for fear of discrimination. But she doesn't know she a lichen yet. She says, looking everywhere but me. Why keep it from her and also lie to me and everyone? I asked because I find no reasoning hiding it from her. I was just 13 when I shifted also. If for her good, and I kept it from you because it's her story to tell, not mine. She explains she needs your help. My help? This woman is so confusing. What I really need now is to see and speak with Kate about everything happening with her, me and this bond. I don't know what made me do such things. It hurts me to see her in pain, but I can't seem to know how to stop it. She got such a good heart. She really does. It's just been broken a lot, she says, sadness consuming her features. She very broken that she can feel it. I mean physically feel it. She not sad anymore. She is numb, she says sternly. I watch her silent as she speaks. She keeps everything locked down, making her drown in them. She is losing herself in the pain she feels and does not see this joy anymore. She was meant to save and not to be saved. The only one that could bring her back is you. Her another half. She says, pleading. How can I do that? I say, frustrated. I am so confused. I don't understand what's going on. You just have to listen to her. By getting her to tell you our past. By getting her to lead you to her demons, fears, and nightmares. If you can't do this, we are all doomed, she says sadly before leaving me to my thoughts. We can't let this happen, Travis says, worried, pacing in the back of my head. It's all my fault. Kissing Britta just because I needed to clear my mind, I sigh, frustrated with myself. After Travis took control and kissed Kate, I was angry and needed to get my mind from thinking about the kiss. And Britta was a good distraction. Even though I felt digested kissing her, when I saw the asshole all over her, it made me angry. I had to control myself from ending his life there and then. And he had the nerves to kiss her. I will make that excuse of a werewolf pay for touching what mine. I need to fix my mistakes. I can't afford to lose Kate, not now, not ever, because she mine. Chop hater 30 Kate POV. I fold my legs close to my chest with my hands resting on my knees as the water cascade on me, washing the blood and dirt away. I love the rain. Ocean. The rivers, because I'm like the people who should have loved me better. The water was never afraid to touch me. Even when I was at my most damaged and broken. I reach out to Tiara, but she keeps blocking me out. Blocking her pain and disappointment from me. We have mastered the art of blocking emotions than feeling them, because it is easier to act it never there than feeling it there. I stand up from the tub as water drips on the tile as I make my way into the walk-in closet. I put on a black tee, shirt and black jeans before walking back into the room to find Lillian and Becca coming in. Kate, can we talk to you? Lillian asks as she and Becca walk in. No, I don't need your sympathy, so you can leave now. I say coldly, turning my back towards them. I know the way I spoke was rude, but I just need privacy and not sympathy or empathy from anyone. I hear the door close as they left before walking lazily towards my bed with a loud sigh. I want to scream. I want to burst into tears. I want to get drunk and kill myself. But all I can do is stare at the wall in silence. Sometimes, all you can do is lie in bed and hope to fall asleep before you fell apart. But yet that heavy feeling in my chest when I don't feel any desire to speak or move hurts me. All I want to do is close my eyes and sleep because the process of being broken is incredibly exhausting. I attempt my best to make my days fulfilling, but no matter how hard I try, I can't seem to connect to anyone or anything. That's the worst part. The bad days. The days when I can't hide it behind a smile and I feel like running away from it all. The days when I ask for help and I feel like a burden. Those are the days I'm running on empty. I guess I am just tired. Tired of holding it all in here while it keeps killing me. Tired not caring when I care so much about what they say to my face. Tired of being bitched about by those who know nothing or what I go through, what I feel. Tired of being ignored when all I need is someone to tell me it will all go away. Tired of feeling unloved by those who meant to love me. Tired of pretending to be happy. That everything is okay when everything is falling apart and I am failing with no one to hold me. When all I want to do is cry. It is like I am ungrateful to Ma for her care. But it only little she can do. I still feel empty, something is missing and pulling me into despair. I am not yet complete. The door opened to reveal Lawrence. I got up from the bed, immediately walked towards him. Get out now, I yell, frustrated because he has no right to act like he cares when he doesn't. Or maybe he's here to punish me for beating up his pack member. So let's ignore each other. Try to pretend the other person doesn't exist. But deep down, we know it was supposed to end like this. He says, walking towards me, stopping in front of me while staring into my soul. I break eye contact with him, looking everywhere but him. How is it supposed to end? Tell me, because I don't know. Or is it supposed to end after you break me, leaving me with nothing? Not even the broken pieces. I say, tired of this, while fighting the tears in. You know nothing about betrayal or pain, so do not tell me about you feeling heartbroken, he yelled angrily, his eyes flashing red. I gained courage, looking at his anger evident in my eyes as my claws came out. What would I know about pain and being stabbed in the back by the ones you loved and wish you can be loved back? I take a deep breath, claiming my... Let me tell you what I know. I know that I have lost 1,000 battles to nightly demons, experienced 100 heartbreaks, and faced constant disappointment. I have fallen more times than I care to remember and had to build walls to avoid people stepping on me. I was left to fend for myself. I learned that all of life is just to learn how to act on. Like a phoenix, I have raised from ashes. Pain has made me the person I am today, and you know nothing about me, I yell, frustrated. His eyes soften, looking at me in shock and understanding. You are different, he says softly. I'm sorry if I seem different to you, if it feels like I'm not the same person anymore, but the truth is I'm not living with pain changes you. I say, closing my eyes, taking a deep breath to block my emotions from showing. It's not the future that scares you, but repeating the past that makes you anxious, he says, stroking my cheek lovingly. I push his hand away. It hurts that I can't be what everyone wants or what you want or need. And it hurts that I can't be what I want, what I need, because I'm not enough. I won't ever be enough. And I will never even be close to enough. And it hurts. It hurts. It hurts so damn bad, I say, tears glistening in my eyes, falling freely. I raised my hands to wipe them off before I could. He held my hand, stopping me. Cry as hard as you can and want to. But make sure when you stop crying, you never cry for the same reason, he says softly with understanding. I hug him tightly, crying, all the tears bottled up. I cry for the first time, breaking my promise of never crying. I let him see my most vulnerable state. I'm tired of fighting. For once, I want to fight for. I say, still hugging him. You need to rest now. I will be the one to fight your demons. To set you free. Break down the wall you built. Pick and fix your broken heart. And to complete you, he says with so much sincerity, making a promise. I release him from the hug. My mind refuses to believe in when my heart wants me to believe his words. I wipe away my tears. It'll be okay. Just not today, so please leave me alone. Your heart will fix itself. It's your mind you need to worry about. Your mind where you locked the memories. Your mind where you've kept pieces, the ones that hurt you, that still cut through you like shards of glass. Your mind will keep you up at night, make you cry, destroy you over and over again. You need to convince your mind that it has to let go, because your heart already knows how to heal, he says, kissing me on my forehead before leaving. Iced and shocked, he read me like a book. like he knows my thought and fears, as he saw through my thickest walls. I crushed to the floor, picking little emotions in me, picking what is worth. Chapter 31. I sighed loudly. I have been in my room since this morning and I am feeling very hungry. My pride won't let me leave this room. I just don't know what they will all think of me now. Are they going to be scared or worse, throw me out? Take a deep breath, Tiara suggests, rolling her eyes. I took a deep breath, claiming my nerves. Wait. Where have you been? Just resting my paws. You know, after that incident I just needed to rest, she says smugly. Before replying, someone walks in. What do you want? I ask with a fixed glare on Lawrence. It seems you are too embarrassed to leave your room, he says, walking towards me with toast bread and a glass of milk, so I took it upon myself to bring you breakfast. He grinned triumphantly, putting the food on the nightstand. I am not hungry, so take it away, but my stomach had other plans by grumbling loudly. He just chuckles, pulling me to sit on the bed before giving the plate to me. Will you eat or just keep glaring at the food? He asked with raised eyebrows. I told you I am not hungry, I say smugly. You look pale and slim. Do you know I don't like skinny girls? He says, smirking. Britta is skinny, but you dated her, and I don't care about what you like, I say nonchalantly. Just eat your food or I will make you eat it, he says warningly. And I very well know he will do as he says. And also I am too hungry to give any sassy comment. I eat the food in silence with him, making sure I eat every single bite. I gave him back the plate and glass. He left my room but came back 1 minute later. Get dressed, I am taking you out. You don't give me orders. I am going nowhere with you, I say, working into the bathroom. I did my daily routine. Knowing he is still in the room, I get ready in the bathroom. I brush through the tangles of my hair, putting my hair into a ponytail before wearing my dunnies and cello, high-waisted boyfriend jeans, and oversized boyfriend shirt. I walked out to find him lying on my bed comfortably. Leave now, I need to sleep. You look cute. So are you ready? Let go, he says with arched eyebrows. I scowl at him. You don't seem to get that I am going nowhere with you, I say, sighing. I walked towards the bed, trying to pull him off the bed, but he just raised his hand, pulling my hair out of the ponytail, making my hair fall freely on my shoulders. What was that for? I don't like you packing your hair that way, he says, like a little pup deprived of his favorite sweet. This not the first time you have seen my hair in a ponytail, I say, confused. What up with this guy? Then we were not together and now we are, he says in a dud tone. Who said we are together? I ask stupidly when the answer is obvious. You just behaving stubborn. Let go now, he says, standing up from the bed. Okay, let go. Into where exactly? We left the room towards his car, and to my luck no one saw me leave the house. Where are you taking? I ask, getting frustrated with him ignoring my questions. I hope this is not another way of you getting back at me. Get down. What going on in this head of his? What? We are here. Get down, he says, leaving the car. What a jerk. He came towards me and intertwined our hands together, pulling me towards the gate. He typed some code. Immediately the gate opened. My mouth fell on the floor. The view was wow. A waterfall surrounded by trees and grasses with birds on each tress. This sight is amazing. Wow, this is wonderful. Oh, moon goddess, I can't believe this. How did he ever find this place? Come sit here. He pulled me down on a pile of leaves. I always come here to cool myself. Take a run or think, he said, looking ahead. What is the reason for bringing me here? I ask, still in amazement of this place. I always like being surrounded by trees. It gives me the sense of living. I don't know. Maybe to show you something I love doing, he says with a blank face. Okay, we fall into peaceful silence with only the sounds of birds and leaves blowing through the wind. I once had a dream in life, I say, breaking the silence between us. He glanced up at me before throwing stones in the air. My dream was to be like my mom. Ma once told me how she took care of the pack, fighting for the weak and those in need. She was a good Luna to everyone we remember, I say, staring at nothing in particular. What made you give up on that dream? He asked. My mom was never a murderer. She never killed anyone, but yet I killed her, I say, wiping a lonely tear away. No matter how I dream, I can never be like her. She had a pure heart, while my heart is dark as my dreams. So what was the use keeping dreams? You need to let go of your pain to feel what happiness is. He took my hands, holding it tightly, looking me in the eyes. Holding it down here can be suffocating, he says, pointing towards my chest. I felt hope with his words. Can I be saved from my demons? I was surprised when he picked me up, carrying me over his shoulder, put me down. What are you doing? Before I could continue, he put me into the cold water. You will so pay for this, I yell, pulling him into the water with me. I laugh, trying to run away from him. I will get you, he says, running after me in the water. He grips me by the waist before whirling me in the air. I laugh loudly. I never had this much fun. I can't remember the last time I laughed genuinely. This man keeps making me break my promises, first making me cry, now making me laugh. He puts me down, standing on my feet. Can you do something for me? He asks, staring into my eyes intensely. What I ask, meeting his gaze cautiously. Just keep laughing and smiling this way, even if it's only for my eyes, because seeing you smile like this makes my day, he says, grinning happily. I can't keep that promise, I say sincerely. I will always be the reason you laugh. He keeps making promises he will never fulfill, because I know how it always ends. I can see it in your eyes. He says, see what? You don't believe me, but I never break my promises. Chapter 13. We drove back to the house in comfortable silence. Lawrence keeps glancing my way from time to time. Immediately I open the door. I was pulled into a tight hug by Lillian and Becca. They release me from the hug. Really, they ain't mad at me. You girls are not mad, I ask, voicing out my thoughts. No, how can we be mad when you helped in getting rid of her? Lillian says, grinning happily. What do you mean, getting rid of her? I ask, walking towards the kitchen to dish myself something to fill my empty stomach. Don't blame me, I can't get over food. Britta left this morning because you bruised her ego badly, Becca says, taking a sit on the stool while Lillian follows her action. I should be happy, right? She finally left me in peace, but I am feeling kinda bad. No, I am so happy. I did a little happy dance in my head. I dish myself some scrambled eggs and rice, taking a sit opposite Lillian. So where did Lawrence take you to? Lillian says, wriggling her eyelashes seductively. Nowhere in particular. Just somewhere he loves. It's not a complete lie. I didn't get to ask him the name of the place. You guys are a thing now? Becca asked. She took a spoonful of my food. I scowl at her as she tried to take another spoonful. Of course they are. It's obvious. They mate even though she tries to ignore the fact that they are meant to be together. Lillian says, sounding frustrated with me and Laura says, love life. We're just trying to get along, says we can run away from the mate pull, I say, putting more emphasis on the word mate pull. Whatever makes you sleep at night. They both say smugly. Are you girls trying to taunt me? I say, playfully, glaring. They both laugh loudly as a reply. Is everything okay between you and Anderson? Becca asks, suddenly making Lillian tense up. Yes, kind of. Yes, just being stubborn, she says with a frown, looking everywhere but us. What happened between you and Anderson? I ask, not knowing what going on since I was still locked up in my little world. He is angry because I want out with Edward, she says, looking sad and about to cry. Who, Edward? I ask, looking lost. He is a guy I met at a club when I and Becca went clubbing last week, she says, fiddling with her nails. I went out with him yesterday and we shared a friendly hug. So he smelt him on you and now he thinks you cheated on him. I say, understanding where she is going with her story. Just do something to gain his trust back. Like getting this guy to tell Anderson the truth on what happened, I suggested. Why don't you try? It will surely work. Becca says, in agreement with my words. You have his number, right? I ask, taking my empty plate to the dishwasher. Yeah. I will call him right away and solve this once and for all, because I miss him, Lillian says, rushing out of the room. I gave her a thumbs up. After she left, me and Becca stayed in comfortable silence before deciding to watch a movie, with her choosing a comedy and me a horror movie. We argued for a few minutes before deciding on a romantic movie instead. It was the most boring movie of my life. I was holding my anger and because I felt like putting off the TV, but Becca seems to get laughing and behaving like a sick puppy. Okay, enough of this, I say, putting off the TV. What was that for? She asks with raised eyebrows. Before I could reply, Levi entered, grinning widely, sitting on the couch with Becca. What got you in a good mood? She asked, giving him a look. Nothing. he says, laughing lightly. Now I am curious. Come on, tells us, she urges. I took a sit on the armchair, staring at him in amusement. For me to know and for you to found out, he says, smirking. He just asks his crush out on a date. Anderson says, walking towards us with his hands wrapped protectively on Lily and Ness' waist. I guess they are over their argument. Becca smiles at Lily and shut up, Anderson, Levi retorted. What is it then? I ask, feeling uneasy, like this surprise is not something I would like. As I said, it for me to know and for you found out. He says, leaving the room. I felt disturbed. Something is about to happen. Something that is disturbing. I push that feeling back. It must be something not even worth this headache. So you finally figured out she was telling the truth after all, I ask in amusement. I can never get mad at her for a long time. He says, placing a kiss on her forehead with so much adoration. Where are Lawrence and Jack, by the way? I haven't seen Lawrence since we got home. Lawrence doing some pack work with Elder Matthias and Thomas while Jack is training the warriors. He says nonchalantly. I nod my head as a reply. I wonder where Ma went. She is pretty busy these days. Okay, I should be leaving now. Becca says, getting up from the couch. Let go then. I will see you off. Lily says, tagging me along. We walk in silence for a few minutes, feeling the wind blow around us. When will you be leaving to see Ethan? Ness curiously, breaking the silence between us. Maybe next week. We were supposed to go this week, but since he is busy we postponed it. She says, you know I am nervous. She says truthfully, you are going to see someone you know nothing about, I say before Lily cut me off. Is that supposed to help her? Lily asks, not impressed. You didn't let me finish. I was trying to say it normal for her to be nervous because immediately they set their eyes on her. It will be love at first sight. I say smugly. Lily gave me a look of, are you serious right now? What she is saying is just be yourself and then they will come to love you. Thanks. You girls are the best. She says, laughing loudly. Okay. We should be going back now. Lily says, waving Becca goodbye. We walk to the mansion to hear laughter and shouting coming from inside. What is the occasion? What's going on? Lily asks, seeing everyone laughing happily and Ma have panic in her eyes, while Lawrence has an irritated look. She is here. Levi says, running towards the door, yelling happily. A girl with gray eyes and black hair falling freely on her shoulders with a sky blue dress reaching just above her knees. She smiled widely, looking like a runway model. She looked towards my direction, grinning widely before walking towards me. Hey Bestie, what are you doing here? She says, hugging me tightly. I know this girl. She is the same girl from my past. Past I chose to forget all about. Now my nightmares are no longer only at night but also when I am wide awake. Chapter 33. I can't believe she is back. I became numb from what's going on. What is she doing here of all places? She one of person who made me give up on ever having friends. I pushed her away like she had an acid burning into my skin. Her eyes became cloudy with hurt, but it was gone within a second. She grinned widely. What are you doing here, Bestie? She asks once again. What is she trying to do, pretending we are best of friends? The last time I remembered we are not friends, so how can you be my best? I say, smirking. Since she wants to play this game, then let it begin. She will never affect me the way she always did. This Kay is different. Come on, Kate. That all in the past now, she says warily. What nerve! Racking this girl is Grace. You seem to forget what I did to you and your family too easily, I say smugly with a smirk playing on my lips, but let me give you a piece of advice. Don't try anything stupid with me because I will make sure your entire generation is killed. And trust me, you won't want to see me angry, I say, meaning every word. She flinches from my words. I am not very proud of what I did or anything I did in the past. But if it means putting her in her place, I will do it without regrets. She thinks we are on good terms, but we are far from that. It seems you guys know each other. But I will still give an introduction. Levi says, breaking our intense argument with a suspicious look my way. I forgot anyone was in this room. I hope they didn't hear the killing side of this argument. Kate, this is Grace. He says, pointing towards Grace before pointing towards me, and Grace is Kate. Ma came towards me, giving me a look that I should come with her. I trailed after her towards her room, but not after giving Grace a death stare. I took a seat at the edge of the bed with her. What is she doing here? I ask, confused and irritated. I don't know, but you have to be careful of her, she says warily. I nod before leaving since she needed to take a rest. I left her room towards Lauren's office. I need answers to these questions bubbling inside my head. I knocked before hearing a deep voice come in. I walked in, taking a sit in front of his desk, but he refuses to acknowledge my presence. I need some answers. He glances up, giving me a questioning look before going back to his laptop. On what? He asks after a few minutes of silence. What is Grace doing here? I ask, hitting my nails on the hardboard of his desk. You guys know each other? From where exactly? He asked with raised eyebrows, starting at me intensely. I ask you a question first, I say, glaring at him. Okay, no need to be defensive. He says, laughing lightly. She came here 2 years ago, saying she was thrown out of her pack by her best friend who was jealous of her. We took her in, but she decided to move on with her life, traveling now and then. He explains. What? A jealous best friend? What a stinking liar she is. She is a nice girl, but we don't get along. I just dislike her for no reason. He says nonchalantly. Now answer my question, he demands. It's a long story, I say, looking everywhere but him. I have all day, he urges. She's part of my past. That how much I can tell you, I say, looking at my laps like it was the most beautiful part of me. He stands up from his chair, coming towards me. He swirled my chair around, facing him before cupping my face, looking into my eyes intensely. He was so close that if I move a little we will end up kissing. You can tell me anything, I will be here to listen. You can cry, I will be here to wrap your tears away. He brushed strands of hair from my face before placing a kiss on my forehead. But I won't force you to tell me anything. When you're ready you can always tell me. Thanks. I should be going to my room now, it's getting late already. I left his office towards my room, my thoughts and memories fleshing in my mind. Before I could open the door to my room, a voice stops me. Kate, can I talk to you? Grace asks warily, standing in front of me, glimmer of tears in her eyes. Yeah, but be fast about it, I said as coldly as possible. I know you will never forgive me for what I did, but please give me a chance to prove I am truly sorry, she says, pleading. Sorry, I heard the wonderful story you made up, I say with hatred and amusement towards this backstabbing bitch in front of me, your jealous best friend who threw you out your pack. I'll laugh bitterly. Because the last time I remember you were the jealous best friend who loves money, then her sister. I snap at her, feeling anger rising. I had no choice but to lie. I was desperate for a place to stay, she says, raising her voice. So the best thing for you to do is play the victim, I say, not believing the nerves of this girl. How can she stoop so low? But what can you expect from someone like her? When I left the pack, things became hard after my parents disowned me. I became rogue, fighting for my life, she says with tears flowing from her eyes. I wanted to come back and ask for your forgiveness, but I know you will never forgive me. But when I saw you standing there, hope to build up in me. Maybe the moon goddess is giving me one more chance to correct my mistakes. Just maybe I can get my sister back, she says, sobbing so hard. I felt like holding her and telling her I forgive her, that I know how it felt trying to correct your mistakes, but it is just too late now for that. It's too late now. That Kate you once know is gone and buried, I say before shaking my head sadly. You killed that Kate the minute you betray her, so forget you were ever sisters, because she never coming back, I say, giving her one last look before entering my room, closing her out of my life and closing those memories that surfaced the moment I set eyes on her today. In the deepest part of my mind, the tears I managed to hold back fell freely from my eyes. I rest my back on the door, covering my mouth from making any sound. I cried in silence, crying for my loss. It was just like the first day I found out of her betrayal. She was just like the rest, always laughing and smiling, but you will never know there are your enemies. I am thrilled to bring you the story of Kate and her journey to becoming the Luna Queen. It's a tale of power, responsibility, and personal growth as Kate prepares for her coronation. She's faced with the immense pressure of leading a pack and being a role model for all supernatural beings. But what's even more intriguing is her relationship with her mother and the secrets surrounding her birth. Will she be able to embrace her new role and uncover the truth about her past? Join me as I delve into this captivating story. Chapter 34. I groan, my body aching as I peel myself off the unforgiving floor. Falling asleep here was a mistake. And now my neck and waist are screaming in protest. The familiar anger bubbles up inside me, threatening to spill over. I silently pray to the moon goddess that no one provokes me today and not sure I could control my temper. With slow, deliberate steps, I make my way to the bathroom, shedding my clothes before stepping into the warm embrace of the shower. The water cascades over my tense muscles, offering a brief respite from the constant pressure of training. Kate, be fast. We're having training today. My strict voice carries through the bathroom door, a reminder of her unwavering focus on my regimen. Yes, you can go. I'll meet you there, I call back, my voice tinged with sarcasm. I should always try to lock that door, I mutter to myself, valuing what little privacy I can get. After my thorough cleansing routine, I emerge from the bathroom wrapped in a white towel. I quickly change into my training outfit and head to the gym where Ma is already setting up. You're here. Okay, let's begin, she says, adjusting the weight lift with practiced efficiency. Hours of grueling boxing later, I finally convince Ma to let me rest. I retreat to my room for a long shower, then change into white jeans and a black crop top. Now to feed you, I say, patting my flat stomach. In the kitchen, I prepare a simple meal of toast and jam. As I'm about to take a bite, I hear Grace's pessimistic voice. She will refuse to help. Just forget it. Moments later, Lillian enters the kitchen, followed by Becca and a shy-looking Grace. You're just the person I'm looking for, Lillian announces, taking a seat on a stool. I raise my eyebrows, my sarcasm barely contained. For what exactly? Becca, her eyes gleaming with mischief, answers. Grace here is trying to impress Jack. I take a bite of my toast, wondering how I got roped into this teenage drama when all I wanted was a moment of peace and sustenance. She just found out yesterday that they are both mates and she has always had a crush on Jack, so now it's a dream come through for her, Lillian said with a wide smile. And so what my role in all this? I ask nonchalantly before taking my empty plate to the dishwasher before facing Lillian's angry face. I want us to have a girl's time and you can also help Grace in getting ready, she says, glaring at me. I am not interested, so you can do whatever you like, I say, leaving the room. You're lost, Lillian yelled after me. I walked into the living room to find Tomas and Elisa calculating something, or that what it seems like. Kate, can you help me with something, she called, putting down the notepad in her hands. Yes, I say, ask her. Go through this for me, she says, giving me a huge book looking over 3 years old with a brown dusty cover. Check the accuracy when you did bring it back to me, okay? I took the book from her, checking through the unknown numbers. It was all about PAX distributions. I sigh, getting to work. I can't believe I am stuck with this. I need to calm down before this anger raises more. But this work is meant for the king and not me, for crying out loud. I sigh loudly, gaining the attention of the PAC members in the movie room. Sorry. Please continue, I say, laughing awkwardly. Can you stop grumbling? This also going to be your work as a Luna? And Queen Tiara yelled angrily. Finally I am through, I yelled, jumping up. To hours of sitting here, or is it 1 hour? Who cares? What matters is I am finally through with this stupid book. I find Elisa in the living room still working, but Tomas is in no way to be found here. I am through, I say, putting the book on the table in front of her. Thanks, dear. You saved me from this work, she says tiredly. Is this work not meant for Lawrence and Anderson to do? I ask, taking a sit on the couch with her. Yes, they left saying he has work in Dark Shadow Pack, she says, placing some files on the glass table. I helped her in arranging the remaining files and books before transferring them to the library in Lauren's office. I never knew they were a library, Hiram. I sang a huge library with different kinds of books, or you can say books of past legends and then books unknown to me. I will surely find the time to go through all these legends. Thanks, sweetie. You can take a rest now, she says with a sigh. I need to go for a run. It has been long before I left DR out. I think this is the right time to let some anger out. I passed through the movie room where Lillian, Becca, and Grace were watching a TV show. Kate, let's watch a movie, Becca says, calling out to me. I don't feel like watching a movie, I say, coldly, leaving the room, but before I could leave, Grace yelled after me. Is it because I am here? I can leave if you don't like me being here, she says, walking towards. Can you stop behaving like the victim here? I say harshly, feeling my anger rising to the surface. Kate, can you please give me a chance to prove myself? She says with tears streaming down her eyes. What going on here, a pity party or what? I need you to at least listen to my reasons before judging me the way you do. Seeing the tears made me lose my cool. I pinned her to the wall with my hands on her neck. Shut up before I end what I should have ended a long time ago, I growled in her face. I was pushed with force away from her by Lillian and Becca. What's your problem? Becca yelled angrily. She walks towards Grace, helping her up, leaving me stunned by their reactions. I know what your problems are. Grace told us everything about you, she says, pointing a finger towards me, that you were once her best friend, she says with so much hurt. I look at Grace's face to find hurt and confusion. You always fighting those around you. Sometimes I am scared you will get angry and kill me. I have tried to be nice and understanding, but it's not my fault your dad hates you so much, she growled, loudly releasing all her anger and frustration on me. Becca glared at me while Grace tried to speak but was cut off by Lillian. You are a murderer who kills when someone provokes her. I am shocked, but I understand. All she's saying is nothing but the truth. I am sorry, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. I am a murderer, I whisper to myself. Maybe if I hear it coming from me, it will make the pain lesser. Kate, don't listen to what she is saying. She's just angry, Grace says, trying to reason with me. I understand people always say what they feel about you when angry. I smile weakly at them before leaving the mansion towards the forest. I shift into my white wolf. I need somewhere to clear my head. I know the right place to go. I run at full speed, feeling the wind blow through my fur, and pause until I came to a stop at the gate of Lauren's waterfall. I put in the pin since I memorized his pin the last time he brought me here. I sat down on a rock close to the waterfall. Kate, don't cry. You are a strong woman. You can hold it all in like the way you always do. I trailed on, giving myself a prep talk to stop the tears building in my eyes. I tried doing this for a few hours, watching the water flow freely. Only if my life was so easy. I am always here for you, Lauren says, taking a sit on the rock closer to me. You here? How did you know I was here? I was so deep in thought I didn't know when he entered. Forget about that. What going on? He asks. One look at him made the tears I try holding back come flow freely from my eyes like the waterfall. This man seems to break down the walls I put around myself. I got up and give him a tight hug. He seems surprised for a few minutes before hugging me back. I hug him like my life depends on it. And for real, my life depends on him. Because of the hope that someone is always there to hold you when you fall. Is great. Chapter 35. I release him from the hug. I heard what went on between you, Grace, Becca, and Lily, and he says wearily after a few minutes of silence. I refuse to look at him because I know he surely takes sides with his sister. You know, Lillian says those things in anger. She doesn't think of you that way, he says, holding my hands. I understand, I reply coldly, knowing where all this is going. I am always here for you. Tell me what's going on in that mind of yours, he says softly before bringing my face to look at him. I am to know what's going on. It makes me feel helpless that I can't even help because you won't tell me anything or let me in, he says. His eyes grow wistfully and of pain evident in his voice. Kate, you need to tell him. It now or never. Tayura says tiredly, don't you think it's time to let go? To let someone take the wheel? Please do this for me, she says before going to the back of my mind. I free my chin from his hold, looking forward. What hurts me more is my expectations. I glance at him before looking back at the water flowing freely. Expectations that one day my dad will look at me with love, will care for me, that just one day my brother will laugh with me, not at me. Just for one day my brother will fight for me, and not fight for me, and not fight me for someone else. I say, remembering the first day I found out the alpha was my dad. Flashback when Kate was just 6 years. Ma yelled, running down the stairs towards the kitchen. Stop running in the house, Kate, Ma yelled from the kitchen. Ma, come on. I will be late for school, say, trying to climb on the high stool. Ma picked me up, placing me on the stool before kissing my cheek, making me giggle. My little girl is now all grown up. Okay, now eat up, she says, trying to feed me my cornflakes. Ma, you said I am a big girl now, so let me eat alone, I say, taking the spoon from her. It was a little difficult eating alone. The cornflakes on the table and floor. She scolds me to eat gently, but I survived anyway. I am going by, I say, jumping from the stool. Kate, I am taking you to school. So wait, let me clean this up, she says, stopping me in my track. I turned around and scowl. Mom, I am taking the bus with Grace today, I say before running towards my room to get my backpack. I came downstairs to find Ma waiting for me by the door with my lunch pack in her hands. Ma, you can't take me to school. The alpha son hunter will make fun of me again, I say, pouting. No, you are getting late, let's go, she says, holding my hand, taking me out before putting me on the passenger seat of the car. A few minutes we arrived at my school. A new day of bullying from Hunter and his friends. She opens the door for me before placing a kiss on my forehead after giving me my backpack and laugh pack. Don't get into trouble again, she warns. I just can't help it because I tend to fight back when provoked. Yes, I laugh, before running off to my class. Look who we'll have here, someone says, pushing me. I just know this must be Hunter. Alpha Jane's son. His mother died 6 years ago, at least that is what I heard. His father is very wicked and cold. I have only seen him once. Can you please leave me alone today, I say, glaring at him. He is a senior to me by 3 years. Why will I do that when it's fun disturbing you? He says, smirking. Katie over here, my best friend Grace, or more like a sister. We have been friends since 1 year. Older parents are very close with Ma. If you excuse me, I say, walking towards Grace sitting at the far end of the class. Gracie, I say, grinning widely before taking a sit with her. Have you checked the assignment? Grace asked, bringing out her books. The rest of the class went okay, if okay means trying to avoid Mia. She is my enemy, always clinging to Hunter. We are taking the bus, Grace says, snapping me out of my thought. We walk to the field where the bus normally stops. Hey, Kate. And what is your name again? Mia asks with a disgusting look on her face. You are not worth knowing my name. So run along, Grace retorted, pushing me lightly by the shoulder. She falls on the floor while I and Grace laugh. She growled before dusting the dust on her clothes off. That serves you right, Grace says, trying to control her laughter. Before I could get what going on, Grace was on the floor holding her mouth, which is bleeding right now. I punch Mia so hard she falls on the ground holding her bleeding nose. Now you go home and cry to your mom and leave us alone, I yell, trying to hold in my anger. I helped Grace to her feet. Before we could leave the scene, I was pulled back by an angry Mia. You talking about a mom? Do you have one? Wait a minute, you killed yours. Or maybe you can run to your dad, the alpha. Oh, your dad hates you. So what can we do? She says, dramatically walking towards me, only inches away from my face. She smirks. You are all alone. She yells the last part before walking away. The tears fall freely. Don't let her get to you, Grace says, trying to console me. We make our way into the bus. I was silent throughout the ride, looking through the window at moving trees, trying to get my mind off what just happened. Immediately the bus came to a stop. I run inside the house towards my ma room. Ma, I yelled, trying to wake her up. She jerked up in shock, seeing tears in my eyes. I hug her, crying, Ma, what Mia said, is it true? I ask after calming down. She releases me from the hug before bringing me downstairs to the kitchen, giving me a chocolate bar to eat. What did Mia say? She asks warily. She said I killed my mom and I am Alpha Jane's daughter. I say, sniffing. She looked at me intensely, contemplating something. End of flashback. She told me about my mother and how she died. I say, glaring down. I was happy. Confused. I needed more answers, so I run to my pack house to see my alpha. He was furious to see his 6-year-old daughter. I say, laughing bitterly. He blamed me for his loss, for making him miserable. It was silent between us before he spoke. You and Grace were best friends. So it means you are the jealous best friend she told us about, he says, confirming his doubt. No, that not the true story, just part of what she wants you to believe. I say as I toss stones into the water. After I find out Dad was the alpha. I tried my best to be a good daughter, someone he had pride in, but everything I do was useless. I decided since he already hates me and anything I do is worthless, why don't I to get his attention? Maybe by getting into trouble he will notice me. I shrug. It worked, but not in the way I expected. I got punished and flogged and sometimes locked in the dungeon. Ma became so worried and Grace tried to make me change my ways, but like always I was stubborn until one day I found Grace sleeping with my brother at her place. Flashback when she was 15 years. I am sorry, Grace pleaded guilty with tears in her eyes. No problem. I understand, just please stay away from him. He uses girls like toys. I say, wiping her tears away before grinning widely at her. Why don't we go shopping? I yell happily. Not now. Maybe tomorrow. We are having dinner together, so I need to help my mum. She says with a frown. I can come with you to help your mum, I suggest. No, she yelled immediately. I mean, you can't. I just want to give my mum a surprise. She says warily. I know she is hiding something from me because she refuses to look at me in the eyes. But I choose to drop it. When she is ready, she will surely tell me, okay, if you say so. We both left my room towards the living room, where Ma was watching a TV show. She loves watching this TV show a lot, Alex. I will be going now, Grace says before kissing Ma on the cheeks and saying goodbye, leaving in her car. Ma, I will be back soon, okay? I say, taking her car keys from the center table in the living room. To where exactly? She asked, glancing up at me with raised eyebrows before going back to the TV show. I have something to take care of. I say, leaving without waiting for her reply, because if she knows where I am off to, she won't let me. I park in front of the pack house. I need to give Hunter a clear warning to stay away from Grace. I stepped into the house, ignoring the stares from some of the pack members. I feel Gracie's presence here, Tiara says suspiciously. Her car was parked outside. I say, confused. I walked past the kitchen, hearing Grace's voice. I stopped to see if my ears were deceiving me, but it was my best friend sitting talking and laughing with Hunter. I told her it was just a mistake. She says, smirking proudly. And she believed you? He asks, smiling. Yes, she has always been foolish. She says, laughing loudly. Just bring more information about her and you will be my Luna when I become Alpha, and Dad will continue to feed your family. He says, stroking her cheek, pulling her to him. He kissed her harshly while she wraps her hands around his neck, bringing him closer. I was so furious to see my own best friend, someone I trust, betrayal me for power and money. End of flashback. Since I was stronger compared to other wolves or lichens, it was so easy for me to destroy her life in just one day. I made her parents choose between life and her, but of course, they chose their life because they were so angry with her for betraying our friendship and, most importantly, the family name. I say nonchalantly. I made sure she regretted ever betraying me. I vowed never to trust anyone or show emotions and to never have a friend. Mott tries to stop me, but it was too late. I was going to show Hunter I am not an easy target. I injured him to the extent that he spent months in the hospital. I say as tears fell from my eyes. Remembering and talking about the painful past is like living your nightmares once again. I was flagged and chained with Wolfbane for a month until Hunter was well enough. A day I hated and believed my dad was dead was when he tortured me mentally and physically. I say, sobbing bitterly. He held my hands tightly, assuring me that everything is getting better. He is here to hold me. I was just a 16-year-old girl. My grandma was kidnapped by rogues after attacking my pack, thinking she was the Luna. I begged him, but he refused to help. I pleaded. I told him I have no one else, but he didn't give a damn. I say, with hatred towards a man who brought me to this world. I promised him I'd bring her back if it's the last thing I do. It didn't take me time to find her. I find her in a building surrounded by trees and middle of nowhere. She was chained like a dog and was in her pool of blood. I say, breathing heavily, feeling the anger just remembering what they did to her. I killed everyone, both man and woman, no one was left. I killed over 50 werewolves. When I came back to my senses, I was covered in blood. Werewolves lying dead. The Alpha and some pack warriors came. I don't know how they found me, but they did. He looked at me in shock and confusion, seeing all the dead bodies and wolves everywhere. Flashback. You killed all these werewolves? He asked, shocked, looking at me with disbelief. I always knew you were an abomination. You are a disgrace to werewolves, he glowered. I fell on my knees pleading for him to understand, take her to the darkest part of the pack where murderers like her are kept, he ordered. End of flashback. I was dragged away by some warriors. I was constantly reminded that I am a murderer right now. I am a crying mess. He hugged me tightly. Do you know what hurts more? He asks, but before I could answer, he replied, holding all the pain and heartbreak in here. It might hurt letting it go, but what hurts more is keeping it locked in. He released me from the hug, looking intensely into my eyes. You have to let it all go. Learn to forgive, because the more you hold on to the painful past, the more you keep feeling hurt, he says, tucking a stray lock of my hair behind my ear. Letting go brings peace and heals your broken heart. Chapter 36. Lauren's POV. I release her from the hug before cupping her cheeks in my hands. I stroke her cheeks, looking into her eyes full of pain and loss. Those sparks I saw when she laughed were gone. My name means pure, but my heart is not pure, but dark and filled with hate. She says softly, bringing her head down in shame. Everyone has a painful past, but it's how you deal with the pain that shows how strong you are, and I am taking from experience it brave enough to hide the pain, but braver in letting go of what you feel. So that means you have a painful past? She asks Sock as she avoids my gaze. My father was not always this kind and free. He started training me at the age of 6 years. I breeze clouds my mind. And I never received any love. All he cared was to build me up to be a king. The only person who was able to save me when it gets tough and made me smile was Elder Matthias. My father kept on with this until I was taken away by his most trusted, his brother and his mate. I say, moving my hands from her cheeks before clutching my fist angrily by my side. Calm down, Lawrence, she says, placing her hands on mine. Just the mention of my name from her lip made me relax. They took me away because of their selfish shames of taking the kingdom from my dad. I was starved, bitten, and forced to fight for my life, just a 12-year-old boy deprived of love and care for a year. I say while taking sharp breaths. No one came to save you, she asks, angrily and confusion lacing her voice. Elder Matthias came, but before he came I ended their worthless life, because I shifted at 13 years, making it so easy. I say smugly. She looked at me with wide eyes and mouth gape in amazement. I was never the same after that. I became cold, emotional, and losing myself slowly in regret. But Elder Matthias was there to pull me back to the surface. I say, smiling at her. She returns the smile. Thank you, she says, getting me by surprise for what I ask, confused. For being here for me when I needed someone. For pulling me up, she says, grinning widely. As she did so, her eyes spark. I gaze down at her full lips, just thinking about those lips on mine. I move closer as she does the same, staring intensely at my lips. I capture her lips in a passionate kiss, pouring love and lust into this kiss. I lick her bottom lip, asking for permission, but she refuses to grant. Finding another means, I slip my hands to her ass, squeezing lightly. She let out a low moan. Taking this opportunity, I slip my tongue in, twirling my tongue around every corner of her mouth. Her hand sinks into my hair, tugging gently, making me groan into the kiss. Feeling the kiss getting more demanding, I pull away before resting my head on hers. We stare into the depths of each other's eyes. As much as I will like to mark you, it won't be in the forest, I say, winking. Blush creeps onto her cheeks before hitting my chest playfully. I have something for her. Wait, I brought you something, I say, bringing out a gold charming bracelet with I love you tag on it. I took her hands in mine before fixing the bracelet on her right wrist. I want you to always put this on to remember that I am never going anywhere, I say, waiting for her reply. Her amber eyes wide in shock. You got this for me, thank you, she says, grinning happily. Should I tell her what she is? No, it not yet time for that. Mi vida Spanish, meaning my life. I will be traveling tomorrow for pack work. I will be away for 3 days. She frowns a few minutes before smiling. Okay, she replied nonchalantly. We spent time talking before heading to the mansion. Kate POV. I am really tired. After all the emotions I felt today. I look down at my wrist. It is so beautiful. I can't believe he gave me something like this, and I feel so happy and special. Oh, moon goddess, I say, sighing before falling on the bed, welcoming the darkness of sleep. I woke up this morning feeling happy. My cheeks are hurting from grinning so widely. I just feel alive, like something is being lifted off my shoulders. I was able to skip training. I did my daily routine, leading my hair freely on my shoulders and applying lip gloss to my lips. I got ready into a Mexican dress. Lillian gave me a black dress with a flower design around the neck and down reaching above my knees. Satisfied with the way I look leaving my room. I need to settle something with Grace, but the problem now is I don't know where her room is. You can use her scent to find where she is. TRS a Jess. I follow her scent towards the back of the mansion where I saw her sitting Indian style on the grass with her hands crossed around her body. She senses my presence, making her stare at me with wide eyes and her mouth gape in shock. I smile at her before sitting close to her on the floor. Kate, what are you doing here? She asks, warily, still looking shocked. I forgive you, I said, grinning widely. Kate, I am so sorry that Lillian said those hurtful words to you. It's all my fault, but I told her everything that happened. She is angry with me and refuses to speak with me. She trails on, not finding the courage to look me in the eyes. I hold her hands in mine gently. Gracie, I forgive you, I say one more time to get her attention. Kate, please wait. What? Why? Why you or forgive me? She asks, surprised, not believing what she heard me say. Yes, but if you don't want my forgiveness, I can always hold grudges, I say with a smirk playing on my lips. No, she yelled immediately with fear evident in her eyes. I miss you so much, I say, sincerely meaning my words. I missed her even though I try so hard to hide it. Thank you. I miss you too. You don't know how your words bring me peace, she says with her, taking me into a hug. I immediately hug her back. She pulls from the hug. So Katie, I have so much to tell you, she spoke in a shrill voice, grinning widely. We are back, baby, I yelled as we both laughed. I miss this. Sisters, she says as she brings her pinky out. I wrap my hand around her pinky. Sisters, I say, locking the bond just like old times. It's time to do something crazy, she says, pulling me up with her. We walked into the living room to find Lillian, Becca, Ethan, and Levi all laughing. Kate, can we talk to you? Lillian asks nervously. Yeah, sure, I said, glancing up at Grace, giving her a confused look before looking back at Lillian. They both led me into the kitchen. I am so sorry for what I said to you. I never felt scared that you will blow up on me once, she says, looking down in shame, while I kept my gaze focused on her. We should have never judged you that way without knowing what you've been through, but if you can please forgive us, Becca says, warily looking into my eyes for any reaction. I kept my face blank. I will forgive you both if you can both forgive Grace, I say, smugly taking a seat across from them. I forgive her, they both say nervously. Okay then, but I say, smirking mischievously. But what? Lillian asks warily. But we'll need to get all these sad faces off and have some fun, I said, grinning widely. Okay by me, Grace says, laughing loudly. We talked, laugh, and do crazy things. If I should write on my best day, this day would be on my list. Now we are teasing Grace and Jack. Lillian and Levi are the ones teasing them, while I and Becca just cowed and stopped laughing. Since Anderson and Lawrence left this morning, it was kind of boring. So when will I become an auntie? Lillian says, smirking, making Grace blush a shade of red. You have to stop teasing my friend here, I say between laughs. Kate, you need to leave here now, they are warned. What going on? I ask, confused. Just leave here now to your room, she won like she was in pain. I will be in my room, I say, rushing out of the room. Immediately I close the door of my room before pain shoots in the midsection of my abdomen. My body heats up like it's on fire, making me scream in agony. Please let it not be what I am thinking, I say warily. Chapter 37. Heat. How can this be now, for crying out loud? I clenched my stomach in pain. I don't know. I felt it earlier today, but I took it as something else. When I felt it again, I was able to hold the pain until you got in the room. Tiara says in pain. This pain is so unbearable. My body feels like it is on fire. Oh moon goddess, help me get through this, I cry in pain. I trudged slowly towards the closest, searching for perfumes this meant, Ward mumbled tiredly. I opened some of the bottles before pouring them everywhere in the room. What is this for? Kate, Tiara asked, confused. This is to reduce the scent of my heat, I say nonchalantly before walking into the bathroom. Stripping off my clothes, I got into the cold, freezing water. Don't you think we should call Lawrence? Tiara suggests warily. No, we can go through these 3 days alone. Nobody has to know, I exclaim in pain. Why do you always do this? She asks angrily, always acting like you need no one, when in reality you are just acting to be strong, she yelled, blocking the link. Now she leaves me alone to bear the pain. Thanks a lot, I murmur. The water feels warm. I clamor in pain, feeling hot. The solution to this is mating with Lawrence, but I can just call him and say I am going through heat. Please leave what you are doing and come, let's mate. No, I can't do that. I got up from the tub, I myself in a towel. I bite my lips, feeling the pain increase immensely. I could already taste my blood. I squirm my body in pain. The only sound heard is my outcry. I groan, getting up from the cold floor of the bathroom. I must have fallen asleep during the pain. I mumble, getting into the shower. When through with my daily routine, I change into gray sweater. I look into the long length mirror. I look pale, eyes dull, and lips dry. My fangs and claws were out. Even though I try to take it back, it refuses to pull back. I trudge slowly towards the room. Laying down on the bed, tired, I survived. 2 days to go, I say with a sigh. Kate, are you in there? Ma asks, yelling from outside the door. What should I tell her? I mumble, contemplating why. Yes, just resting, I yelled back, not even recognizing my voice. Are you ready for training? She asked. No, can we skip today's training? I ask wearily, can you tell everyone not to disturb me for today and tomorrow? Why is that? And also, you didn't come for dinner yesterday? She asked suspiciously. I just need to be alone. I say casually. Okay, she says, sounding suspicious before leaving. What was the reason for not being honest? Tiara asks calmly. Because if I should tell her, she will surely speak to Lawrence about it. I say smugly, and also thanks for your help yesterday. I say sarcastically. You are so welcome, she says, smirking. I ignore her before getting comfortable on the bed, trying to ease the pain I am feeling right now. I toss and turn on the bed, trying to ease the pain, but it seems to increase as time passes. I sigh, feeling the urge to claw my stomach out. The urge was so strong, but obviously I can't do that, so instead I claw at my pillow. Immediately anger took over me, making me forget about the pain. I claw and tear everything my hands touch. Kate, someone called from outside the door. I growl at the door. What do you need? I ask, sounding irritated. Alex asks me to bring you something to eat, she says wearily. Must be a maid. I am not hungry, so take it back, I say as I clenched my fist, trying to hold my anger at bay. My breath is heavy and I am not yet satisfied with the need to pass, but anger is overwhelming. Lawrence POV. I felt restless, like something is going on. Your Highness, do you have anything to say? Alpha Edward Delpha of Moonpack say, snapping me out of my thoughts. I am currently in Moonpack with Anderson, Dad, and Pa, with some warriors settling the dispute between Moonpack and Black Moonpack. Since I left my pack yesterday, my mind has always been on Kate. How she is doing. If she is all right. I can't help it. She is driving me crazy. Since everything is settled and everything is going on well, the current alpha should get ready to step down for their sons, I say, keeping a blank face and a cold voice. Yes, Your Highness, the agreement and files were signed. It took 2 days instead of the 3 days as planned, so we will take our leave now. Can't you stay for dinner tonight? Asked Bay and Ethan. Yes, why not? We will love to join you for dinner, Dad replied before I could even decline the offer. I gave him a look before giving a nod to proceed. The dinner was okay, taking on the progress of the pack and members. Alpha Adri and Alpha of Black Moonback has always been a pride and greedy man trying to mate me with his daughter, and it was never going to happen. I toss and turn trying to get some sleep, but it seems my body is depriving me of one. I sighed, getting up, going into the bathroom. The pack house wasp is big like mine, but it is presentable. I splashed little water on my face before going back to lay down. I thought about calling or texting Kate, but she might be asleep right now. What about if I text Mom? No, that won't do. It took me 2 more hours before I fell asleep. Thanks once again, Your Highness, Alpha Edward says, smiling. We left in different cars back to the mansion. I have been worried and feeling weird. You have to hurry, Travis suggests, spacing in my head. The pack house to the mansion is a 4 hours drive. I pack my car before entering the mansion. How was the meeting? Jack asked him, immediately coming towards me with a smirk. Where is Kate? I asked, dismissing his question. Why, you should at least answer my question, he says, forming hurt. She is in her room. She refuses to eat or even leave her room. He says, concerned and worried. What must be going on with her? I mumble to myself with difference in areas going through my head. I walked towards her room. I sniffed the air, feeling excited, or you can say getting horny. It was stronger getting to the front door of her room. I knock once, hearing no reply. I force the door open, breaking the lock. I was beyond shock. Everything is destroyed. Claws mark on the wall. Broken glasses. And wood. A loud growl snapped me out of shock. I turned around to see the full creature. If it was anyone in my shoes right now, will surely run for their life, but not me. Her chest rises and falls. Claws and fangs out. She looked dangerous and at the same time sexy. I took a cautious step towards her, my eyes getting darker as I sniff in the air. She must be going through her heat. Wait a minute, her heat. Why didn't I think of that? Are you all right? I asked, stroking her cheek. Her skin was warm under my toughness. She became tense for a minute before relaxing, her claws and fangs returning. You are back, she says, finally finding the words to say before hugging me tightly. Yes, but are you okay? I ask one more time, releasing her from the hug. She shakes her head, saying no. I carry her in bridal style towards my room. I lay her on the bed before walking towards the bathroom to get dry clothes, but she pulled me back. Please take this pain away, she says, pleading. You are only saying that because of the heat, I say, trying to hold myself from marking her as my own. No, I need you right now, she says, pulling me closer. Are you sure? I don't want to do something you will regret, I say, warily looking into her eyes. She looks so pale. I am very sure. I have been waiting for this time for a long time, and this is the right time, she says, placing a kiss close to my lips. Lawrence, make me yours. I need no other invite. I capture her lips in a warm, passionate kiss. Chapter 38K POV. He hovered above me, kissing me passionately like my lips were delicate and his favorite lollipop. I can't believe this. I swear if this is just one of my dreams, only the moon goddess knows what's going to happen. Who even cares if this is a dream? This feels so real. His lips on mine feel so soft and taste like mint. I moan into the kiss. He breaks the kiss, looking at me with eyes dark and filled with lust and something else I can't pinpoint. He raises my shirt over my head. He looked at the mark on my chest in shock. I tried to cover it from his feeling self, conscious under his intense gaze. You have this too? He asked, rubbing on the mark of 2 lichens. What? I ask, confused, feeling sparks as he continues to rub on the mark. I have this mark on my waistline, he says with a smile. Yours is beautiful, he says, pulling my shirt off before throwing it on the floor, leaving me with only my bra and sweatpants before kissing my lips. His hand cups my chin tenderly, while the other stroking my cheek, kissing me sensually and passionately. He nibbled on my lips and gently sucked on my tongue. Our tongues war against who will be dominant, which he won, of course, twirling around every corner of my mouth. I moan in between the kiss. One of my hands slid into his soft hair, tugging gently, and the other found its way to his chest, running my hand over his chest. He kisses along my jawline to my neck. He sucked, nipped, and nibbled, making me moan lowly. I felt his fangs graze my neck, sending shocks of pleasure into my body, his fangs dipping into my neck, marking me as his. I hold on to his shoulders and bit inside my cheek, feeling the pain become intense. I whimper softly, but soon it subsides, making me moan loudly in pleasure while my wolf jump, feeling connected to her mate. He licked on the mark before meeting my eyes mine, he says huskily before kissing me. I break the kiss before pushing him down with me on top, straddling him. I kiss his neck and suck on his sensitive skin, making him groan in pleasure. I look into his eyes, licking my fangs before pushing the full length of my fangs into his skin. He growls in pain before groaning at the sensation. I pull my fangs out before licking at the mark. TR beam in pride, marking her mate as ours yours. I pull away, looking into his eyes. I never expected to ever hear these words from anyone except my ma, but hearing it ends butterfly flying in my stomach. I love you, me Vida. I can't believe this. He says he loves me. He loves me. What should I say? What I feel is love, right? I love you, too, I say, grinning happily. Never once have I felt this way. It's crazy to think I will ever experience love or even feel it. I kiss him, pouring all my feelings into the kiss. I wake up to feel a weight on my hip and someone breathing on my neck, sending waves of pleasure into me. I turn around to find Lawrence sleeping, his hair covering his eyes. He looks adorable and peaceful. I push the hairs from his face, tracing his sharp jawline. Blush creeps up my face, remembering what we had yesterday. "You always look cute when you blush," he says in his morning voice, making me blush even more. I use the blanket to cover my face from him while he just chuckles, pulling the blanket off my body, leaving me without clothes. I scowl at him before taking the blanket from him. "You don't have to cover up, I have seen it," all he says, taunting me while laughing. "Not to worry, I can always walk around without clothes," I retorted with a smirk. In a flash, he pins my hands above my head and his eyes go dark in lust with a smirk playing on his lips. "You do no such thing because your body is only for my eyes and pleasure," he says, possessive lie. I kiss him, showing him I am all his. "Wow, it's beautiful," I say, amazed, tracing my mark on his neck where it meets his shoulder. It's exactly like the one on his waistline and on my chest, but the only difference is the crown on both the lichens. "Yours is beautiful," he says, kissing his mark on my neck, making me moan lowly. "I need to take a bath," I say, pushing him off me. He growls lowly before getting off the bed, showing all his manly glory. I can't still believe this is all mine. "Yeah, I know, having all this. Girls sure will be envious," he says, reading my thoughts. "Since we are now mated, we can feel each other's emotions and hear each other's thoughts. Get out of my head," I yell, throwing a pillow at him, which he easily catches. He laughed, walking towards me, lifting me off the bed with the blanket wrapped around me. "You know I have legs, right?" I ask as he walks us into the bathroom, placing me on the counter before setting the tub. He spread my legs apart before standing in between, wrapping his hands around my waist. "Me vida," he said softly before kissing my neck. I wrapped my legs around his hip, pushing my neck backward to give him more access. He carried me from the counter, putting me into the tub. He looked at me with lust-filled eyes before attacking my lips in a demanding way. I will never get tired of his lips on mine, because this man kissing is my everything. Unknown POV, I look through the picture on my desk taken by my men who were watching over her. Her heat ends today. My heat is unusual, coming late and not expected. I pick out a book, going through it before finding the explanation to this. Heat of the chosen, I read, taking necessary points needed. The bond is might be accepted and grow immensely in strength. Understanding between them must be developed for her heat to take place. This heat will bring them together, breaking all boundaries. She will experience heat in different ways, going through pain, anger, and lust, showing strength and wisdom, the beginning of something new or the start of something dangerous. Lovely, and also something dangerous, which will also bring peace and war. I closed the book. "London," I called. He rushed into my office. "Yes, Ma," he says cautiously. "Get ready, we are all leaving," I say before dismissing him. "The war is near," I say thoughtfully. Chapter 39, Kate POV. "OMG, Mum, we need to start preparation," Lillian shrill happily. I tell you, she is happier than me on this. I am currently stuck in the dining room with Elisa, Grace, and Lillian for the whole day since Becca went with Ethan to this park. I am sure saved by one. It's not like I mind or anything, but if they could stop planning on how my love is complicated. It seems like my life is a romantic story where the boy sweeps the girl off her feet, make her smile, and have a happy ending together. I sigh loudly. I should have listened to Lawrence when he asked me to spend the day with him. But no, I have to insist on spending the day with the girls, but now it feels like I am going to spend my day planning my wedding day. "Kate, are you even listening to anything I am saying?" Elisa asks, glaring at me before glancing back at Ma, giving her a mischievous smile. "I hope what they planning is good for me and my health. I was lost in thought," I say sincerely. "I hope you thinking about Lawrence," Grace says with a wink. "Oh, this girl, so let talk about your coronation," Elisa says seriously. "So any suggestions?" "Coronation?" I ask, confused. I am not dumb. I sure know what coronation means, but it is not every day you get mated to the Alpha King, and I am sure it was on my list to become the Luna Queen, and am so not ready to be the Luna Queen and rule these people. Oh, Moon Goddess, what have you gotten me into? And why didn't I think of this? Yeah, it is an occasion held to crown the new Luna Queen. Lillian says in a dud tone, if only she knows what going through my... Yes, I know, but when will that be? I ask, curious. I hope to have more time to get ready for all these complications. Tomorrow. Elisa says mellow lie, the blue moon is tomorrow, so will be the perfect day for your coronation. I jump up from the chair with wide eyes. Tomorrow, that barely enough time to do anything I say. Shot. No need for you to get all worked up. Me and Alex have it all under control, she says, smiling, and the girls are here to help. No way. It's impossible, I say, holding the anger forcing to come out. Kate, you have to understand. It is the blue moon, meaning more strength. Ma says, trying to reason with me. If you are worried about the preparation, it is all under control. And also this pack needs a Luna Queen, and not only this pack, but all werewolves, lichen, and other supernatural beings. Elisa says, looking at me with pleading eyes, this pack has been without for a Luna Queen for so long. I was so furious with these people. How can they just push this on me? It's just too soon. I need to get used to all this first. I glance at Grace and Lillian, who are looking so comfortable being here right now. I also feel the same way. What going on? Why the tension? Lawrence asks, walking into the dining room with Levi, Anders, On, Jack, Elder Matthias, and Thomas laughing loudly. It seems someone still found this day funny. We are just letting Kate know here that her coronation is tomorrow, Elisa says, smiling. I can't believe this, I say, walking out of the room with Ma calling after me. These people are just too much, expecting me to wake up one morning and discover I have been given so much power and responsibility. I walk into my little privacy known as my room. Wow, that was fast, I say, looking at the clean and neat looking bedroom. After all the destruction I did to this room, I was thinking it was forever condemned. I lay on the bed getting comfortable, but was disturbed by someone coming in. Oh, just to think I will have little privacy, but at least at Lawrence. Yes, how can I be of help? I ask with raised eyebrows. There are so many things you can help me with, he says, smirking before sitting at the edge of the bed. I need to speak to you. I know. Is it about the coronation? I ask, getting up before Sam. Yes, I know you are nervous. I felt your nervousness and anger. That was the reason I came to see what was going on, he says, holding my hands in his. Oh, that was all I could find to reply to him. I know it's hard on you. If you want, I will make Mum leave it until you are ready, he says, smiling. Thanks. I just need some time to accept all this, I say, staring at everywhere but him. Be vital, look at me, he says softly. I looked at him. You will be a good and caring Luna Queen, he says, smiling, making me blush. Okay, enough of this. I need to talk with Lillian and Gracie, I say, getting up, smiling. He pulled me back on his lap. You are making me feel jealous, he says with a smirk. Are you getting all possessive? I tease, with a smirk playing on my lips. You should know I am very possessive of what belongs to me, he says, kissing my nose. Okay, right now, before I take you right now, he says playfully. We walked out hand in hand towards the dining room where everyone is present, laughing. Me and Lawrence took our sit. Kate, I am so sorry I tried pushing this on you, so I have decided next week will be your coronation, Elisa says, grinning widely. I sigh lowly, giving her a small smile back. At least it's something. I am also sorry for getting angry. I apologize. No problem, dear, she says with a smile. It went on like that, discussing and taking note of things needed. I am a little excited about the coronation. Keyword little. I hear a knock on the door, but since I am in the living room and close to the door, I chose to answer it instead. I open the door to find a young lady with black hair and looking to be in her 30s. Yes, Kate, I need you for something, Ma says, coming into view, but immediately she saw the lady by the door. Her eyes grew wide. What you doing here? She asks, shocked. Alex, it's been long, she says with a smirk. You know her? I ask, confused, looking at Ma's shocked expression. Yes, I know her, she says, warily, looking between the lady and me. Who is she? And why is she here? I ask, frustrated. She should just get straight to the point. I am someone you should know, and also someone you shouldn't, the lady said with a wide smile fading into a mischievous one. Chapter 40. Previously. I am someone you should know, and also someone you shouldn't know, the lady said with a wide smile fading into a mischievous one. What going on here? Present Kate POV. She walked towards me, pulling me into a hug. She sniffed in my scent before pulling back. You look just like your mother, she says, grinning widely. Why, you know my mother? I stuttered, bewildered. Yes, she was my best friend. She says smugly you were just a few hours old the last time I saw you. She pulled me into a hug before walking towards Ma, pulling her into a hug. It's been so long, Alex, she pulled back with a smirk, still looking so young, she says, winking. You here? Ma asks, confused. I am back because it's time to get ready, she says, giving Ma an understanding look. Okay then. I will show you to the royals, Ma says before giving me a look to follow. I trailed after them like a lost puppy. We walked into Lawrence's office to find everyone going through the arrangement. Lawrence in his office, sitting Matthias on one of the chairs opposite Lawrence, while Lillian, Grace, and Levi sit on the couch looking through files, and Thomas with Elisa sits opposite talking with Lawrence and Matthias. This was the reason I left, and they are still. Hero Moon got a sign, need your help. I was snapped out of my thought by what Ma said. Your Highness, this is Melanie. Kate, auntie, what? My auntie. I don't even know her or what going on here, I whisper so only Ma could hear. We will discuss this later, but for now play along, she mind Link. It's my pleasure meeting you, she says, bowing her head with respect. You are welcome. But what is our reasoning for being here? Lawrence asks. Ma was about to reply, but Auntie Melanie beat her to it. She walks towards Lawrence, taking a sit opposite Lawrence. I am here to make sure the legend is being fulfilled, she says nonchalantly, looking at everyone's confused faces. What legend? Elisa asks with a frown on her forehead. Auntie Melanie glanced at Ma before glancing at Elder Matthias. Can everyone leave except Alex? Matthias, Kate, and Laura, and she demands with her eyes turning between her natural gray to blue. Elder Matthias give a nod for them to leave. I look at her bewildered. Who are you, if I may ask? I ask, frustrated. Clam down, Kate, always impatient, she says with a shake of her head. Come here, Kate. I walked cautiously towards her. Listen to everything I tell you, she says while I nod in reply. You know about how your mother died, right? She asked, warily studying my face. Yes, I say, looking down at my feet, not finding the courage to look at her. Maybe she going to blame me for her best friend's death. She told me about how she left me with Ma, becoming a rouge for 3 years and discovering herself while keeping an eye on everything I do. I spend time going through legends, understanding why everything happened, she says sternly before taking my hands in hers. I wrap my tears away before glancing at Lawrence. He gave me a nod and a small smile. I glance at Ma, asking for assurance. She gives me a weak smile. Tiara, what do you think? I ask her for advice. I think we should give her a chance because we promised Lawrence we have forgiven everyone that hurt us, she suggests. I contemplate over it before making a decision. I will give you a chance, I say smugly. A wide smile appears on her face, but I have questions for you. You can ask anything, she replies, grinning widely. What legend do you speak of? I ask, frowning slightly. I feel my leg getting numb from standing for so long. Lawrence stands up before pulling me into his lap. I saw I am called the Keeper, while Alex here is Kate's guardian and Matthias Lawrence's guardian, she explains. I look at her confused. What does she mean by guardian or keeper? What do you mean? I ask, voicing out my thoughts. A keeper can read the outcomes and stand by the chosen, and a guardian is a protector and gives guardian, she explains. So why is Ma my guardian when I am not even the chosen one? I ask, confused. You are, she replies before taking out a large book with a brown cover and a title writing in bold letters, Legend of the Right Lycan, and it reads. She explains how I am a white Lycan and not a werewolf, and how everything I went through was all written down in the legend about me going through pain, heartbreak, and betrayal for strength. How Lawrence and I are special and most powerful to save everyone. So you trying to say my life experience has been put down and planned? I ask cautiously. This is just too much to take in one day. Wait a minute, why are you surprised? I ask Lawrence. Ire? He stuttered, not finding the right word. I turn around to study his face. What are you even saying? I ask with a raised eyebrow, waiting for a reply. You see, Kate, the thing is. He says nervously before cutting him off. Wait a minute, you know about all this? I gasped in shock. It not what you think, Kate. He says, but I cut him off once again. So you know about this all along? I say angrily, jumping off his lap. I am the only one who doesn't know about this. You all didn't feel it fit to let me know about all this. I say, yelling. Ma, you were with me all my life, but you couldn't tell me. It feels like my life was a lie. It feels like I am the biggest fool here. I yell, more my fangs and claws coming out as anger envelopes me. Kate, calm down. Ma says, walking towards me. Calm down. I say, laughing bitterly, you all lied to me, and you of all people should know how much I despise lies. I always know the moon goddess hates me, but... This I say, mumbling the last part to myself, this all too overwhelming. My life has been a joke. My life has already been planned, and I have no say on what I want. I say quietly to myself. I fall to my knees, bring my hand to my face, bring my claws out, anger issues. Kate, control your anger, or you might do something stupid, I muttered to myself. Someone hug me. I look up to see Lawrence hugging me. Vida, I am here for you. He says, looking into my eyes, your mom was doing what best for you. She never wanted to hurt you. I try explaining, but he cut me off. You trust me, right? He asks, staring into my eyes intensely. I say with a frown, of course I trust you. He laughs before kissing my forehead. I looked up to Elder Matthias. Auntie Melanie and Ma looking at us with dreaming eyes. I am sorry for my outburst. I have a hard time controlling my anger, I say, apologizing. No problem, dear. So are you ready? Auntie Melanie asks while Lawrence pulls me up on my feet. I think I am ready for this, I say while contemplating my options. Oh, moon goddess, help me. Chapter 41. This past week has been so stressful with everyone busy going about the coronation arrangement. Auntie Melanie has been of great help. Very cool and friendly. Maybe that is the reason she and my mom were best friends, but no one knows anything about the legend yet. It is for security purposes because you can't possibly trust anyone. Don't get me wrong, I trust my girls and everything, but I made a promise not to let anyone know. This week has also been great. I get to spend time with my girls, and if you are wondering, Becca is back and she had a great time. Oh, love, Ethan's parents loved her. She will be a wonderful Luna, I can feel it. Today is the coronation and I am so nervous. Not only am I going to be the Luna Queen, but also get to see my father and brother since every other pack is invited. But the good news is that the King's pack accepted me as their Luna Queen, and it means a lot. I haven't seen Lawrence for a week now because of its custom for the soon to be Luna Queen to be separated from the Alpha King until the coronation. It driving me crazy not being able to hold him, touch or hear his voice. Maybe I am feeling way too much because of the mate bond. Kate, over here, Grace calls, bring me out of my thought. I am currently in the Royals clothing shop helping my girls choose a gown since Ma, Elisa and Auntie Melanie decided to choose my gown, and I can't possibly argue with them. Yeah, I am coming, you don't have to yell, I say, laughing. I walk into the changing room to find Grace wearing a blue shoulder-long gown reaching her feet with lace-long hands and a long cut reaching below her hips. So what do you think? She asks, twirling around. You look gorgeous in that gown, but the coronation color is black with a mix of any other color, I say, raising my eyebrow. I know. It's just so beautiful, and I am getting this gown for maybe a date or something, she says awkwardly. Whatever you say, but I hope that date is with Jack, I say with a smirk. Grace, have you seen? OMG, you look beautiful, Lillian says, looking at Grace with wide eyes. Yeah, you look gorgeous, and sure Jack will fall on your feet after seeing you wearing this gown, Becca says with a wink. Thanks, girls, Grace says, blushing slightly. But you are not wearing that to the coronation, right? Becca asks, looking through the gowns she and Lillian brought into the dressing room. No, I love this gown, so I am taking it, she says, smiling mischievously. I wonder what she is up to. Enough of the talking because we'll have things to do and places to be, Becca says, clapping her hands. Bossing Becca is back, Lillian says with a dramatic sigh while we all laugh. I miss this. Hurry up, girls, Elisa yells, coming into my room. She decided to bring some makeup crew and hairdresser to do mine and the girls' hair and makeup. Even when I insist on doing my own thing, she refuses, saying we should look our best. Kate, your gown is here, okay? She says, leaving the room. The girls left after doing our makeup and hair. We got dressed in our different gowns, picture below. Kate outfits, Lauren's outfits, Lillian outfits, Harrison outfits, Becca outfits, Ethan outfit, Grace outfits, Jack outfit, Alex outfits, Elder Matthias outfits, Melanie outfits, Levi outfits, Elisa outfits, Thomas outfits, We got ready since the men left an hour ago, leaving we the ladies. Becca, Lily and Grace left in one car while Elisa, Ma and Auntie Melanie left in another, and I left last with a guy named Marcus as my driver. We arrived at the venue for the coronation. Elisa told me this place has normally been used for the coronation or big event. We went through the back not to gain attention. He packed in his face. Immediately the car came to a stop. Someone knocked on my window. Marcus, can you please bring it down? Yes, Ma. He says before bringing the window down. Lillian, is everything all right? I ask confused. Yeah, everything is all right, but you have to stay in the car for a few minutes because Alex and Melanie will accept, she explains. Okay, I say with a nod. After that, I will come to get you, and by the way, you look gorgeous and the most beautiful lady here, she winks before leaving. I stayed in the car for 30 minutes before I saw Lillian, Blanca, and Grace walking towards me. Marcus opens the door before helping me out. Thank you, I say with a smile while he replies with a nod and left. Let go. You are going through the front door, Becca says. We walked towards the front door. 2 guys stand to guard the door and others on patrol for security purposes. Kate, are you all right? Grace says, holding my hands. Yeah. Why? I ask, bite on my lower lips. You look nervous and you keep fiddling with your bracelet while biting your lips. She says softly. You know me so well. I say sarcastically, gaining angry look from her. Okay, I am nervous. I say, sighing in defeat. You don't have to be nervous. She says with a smile, you are Kate, the bravest girl I know. The baddest girl. So girl, go in there and show them who the queen is. She says, grinning. I laughed at her words. Thanks, that helped a lot, I say, hugging her. That enough, everyone is waiting to see the Luna Queen, she says, pushing me towards the door before leaving. I nod my head for the door to be opened. Immediately the door was opened. I set my eyes in a room full of supernatural beings from all over. And the room was decorated in black, gold, white, and gray. It was beautiful. My eyes were fixed on the man sitting on his throne and a crown on his head. He was looking handsome as ever with his white, gold tuxedo and black pants. Our eyes locked together like we were the only ones in the room. I smiled before getting on the platform with the help of Elisa. I stand looking down at everyone, grinning widely. Kate, Darby, David, do you accept to be part of this pack? To fight for this pack? And to care for every member of this pack? Thomas asks, looking into my eyes intensely with a simile eye. Do I reply? Do you accept the power of Aluna to guide and be a mother to this pack? I do. Do accept to be the queen of this kingdom, to guide and be a queen mother to all I do. Do you accept the power of a queen to guide and be a mother to all supernatural beings? Wow, this is a big responsibility. Just say yes, Yara says, frustrated. I do. He turned around to look at Lawrence. Your Highness, can you please come down, he says while Lawrence walked down from before, standing close to me. Thomas took a knife and a bowl. Kate, bring forth your wrist, he says. I did as he says. He took my wrist, slit it with a knife, allowing the blood to drip into the bowl before doing the same to Lawrence. He mixes the blood before pouring it into the burning fire. Elisa, he called. She walks towards us with a crown in her hands. My dear, go on your knees, she says. I go on my knees. She places the crown on my hand before helping me up. Fellow packs in this kingdom, here is your Luna Queen, Kate Darby Clifford, she announces while everyone stands on their feet and bow. I grin widely. Kate Darby Clifford, why you look beautiful, Lawrence whispers into my ear. Thank you, don't look bad yourself, I say, smiling. He sits on his throne while I sit on the smaller throne by his side. I am so happy, I say, grinning happily. I kept my promise, he says with a smirk. What promise? I ask, confused. To always make you happy, he says, winking at me. Thanks, I say, meaning my words, because without him I would be lost. After all, having a mate can be the most wonderful experience ever. Dear viewers, today I'm going to introduce you to a novel with a tight-knit plot and full of contradictions. The heroine and hero dance passionately at the ball, their eyes brimming with love. But the heroine's father shatters this romantic moment with cold words and hints at an ominous surprise when the heroine is trapped in the forest and threatened with death. How can she save herself? What's the deal with this father? The contrasts and suspense in this novel are irresistible. Follow me and explore its mysteries together. Chapter 42. My face ached from the sheer joy radiating through me. While Tiara, my inner voice, bounds with unbridled excitement in my mind. The grand hall buzzes with energy as I'm embraced by the warmth of the pack community. Alphas, Lunas, Betas, and Gamma-S from various packs approach, offering their greetings and well wishes. Even regular pack members join in, creating a tapestry of welcoming faces. Throughout it all, Lawrence remains a constant presence at my side, his charming smile never faltering as he graciously acknowledges each guest. His protective aura envelops me, providing comfort in this new environment. May I have this dance? Lawrence asked, his eyes twinkling with delight. I can't help but laugh softly, feeling both honored and slightly overwhelmed. You may, Your Highness, I reply, taking his outstretched hand. As we move to the center of the dance floor, the crowd parts, creating a circle around us. Lawrence's strong arms encircle my waist, while I drape mine around his neck. The soft melody fills the air as we begin to sway. I'm acutely aware that all eyes are on us, but I can't tear my gaze away from Lawrence. The way the chandelier light catches his eyes, making them sparkle like stars, the errant lock of hair that falls across his forehead, his inviting lips that seem to beckon me closer. Every touch sends shivers through my body, igniting a warmth I never thought I'd feel again. Overcome with emotion, I whisper, "Thank you," and rest my head against his chest, fighting back tears of gratitude. Confusion tings his voice as he asks, "For what?" One hand gently caresses my arm while the other tightens protectively around my waist. "For everything," I murmur, burrowing deeper into his embrace. Lawrence tilts my chin up, his eyes brimming with love and respect. "It is my duty to protect you, and I will continue to do so," he vows solemnly. "Mi vida, I love you. Never forget that," he adds, his gaze searching mine intently. Unable to contain my feelings any longer, I pull him into a passionate kiss. Our lips move in perfect harmony, a silent testament to the depth of our emotions. Lawrence left to talk with some alphas while I can't find the girls or even the boys anywhere in the big hall. I am currently dishing myself some food. You can't blame me when your stomach keeps grumbling, you just have to listen. Virago Hunter called, walking towards me with that stupid smirk of his. I hate when he calls me that, but will he ever listen? No. Of course. Saying I deserve it because of the way I treated him after finding out his plans with Grace. I scowled at him. He walks towards me smirking. He looks the same way with his black hair looking mess like he ran his hands through constantly just the way he always does, saying he makes him look handsome. His gray eyes just like my dad's staring back at me. He is dressed in a black tuxedo and black pants. I ask, walking towards an empty table. I place my food on the table before drawing a sit-out to sit on. "What a nice way to greet your brother you haven't seen for months," he says sarcastically, taking a seat beside me. I glare at him. "The last time I checked you were happy. I was leaving Virago." "Come on. I miss you," he says, wrapping his hand over my shoulders. "I miss making fun of you with your angry and sassy reply," he says with a smile. "Like I will believe you and stop calling me that." I say, pushing off his hand, but his grip was tight, not painfully tight, but gently. "What? Virago," he says with a smirk. "How I wish to punch that face of yours," I mumble under my breath, but of course. He heard damn werewolf hearing. "See, that's why I call you Virago, always angry," he says, laughing. But before I could give him a sassy comment, someone made his presence known. Someone I am not ready to meet or ever be ready. "What do we have here?" Dad says, taking a seat opposite me with his face as emotional as ever. "Dad," Hunter says, glancing at my face for any sign of anger. I smile weakly at Dad, but I got a hard stare for a reply. "I sent you here, but you ended up seducing the Alpha King and becoming the Luna Queen," he says coldly. His words should have stopped getting to me, but hearing what he thinks about me made my heart hurt. Very impressive. I looked down at my food, losing my appetite. I felt anger building in me, but it was mine. I looked around, seeing Lawrence already staring at me. He must have felt my sadness. I gave him a nod to assure him everything is okay. He gave me a smile before his anger subsides a little. "Dad not here, please," Hunter says softly. He glared at Hunter before putting his focus back on me. "Get ready for your surprise tomorrow," he says, giving me a last look before leaving the table. "What a surprise." "Oh, Moon Goddess, help me" by Virago, Hunter says, leaving the table. I look down at my food. "Thanks for making me lose appetite," I mumble sarcastically, picking my plate from the table. I throw the remaining of my food in the waste bin. I walked towards Lawrence. "Can we go now? I am really tired," I say, with a smile, trying to hide my irritation. He nods, taking my hand before saying goodbye to his guest. We walk to his car waiting by the entrance. He opened the door for me to get in before getting in, giving his driver a sign to drive. He pulled me on top of his lap before bringing his face to my neck, breathing my scent. "And what did you dad say that got you all tense up?" he asked, his breath on my neck sending my heart into overdrive. "Nothing. He was just being his usual self," I say casually. He didn't reply or talk throughout the drive home. We reach the mansion. I sigh because I am barely holding myself from jumping Lawrence. The driver opened the door before helping me get down. The house was silent since everyone was still back at the party. Immediately, the door of his room closes. Lawrence pulled me into a deep, intense kiss. He breaks the kiss, looking into my eyes as we breathe heavily. His eyes clouded with lust. "I have been longing to do that," he says before pressing his lips to mine hungrily. I woke up feeling happy since Lawrence had some packwork he left early. I entered into the bathroom doing my daily routine. I left my hair fall freely on my shoulders before putting on jeans, a black crop top, and a sweater. I walked out of the room going towards the kitchen. I walked in to find Levi and Ethan eating breakfast, but what left me shocked was the last person I ever expected to be here, standing with a mischievous smile. "What are you do here?" I ask, stunned. Here is Hunter in the kitchen when every guest was expected to leave yesterday after the coronation. "You have a nice way of greeting me," he says sarcastically, taking a bite from his toast bread. "Oh, I am so sorry. Where are my manners? Can you please tell me, what are you doing here?" I ask, smiling before taking a glass and filling it with orange juice. "Virago, no need for you to be proactive," he says, smirking. "I am just here for training." "What?" I say in shock while spilling my juice on the floor. "I am here for training," he says again, drawing each word. "Why?" "I don't want him here with me. Him being here means trouble for me. Our relationship is not like a loving brother and a sweet sister relationship, but the opposite. We don't get along. We are soul enemies because I need the training to be a better alpha than Ad," he says smugly. "Your ego must have taken a fall," I say, rolling my eyes. "So you two can't stand being under the same roof?" Ethan asks in amusement. "You two are very entertaining to watch," Levi adds, laughing. I and Hunter send them a playful glare before I focus on cleaning the mess I made. "Katie," Grace called, entering into the kitchen. "Oh, this is not good." She has no idea Hunter is here. She stops in her track in shock and fear, looking at Hunter, who didn't even spare her a glance or look affected seeing her here. I pull her out of the room towards the back of the mansion where I saw her the last time I went looking for her. I sit on the bench, pulling her down with me. I look into her eyes. She looks confused. "He came here for training." "What?" she asks, leaving the trace she was in. "Hunter, he came here for training, so don't let him get to you," I said, smiling warmly. I sniff the air, feeling a slight difference in the air. I glance at Grace once again. "Your scent is different," I say, confused, a pink blush creeping up her cheeks as she smiles, dreaming lie. "You completed the mate bond," I say, grinning widely. "I am so happy for you." "Thanks," she says, smiling happily. I grin happily before hugging her tightly. Like Lillian would say, "Welcome to the mated group," I say, laughing. Chapter 43. It has been 3 days now, and it feels like the longest days of my life, with Hunter getting on my nerves. I am still wondering if he is here for training or to piss me off. It is amusing and entertaining to everyone, but not to me when you are on the receiving end. But what can I do than ignore his stupid self? "Kate," Becca calls through the mind link. "Yes," I ask. "Where are you?" she asks, her voice sounding tired. I am the Lawrence in his office doing some work. I say nonchalantly, reading through the files while Lawrence focuses on his laptop, sighing now and then. Oh, queen duties. I wish you luck, Lily, and adds, laughing. Why don't I send for help since you are the beta female? I say mockingly. She was silent for a while before I and Becca starts laughing. Whatever. But if you need my help, just mind link me, okay, she says. I will do that. I reply, what are you girls up to? I ask suspiciously. Don't know yet. Maybe watch a movie or go shopping. Becca says nonchalantly. I am helping Anderson with an errand. Lillian says before cutting the link with us. Okay, bye. I have a lot of work to do now, I say before blocking them out. I sigh loudly, rubbing my temple. I glance up to see Lawrence concentrated on his laptop before looking down at the file left to be signed. I wonder how Lawrence does this every day. I spent hours arranging and putting a signature on labeled documents. Anderson and Jack later join us after doing their assigned works. I sit on the floor India style with a cup of choco iced cream watching a movie I am not interested in. I have no idea where Ma or Auntie Melanie is. Not even the girls were about. Virago. Hunter called, placing himself on the couch staring down at me. Ugh. I am not in the mood for you right now, so go away. I say, irritated before taking another bite from my wonderful ice cream. You hurt my feelings with the words you say. He says, faking hurt. I am glad you feel hurt. I say, spitefully staring at the TV, trying to ignore his presence. Let's play a game. He says suddenly. Not interested. I say, shrugging. He sauntered towards me before sitting on the floor with me. Come on, Kate. It's just a harmless game with me, your brother. Not a stranger, he says warmly with pleading eyes. You tell me because I don't know. I say with a raised eyebrow. Okay. Just this one game. He says with a frown. Is this another plan? Because I don't get why all of a sudden you are here and asking to play a game with me. I ask suspiciously. I know I'm not the best brother, but I am trying here. He raises his voice, frustrated. I just have one question for you. I say, staring at him intensely, trying to figure out what going through his mind. Why? Why? You are asking why. He says, raising his voice, anger evident in his eyes. Yes, I am asking because it is confusing. Why so much hate towards me, and now you are acting like we are best of friends? I say calmly. I will never admit to anyone that I love my brother so much, even when he hurts me. Countless hope of one day he will hold me and stand by me. Never goes, and it keeps haunting me. I don't owe you any explanation. He says harshly before leaving me bewildered. I looked down at the melted choco iced cream. It seems I will keep you for later, I say smugly, taking the ice cream into the kitchen. Hey, Gracie. I say, putting the ice cream back into the freezer. Kate, you hear, I was thinking you went with Lillian. She says while closing the book she was reading. I was thinking the same, but anyways, what are you doing? I ask, taking a seat beside her on the stool. Nothing, just trying to pass the time, she says nonchalantly. We talk for a few minutes before she left, saying Jack called for her. I left the kitchen towards the field, trying to get my mind off the argument I had with Hunter. He was just so confusing and difficult to read. Just like my dad was always cold and distant. He hates showing and saying what he feels. Maybe it runs in the family. Your Highness. A lady with brown long hair and black big eyes says with a bow. Kate, I say smugly. She asks nervously. Just call me Kate, and what your name? I say with a smile, trying to ease her nervousness. Arya, your Highness. I meant Kate. She says nervously, I would like to speak to you about my daughter. Let go over there, then we can talk. I said, pointing towards a bench. She trailed after me towards the bench. So about your daughter, I say, sitting on the bench. She has heard a lot about you. How you are a great fighter. Bold and very intelligent lady. She says with a smile. Wow, this is the first time I heard someone talk about me in such admiration. I say sincerely. She laughs slightly. Tomorrow is her 16th birthday, and I will love to surprise her with your presents. What is her name? I asked, in amusement. It was always a good feeling seeing mother care so much for her children. Sadie, she replies with a smile. Okay. What time and place? I ask, loving the idea. I will be at the mansion by 400. she says warily. We exchange goodbyes. Kate let go for a run. Tiara says demanding. A little rent would good to ease my mind. I say, walking deeper into the forest. I move closer to a tree, stripping off my clothes, but before I could get in rest I heard a cry for help. Help me, help me, help me. Please, this voice sounds familiar, I mumble to myself. I followed the cry for help, going deeper into the forest. Where are you? I called out, but the voice keeps calling out for help. Where are you? I called out once again desperately. Who are you to ask such questions? The voice echoed, sending waves of fear in me. I whirl, searching for the source of the frightening voice. Who are you? Show yourself right now, I say, with command lancing my voice. Kate, Kate, stop trying to act boldly every time. We both know you are so scared to lose your worthless life. The voice says, laugh echoing through the forest. My fangs and claws inject. I tried moving, but it seems my foot was tied to the grass. I tried once again, but no result. What are you doing to me? I growled, my eyes turning red with anger and frustration. I am doing nothing. You are the one bringing this upon yourself. The voice says, having pleasure in my suffering. Whoever you are, let me go. I glowered, holding on to the little strength in me. Why will I do that when this is very entertaining? The voice says, getting louder, this is the beginning of your punishment. The voice says harshly with so much hate. I tried mind linking Lawrence and everyone, but my mind was blocked out from reaching anyone. What this moon goddess, please help me. It can tend this way, not now. Not ever. Chapter 44. Tiara, can you hear me? I ask, my voice sounding weak. Yes, but I am losing my strength. She says before pausing momentarily. Let me take control. What? I ask, confused. You can't hold on any longer, so let me take control. She says understandably. I pulled back, giving her control. She whines, calling for help, but I doubt anyone will hear us. Kate, sorry, I can't stay longer to see you. I slowly, but not to worry, Lawrence will join you soon. The voice faking sympathy. Don't you dare hurt Lawrence, she growled. I will find you and make you pay. Very funny. But you will not live to find me. The voice says sternly, I will make you suffer. Everything you love will be destroyed, the voice snickered. And I will bring your mate down with you. A voice says harshly, making its presence unknown. No, this can't be happening. Tiara clamours it over. There is nothing we can do. I say, falling freely on my knees, accepting defeat. We can't give up now. Everyone, fate is on us. She says, pleading. Look around, Tiara, we are losing strength, which means we have little time to live. I succumb to the pain. I can't believe you are saying this. She says, dumbfounded. I won't let it end this way. Everything will be destroyed if we don't fight this, she says with a shaky breath. She growled. Eyes turning gold. Moon goddess, give me strength. I need strength, she cried out in pain. Kate, I need you to give me your strength, she demands. I complied, welcoming the darkness that clouds my mind. TRPOV. Strength enveloped me. I tried moving once again, but my legs were stuck. I tried running at full speed, but nothing had stuck. I tried everything I could think of. My strength reducing, and everywhere surrounded by darkness, showing how late and worried everyone is. I sigh loudly, rubbing my aching waist and legs until an idea struck me. I used my claws, digging the sands around my legs. I dust my legs, removing the remains of the sands on my sneakers before jumping on a tree close. If I have to go through the trees, I muttered. I jumped through trees, ignoring the ache of my bones. Almost there. You can do this, Tiara, I say, seeing a view of the mansion. I did a little dance of victory, reaching the door of the mansion. I am standing here tired, weak, and confused. Such everyone is waiting and worried, but I can't tell them anything when I am confused myself. Oh, moon goddess, what to do? Maybe telling a lie and then trying to figure it out myself. That could work. Tiara, you can do this. Kate is depending on you. I raise my hand to push the door open, but stop myself from doing so. What will I say when a question about what happened to Kate and the bruises on my legs and hands? Stop this thought, I groan, pushing the door open to see everyone with worries and panic evident on their faces. Kate, where have you been? Elise, a anger lacing her voice. She is Tiara and not Kate. Lawrence says harshly, looking into my eyes with anger. Her eyes are gold and not amber. I forgot about that little detail. So, young lady, where have you been? And why are you in control? Ma asks with a raised eyebrow. We found ourselves in deep trouble and she got weak trying to get us out of the situation we got ourselves in. I say, trying to stop my beating heart. And what kind of trouble? Ma asks suspiciously. Where? I think of a way out. Tiara, we got lost in the forest. It was partially true. And what were you doing in the forest, by the way? Ma says, not completely convinced. Can you stop asking these questions? I am Hire Inti. I say, sounding frustrated. My muscles are tense and aching. I am dizzy from standing so long and I need to take a bath because I feel dirty. Virago, can you for once think about others and not always about yourself? Hunter says, glower. You have to understand, Kate is weakened, not present right now. She needs all the rest she can get and all these questions are not helping. I say, pleading. It's hard not telling them the truth, but it's all for the best. Until I know what's going on, I can't say anything. Okay. Lawrence, take her to your room, Elisa demands. I gave everyone a weak smile before Lawrence carries me bridal style towards his room. He put me on his bed before placing the blanket on me. I look into his eyes, not being able to keep it in anymore, letting the tears roll freely on my cheeks. He stroked my cheek. Sensing Travis take control, I hug him, crying, Travis, we almost dead today. I say, feeling the need to come out clean. He growled, pulling from the hug. I hold his hands, making him calm down through the mate bond. I don't know who it was, but the voice sounds familiar. I told him everything about how we got into the forest. The unknown voice. And the power that radiates through the voice. We have to let Melanie know about this, he suggests, sounding angry and fears still evident in his voice. No, I will let them know when Kate is awake. I say warily. Okay, but you need to be careful. He says, brushing the strands of hair behind my ears. You get me worried today. I wasn't able to reach you or feel you. He says, regret lacing his voice, I shouldn't have let you out of my sight. You are not to be blamed. I say, trying to blink black the tears. The thought of me losing you and not being able to help you kills me. He says, pulling his hair harshly, I should have been there. Travis, please don't blame yourself. Your words are hurting me. I say, taking his hands from his hair, holding it tightly, Travis, you will never lose me. I survived today with the help of the moon goddess, and she will keep helping me. I pull him into a deep kiss, exploring his mouth with my tongue. I pulled away, resting my forehead against his. I will kill whoever tries taking you away from me before he can come anywhere close to you. He says, cradling my face with his hands. Chapter 45. Kate POV. My head hurts, I mutter, drubbing my forehead. Am I dead yet? I blink my eyes to adjust to the light coming from the window. Tiara, where are we? I ask in a panic. I look around confused. This is Lawrence's room, but how did I find myself on his bed? I was almost dead before I blanked out. Tiara, what's going on? I exclaimed in pain. My head hurts from so much thinking. Relax, Kate, everything is all right. Tiara says warmly. What happened? I don't remember anything. I said, resting my back on the headboard. I find a way to get us out of death. She says nonchalantly. She explains how she escaped and told Travis everything that happened. And Kate, don't you think it time for you to get ready for the birthday party? She smirks, her playful side coming to play. I ask, confused. The lady. Her daughter. Birthday. She asks in a dull tone. I look at the clock placed on the nightstand. It's almost time. I need to get ready before she comes, I say, rushing into the bathroom. It's so obvious. So get lazy ass ready because we need to make a great first impression as a Luna Queen. She says proudly. I choose to ignore her sassy comment. I did my daily. I walked into the closet with a towel wrapped around me, since my things were moved into Lawrence's room and so were my clothes outfits below, before pulling my hair into a high ponytail. I stepped into the room to find Lawrence laying lazily on the bed, his legs crossed, hands behind his head, and eyes closed. He is looking so handsome with a denim jacket just like mine, a white t-shirt and the black ripped jeans. I could not stop the urge to kiss him, so I walked towards him and placed a light kiss on his lip. Before I could stand up, he pulled me down, my nose touching his. His eyes focus on mine, a smirk playing on his lips and hands wrapped around me, holding me in place. You could have just asked for a kiss instead of stealing one, he says with a raised eyebrow. I was her. Forget it, just let me go. I say, faking hurt. Vampire deception. I tried Mason and EY Gwet. The undocumented changeling. and forced to cove of a low-level witch. Why will I let you go when it feels good holding you close to me? He says teasingly. I am hungry, so let me go. I say, trying to wriggle out of his hold. Not to worry, I brought something for you to eat. He says, pointing towards a plate of mac and cheese on the knife. He releases me from his hold before placing the plate on my lap. Thanks, I say with a smile. Are you feeling okay? He asks worriedly. Yeah. I am feeling good, I replied, taking a bite from my food. He kept glancing at my hair and then my face with a frown on his perfect face. What? I asked, confused. Why is your hair in a ponytail? He asked, his frown still in place. I gave him a confused look because I like it that way. Why? I asked. He sighs. I don't like you putting your hair in a ponytail. Are you saying I don't look good with a ponytail? I asked with a scowl on my face. No, you look gorgeous with. I like seeing the full length of your hair. He says, pouting. I laughed at his expression. Okay, I understand, but I am not losing this ponytail, I say, matter of fact. I place the empty plate on the nightstand before turning my attention back to him. A lady I met yesterday invited me to her daughter's birthday, and she will be here to pick me up in a few minutes, I say with a wide smile. Who is she? He asks. Arya, and her daughter's name is Sadie. I am going with you, he says, leaving no room for argument. I sigh loudly. Okay, let go, she will be here soon, I say, taking the empty plate before pulling Lawrence towards the kitchen. Kate, I hope you feeling okay now, Elisa asks, concerned. Yes, I have never felt so great, I say with a smile. Excuse me, Your Highness. A lady is here asking for you, a girl with brown eyes and black hair says. Eyes focus on the floor. Okay, thanks, I say with a smile while she raised her head, a smile on her lips before rushing out of the room. I place the plate in the dishwasher before walking towards the living room with Lawrence trailing behind me. Hi, Arya, I say, walking towards her before pulling her into a hug. She pulled back with a smile before bowing down in respect to Lawrence. Your Highness, I know you invited only me, but he insisted on coming along, I say with a smile. No problem. I am sure Sadie will be so happy seeing you too, she says with a grin. We arrived at her place within 30 minutes since her place was a little far from the mansion. Her house has a warm atmosphere and is decorated with flowers, and few people were invited since it was a little family party. Your Highness, a girl looking like a much younger version of Arya ran towards us in surprise. You must be Sadie, I say with a sweet friendly smile. Yes, OMG, you are here, she shrilly happily. Your mom invited us. So how is the birthday party going? I ask, looking around, seeing everyone's eyes on us. I looked at Lawrence to see him smiling with his hands tucked in his pocket and amusement in his eyes. It's going well and is the best birthday ever, she says, grinning happily. Sadie was a fun girl to be around. Lawrence got comfortable talking with the guys. It was wonderful. I needed to get to know more people in my life. That was wonderful, I say, falling flat on the couch. We just got home from the party. I promised Sadie I will teach some of my fighting styles to her, and she was so happy and sad when it was time to leave. It looks like someone had a good time today, Jack says, smirking, entering the room. Yes, you should have seen Lawrence dance, I say, laughing while Lawrence sends me a playful glare. I forced Lawrence to dance since he was behaving so grumpy. That will be a scene to watch, Jack says, laughing. Oh, look at who is talking. I can't believe you were scared of your own shadow, he retorted. It was just a misunderstanding. I was thinking my shadow was someone else, I say smugly. It was not my fault, the light was dim. The moonlight was the only light seen through the room, and I mistook my shadow for someone else. Sure it was, he says, not buying my story. Whatever, I say, rolling my eyes. I left him, going towards our room. I changed into my nightwear before laying on the bed. Later, Lawrence joined me on the bed, my back facing him while he places his hand on my waist, pulling me closer to him. I fell into a deep sleep. Wake up, bitch, a voice called. I blink, looking around, but all I could see is darkness. You survived my last attempt, but not this one, the voice growls harshly. I felt a hand around my neck, holding tightly, cutting the air from my lungs. Leave me, I say, trying to pull the hand away desperately. You must die and no one will save you, the voice says, has my eyes beings to give away and my body getting weak. I tried to wriggle, but the hands on my neck got tighter. If that was possible, help me please, I managed to jock out before welcoming my fate. Chapter 46, Lauren's POV. I jerked from sleep, feeling immense pain in my heart, like something was pulled away from me. My breath became heavy, my heart pangs in pain. I turned to see Kate asleep just like an angel she is. I brushed strands of hair from her face. Wait a minute, I mumbled, placing my hands on her forehead. Her body is so cold, I muttered under my breath. Kate, wake up, you must be feeling cold, I called, but no movement from her. I tried shaking her shoulder, but nothing. Is she? No, it can't be, I exclaimed, pushing away negative thoughts. I brought my index finger under her nose to get any sign of breathing, but nothing. I jumped off the bed before holding her wrist, checking for a pulse, but felt nothing. She was lifeless. I dropped her hand, moving back in shock and confusion. Travis whine had my heart thundered in my chest and my heart ripping into pieces. Tears run down my cheeks. I howled, falling on my knees. Lawrence, what going on? I felt myself losing someone, and here you are howling in tears. Mum asked, crushing into the room, scared and surprised. Everyone rushed into the room, confusion and concern evident on their faces. I felt so weak and dead. My life was taken away all of a sudden. Kate. Kate. W.H. What W? Wrong with her? She N. Not getting up, Alex stuttered, brush her hand through Kate's hair. Melanie walks towards Kate lifelessly on the bed before taking her wrist. She dead, Melanie whispers sternly, not believing her own words. No, it can tend like this, Grace cries out loudly, falling on her knees while Jack tries to console her by hugging her tightly. Anderson consoles Lillian as she breaks down in tears while Dad hugs Mom tightly as she cries, and Pa and Levi are by the bed telling Melanie and Alex to pull themselves together. Hunter growled in agony, digging his claws into the palm of his hands, blood drip on the floor. I felt a pang in my heart, both physically and emotionally drained. I rise to my feet. I glance at the lifeless body of Kate before rushing out of the room, ignoring their calls. I entered the gym, my eyes red. Claws and fangs out, my breathing heavily as my chest rises and falls. I punched the punching bag with so much force, breaking it off the hook. I continued my torture. My body aching, but I don't care because I feel dead, the pain in my heart so much more than the ache of my bones. Why? I cry in anguish. Why do you have to take her from me, Moon Goddess? I felt the urge of killing and destroy anything that comes my way. My tongue tastes of blood. I made my way out of the gym, finding any scent of blood. I walked towards the movie room to find 3 young pack warriors taking and watching a movie. Their blood won't be enough to quash my taste, I say, sounding different and feeling different. But before I could get to them, 2 hands pulled me back with force. I growled at who stopped me from completing my quest. I can't hold him any longer, Anderson cried out as I tried pulling his hands off me. I felt something being injected into me before losing consciousness. Melanie POV. Lawrence was dragged into the cells after losing consciousness. Everything can't be over, I feel it, but with Kate's dead, Lawrence will be miserable and become a deadly beast. Whenever a lycan loses its mate, the lycan will become a killing machine seeking blood. And if this happens to Lawrence, it doesn't help but cause destruction to everything. I need to say something. I say, taking a sit in the dining room as everyone did the same. I told them about the legend, but the legend never said anything about the chosen male being a king or the girl dying. I say in confusion. What do you mean? Hunter asked. What I am trying to say is the legend is different from what is happening now. I say warily. But I don't understand what's going on here. Kate can't just die this way. Matthias says, resistant lie. The goddess of darkness must have a hand in what goes on. I say with hatred. Who is this goddess of darkness? Anderson asked. She controls evil and darkness in the world. She vowed to destroy the moon goddess and her children. This was the reason the moon goddess sent Travis and Tyura to protect and gild her children, but the goddess of darkness decided to kill them both. The moon goddess was so desperate to keep them away from the goddess of darkness. She placed a curse on them, filling them with hatred for each other, and only the mate bond could bring them together. The goddess of darkness saw this and took advantage of the hatred in the girl's heart, filling it with darkness and anger for the world. The goddess of darkness could only destroy the world if Travis and Tyura eyes. Can't the moon goddess stop her from causing destruction? Lillian asked. It was too late for her to do anything, but she was able to bless them with a guardian to protect and gild when at times for the goddess of darkness comes to kill. But if they were to save the world, why will the moon goddess let Kate die this way? Levi asks, confusion lacing his voice. You can't understand the mind of the moon goddess. I say simply, but since Kate is dead, does that mean the goddess of darkness is going to attack soon? Levi asks in worry. Yes, but I feel she's using someone for her evil deeds because she can't kill Kate that evilly in her sleep without the moon goddess fighting for Kate's life. I say, contemplating difference in areas in my mind. Who can this person be? Alex asks. The question we should ask ourselves is what's going to happen next. I say, succumbing to defeat. Chapter 47, Kate POV. I groan, my eyes hurt. My muscles aching. I blink, trying to adjust to the brightness from somewhere in the room. I rise my body to a sitting position. I am locked in a big bird cage. My clothes change from my nightwear to a white plain dress. What going on here? I asked Yara but received no reply. I tried reaching to her but felt empty inside. I move in a kneeling position, the bright light coming from a little hole. I hold the cage with one hand and the other trying to reach for the light. Help me. Is someone out there? I yell, but my cries echo back, haunting my thoughts. Lawrence? Ma, Auntie Melanie? Anyone? I clamor. Feeling loneliness creeping in the depth of my heart. Please, I whimper. Kate, a soft voice echo around me. You have to fight because everyone is in danger. The voice continues. Can you please help me, whoever you are? I call out. You are the only one to help yourself. Who are you? And why can't you help me? I wrap my tears before sitting. I am the moon goddess, but you have to free yourself because the goddess of darkness is coming, she explains. You are the moon goddess. I ask, surprised and in shock. Wait a minute, you mentioned something about a goddess of darkness. I said, flustered. We are opposite forces. She trying to kill you and Lawrence destroying everything and my beloved children. She says with hate lancing her voice. Then what am I doing being locked here by who knows who? You have to let go of all the hate in you before you can be free. She says warmly, you are caged in hate and anger that is overwhelming everyone around you. I don't get you. I say, confused. You have to love something for you to protect it. She says, her voice fading into my mind. I shudder in fear as the only light coming into the room enveloped in darkness. I tried to keep my eyes focused, but it felt like I am being drawn into an endless depth of darkness. I jerk up from the bed, panting. I whirled around, trying to get myself together. This is Lawrence's room. I reach for the water on the nightstand, feeling soreness in my throat. I gulped the water before placing the empty glass back on the nightstand. What just happened? I muttered under my breath, bewildered, staring into space. Kate, you need to find Lawrence now, Yara demands. Why, is everything okay? I asked with panic. I can't feel Travis, she says sadly. I rush out of the room, following Lawrence's scent, which leads down to an empty hallway. The hall led to an underground chamber. I felt goosebumps and fear from the chilling cold. The walls cracked, dark without any sign of light, except the fire lamp hanging on the walls. The more I go deeper, the more Lawrence's sweet scent fills my nose, increasing the beating of my heart. Waves of shock run through me, but not from the condition of this place, but the sight in front of my eyes. I close my eyes, tightly letting the tears go, taking a deep breath to calm my nerves and the breaking of my heart. I open my eyes once again, welcoming the shocking sight. Lawrence locked in the dungeon, looking deadly and ready to kill. Half in human form and half a lichen. Claws in both hands and legs. Clothes torn and stained with dry blood. He sits in the end corner of the cage, head bowed and chest rising and falling as he breathes heavily. I use my shaking hand to cover my mouth and the other holding the gate for balance as my legs feel like jelly. He raises his head, noticing my presence. His blood-colored eyes stare at me in bewilderment and shock. Kate? His voice sounded strange and husky. I turned, looking towards the guards standing at the door, staring at me in shock and fear. Open the gate, I demand, glancing back at Lawrence. The guards did as I say with shaky hands. I walk into the cage towards him. I kneel in front of him, taking his hands, but he growls loudly, pushing away from him. Lawrence, it's me. Hear me, Vide, I say softly, moving closer. He stared at me intensely, growling under his breath before turning away from me. Taking a deep breath, I walk closer, placing my hand on his shoulder, hoping he feels the spark of our bond. His body tense under my touch as the only sound heard is the rumbling of his chest and the sound of my heart beating loud. I move my hand, clutching his hand between my Lawrence, please look at me, I whisper, feeling more tears run down my cheek before feeling his hand raising my chin to meet his eyes. His eyes flick, searching my eyes with such intensity as he could not believe I was standing before him. I watch as tears run down his face, breaking my heart, taking his hands from mine. He cradles my face. I close my eyes, leaning into his touch. I rest my forehead against his, running my hands through his hair. Lawrence, we can't let her, when I say, simply opening my eyes to focus on his. His eyes were back to the hazel color I knew. Fangs and nails back in their places. I felt lost when you were dead, he says, taking my hands as tears rolling down his cheeks. I thought you dead. The moon goddess help in bringing me back, I say with a sad smile. He kisses me lightly on the lips. Thanks for coming back, he says with a smile. I kiss him, feeling different emotions at once. We pulled away with a smirk. You need a bath. Let's go, I say, extending my hands to him. He took a bath, doing his daily routine, while I went to the kitchen to get him something to eat. No one was in the kitchen, which was weird. Where is everyone? I mumble, confused. I dish out scrambled eggs, toast bread, and 2 cups of tea before going back into the room. He was dressed in a black leather jacket, blue jeans. He stands facing the large windows with hands tucked in his jeans pocket. Eyes focus on the trees outside. I place the tray on the nightstand before walking towards him, hugging his back. You sent good, I say, sniffing his jacket, placing a kiss on his right shoulder. He chuckled, what a compliment, he says, turning before placing a light kiss on my lips. You have to eat before it gets cold, I say, brushing invisible dust from his jacket. He intertwined our hands together, pulling me towards the bed. He places the tray between us on the bed. Eat up, he urges. We ate in silence for a few minutes before Lawrence decided to break it. I don't understand, he said with a frown. Understand what? I ask with raised eyebrow, taking a sip from my cup of tea. You were lifeless when I tried waking you 2 nights ago, he says. The same person who tried killing me in the forest strangled me to death in my sleep, I say nonchalantly. I explained to him how I walked up in a birdcage, what the moon goddess told me. We need to get ready for what is to happen next, he says intensely. Yeah. We laugh and talk as we ate, but I had a feeling it won't last long. We walked into the living room to find every one's fear and confusion evident on their faces. Kate, is that you? Grace asks, rushing towards me before pulling me into a hug. She pulled away, tears running down her cheeks. I wipe her tears. You don't expect me to go without a fight, I say with a smile. Lillian and everyone hugged me. Becca, Lily Ann and Grace cried so much I even have to stop myself from crying along with them. Ma hugged me tightly, tears rolling down her cheeks. Don't you ever do, but she scolds, you gave me a heart attack. I am here now and never going anywhere without a fight. Auntie Melanie told me what was going on. The border patrol got stronger. Everyone has been notified to get ready for war anytime soon. Training is going on as we speak, Anderson informs Lawrence on the strategy and requirements. Kate Hunter called from the couch. Yes, I ask, focusing my attention on the strategy Lawrence handed to me. Dad is on his way here, he just minds link me, Hunter says, warily looking everywhere but me. Why is he coming here? I asks suspiciously. You won't survive today, and he will make sure of it. What is that supposed to mean? I muttered under my breath, feeling disturbed. Chapter 48. Kate POV. I feel uneasy, I say, pacing around the office while Lawrence sits watching me intensely. Something is about to happen. I don't get why he is on his way here and what his message means. Something is fishy, I say, running my hand frustration. Calm down, Kate, Lawrence says calmly, walking towards me. He places his hand on my shoulders, making me relax. He said, I won't survive this time, I say, resting my head on his shoulder. He lifts my chin, looking me in the eyes. We are ready for anything that's going to come our way, he says with a smile. I feel like I'm not even ready for what comes my way. We are going to get through this together, he says, sensing my fear. Don't stress, I smile weakly. Okay, let's get this over with, I say, pulling him out of the room towards the field where everyone is training. Kate, over here, Becca yells, waving from the field where she is training with Ethan. I left Lauren's side walking towards Becca and Ethan. Kate, I need your help, Becca says, glaring at Ethan, playful, who has a smirk on his lips. And for what exactly? I say, hiding my smile. Ethan is getting on my nerves because he thinks he has more skills in fighting than me, she says between clashed teeth. I have skills, just admit it. Becca, he says, smirking, pulling Becca closer. Always competitive, but what can I say? It all of you have skills, Ethan, when it comes to fighting, I say. Ice and grin widely while Becca frown at me, but my friend here, Emil, mischievously wrapping my hand on Becca's shoulder, has skills in other aspects. I wink, making Becca blush. I know she does. Ethan says, laughing. Shut up, Becca says, hitting Ethan on his belly lightly. You Highness Alpha James is close to the border with his warriors calling for war. I received through the pack mind link. Okay, keep him from crossing the border. Anderson and Lily, and move everyone to the safe house. Safe house. I didn't know there is a safe house. Jack, get all the warriors and come with me, Lawrence orders through the mind link. I am coming with you. Right. I ask. There is no way I am leaving this for you alone. I mind link him privately. Can't you stay back? I can't let you come with me, he says, pleading. No, you said we are in this together, so why are you leaving me out of this? I say, getting angry. He was silent for a second before replying, I can take care of this, don't you worry. I am coming with you. I say, not giving him any more thought to my decision. You will stay here, he orders, using his power. Hunter, get Kate, Becca, and Grace to the safe house before joining us, okay? Levi, go with Mom to the safe house while Alex, Dad, Melanie, and Pa come with us, he orders. He walks towards me, kissing me on my forehead before shifting into his leg and running into the forest with the warriors tailing after him. I plead with Lawrence through the mind link, but he blocked me out. I tail after Hunter, defected with Lawrence's command. I helped the children and women into the safe house with the help of my girls. Hunter left after bringing me into the safe house. He assured me everything will be taken care of, but I still feel I am needed there and not here. You have to love something for you to protect it, the moon goddess words echo in my mind. Tiara, what can we do? I ask, reaching out to her. We are one with him and he can't do this without us, she says. We have to do this. I strip off my clothes before shifting into my large white leg and running out of the safe house through the forest. The trees pass in a blur, my paws digging into the soil as I run at full speed. The smell of blood and dirt fill my nostril. I almost gag but hold it in. I shift behind a tree before putting on my clothes. I follow the scent towards the border. Dead wolves, both in human form. I look around to find Ma Black and White Wolf fighting off a wolf, while Auntie Melanie helping a much smaller wolf than her honey brown wolf. Everyone was fighting and wolves getting killed. My dad's pack was getting the upper hand using their strength and number. My dad's pack was never good when it comes to fighting, and they were small in number, but from what I am seeing, that has changed. Something cut my eyes from the corner, a large brown wolf jumping in an attacking way towards Lawrence. I used my strength, jumping in the right angle, catching it before it could get anywhere closer to Lawrence. I pull myself up from the wolf. Lawrence rushed towards me, standing protectively in front of me. He bites the wolf by the neck before turning around to face me. He growls at me. I ask you to stay back, his mind links. Oh, you are welcome, because I just saved your life, I sap, sarcastically glaring at the white leg and standing in front of me. Lawrence, let her be. You mean you need her, Auntie Melanie's mind links. Lawrence groans while I Emil, winning this round. You better be careful, he warned. I will. You are talking to a very good fighter here, I say smugly, but was cut off by the most annoying voice ever. Now the whole family is complete, Alpha James says, walking towards us with a devilish smirk. What is all this, Alpha James? I say between clashed teeth. What is this? He asks, forming innocence as my revenge. He says with cold eyes, anger radiating off him. You are the one who tried to kill me, I say in shock and bewildered. Tears ran down my eyes as the only hope of getting a fatherly love came crashing down. What did I ever do to you? Why do you always hurt me? I yelled, not caring how valuable I look in front of him. Everyone shifts back to their human form. Silence surrounds us, everyone watching the drama unfold. Lawrence tries wiping my tears away, but I stop him from doing so. I am tired of acting strong. I want him to see the pain he cost me. You took my mate away, and you ask me what you did, he says, raising his voice. Dad, Hunter yells, walking towards us with eyes dark with anger. Stop there, you know what she did and you choose to forgive her. He says, stopping him from going closer to me. Dad, all the anger is killing you. He says, walking towards me, ignoring his father's order. I can't leave like that anymore, and I am not letting you hurt her. You've done enough. He says, lacing his hand with mine. He's no longer himself. Auntie Melanie tells everyone through the mind link. What does that mean? I ask, confused. The goodness of darkness feeds on his anger for you using it to get control of his mind. She says, eye him in disgust. What can be done? Lawrence asks. You can only set him free by cutting through his heart. She says warily. We can't do that, don't get me wrong here. I know he is trying to kill me and all, but I can tend his life. He deserves a second chance after all. Maybe I can get him to understand this all while I say sincerely. I believe there is love still in his heart for me. I say nonchalantly. If you are done chatting, let me know. He says in a boring tune. Dad, I called, gaining his attention. I have told you countless times I am not your father. He says harshly. You are my dad. You brought me to this world, I say softly, walking cautiously towards him. I know you believe I killed Mom, but... I paused, waiting for him to say something harsh. He says nothing, so I continue. I was just a pup who needed a motherly love. A mother to care. A mother I could cry on. A mother who I can learn from. His eyes softened, while staring intensely into his eyes, tears flowing freely from mine. You lost your mate while I lost my mom. You feel pain, but do you feel the pain of not being good enough? Pain that no one we ever love you, not even your family, I say, pouring my feelings out without a care in the world, and it feels good. I feel that pain and it hurts badly. It hurts to always act strong when all you need is someone to cry on. I say, wrapping my tears. I always wish you could love me as your daughter. I tried gaining your attention, and the only thing I could think about was to get in trouble, but the only way for you to see that you have a daughter and not just a son. You blame me for the death of your mate. I blame myself for ever coming to this world. I say, taking his hands in mine. Dad, this is your daughter who loves you with everything, who craves your attention and love. I hold his hands tightly, staring at him with pleading eyes. I need you in my life as my father and guardian. I say with a smile. His eyes switched like he was conversing with his wolf, but it must be the goodness of darkness. Stop this, you, which he snapped, holding me by my neck, lifting me off my feet. The smile still on my lips. I'm sorry that I only ever mess things up. I'm sorry that I have a bad attitude. I'm sorry I'm a waste of space. I'm sorry I'm a waste of time. I'm sorry I'm such a burden. I'm sorry I'm a huge fuck up. I'm sorry I can't do anything right, I say calmly as possible, holding on to the last of my breath as the pressure gets tighter. Lawrence and Hunter tried rushing towards me, but were stopped by Auntie Melanie and Ma. I'm sorry, but I forgive you. I say, letting go of my anger and hate. Tears roll down his cheeks as he releases his hold on my neck. I fell on the ground, holding my neck to ease the burning sensation and get much needed air into my lungs. My pup, he says, looking at his hands like it was foreign to him. My eyes widen in shock. He just called me his pup. He fell on his knees, hugging me tightly like it was the last. We cried together. He pulls back, staring at me intensely. I am sorry for what I have done to you, he pleaded. I forgive you. I say sincerely. My son. Come here, he calls for Hunter. Hunter rushed towards us, joining in the hug. Take care of your sister, okay, he says with a smile. I will, Hunter replied with a smile. He looked up towards Lawrence. Thank you for putting a smile on my daughter's face. Be with her always, he says, while Lawrence replied with a nod. Thank you, Alex, for taking care of her and teaching her all that she knows. I can never repay you for your kindness, he says. It was my duty, Ma says with a nod. Thank you all for being the pillar to her life. He glances back at us with a smile. Hunter, I want you to lead the pack with integrity, never follow my part, because you will lose everything in the end. He says, patting his shoulder softly. He says softly. Time for what? I ask squarely in confusion. You have to kill me, he exclaimed. What? Why will I do that? I ask, shocked. Kate, this only thing you can do to set me free. He says, pleading. No, I can't do this. I say, shaking my head in disbelief. Kate, listen to me, you have to do this, Hunter said, holding my hand. I can't hold on anymore, she is gaining control, he exclaimed. Okay. I say. My claws inject out, pushing into his chest, ripping out his heart as my fangs dig through his neck. He groans in pain as tears run down from my eyes, whining at the pain. Cries of agony fill the air. No. No, no. I remove my fangs, feeling his lifeless body under me. Lawrence pulled me into a hug. I cried bitterly. Lawrence hugged me tightly, sending hope through the mind. Link it, all right, he said, playing with my hair. I release him from the hug, nodding my head in reply. I walked towards Ma, hugging her tightly. Okay, my dear, she pats my back. So what next? Harrison asks warily. It not over yet. Auntie Melanie says as the clouds grow darker and smoke clouds everywhere. Shess here, Ma says in fear. Chapter 49, the end. Kate POV. Shess here, Ma says, fear lacing her voice. The clouds grow darker by the minute. Blackbirds flew from the clouds surrounding a particular spot. Then a lady with white long hair and black dress stepped through the forest. Her eyes were white, and big black feather wings on her back. She gave a signal and a bird flew, resting on her wrist. This unknown creature gives me goosebumps. Eyes focus on us with a devilish smile. She walked towards us, power radiating from her. Her every step's ending fear into us, and she knows it because our smile never flutters. Who are you? Lawrence orders, no sign of fear but of confusion and anger. The unknown creature laughs like she heard the funniest thing ever. You deeply hurt my feelings, Travis, she says before glancing at Elder Matthias with a smirk. It seems like you didn't do your duty effectively. But not to worry, I can help with that, she says, walking confidently towards us. I am the goodness of darkness, and it's so splendid to be in front of you all. She walks towards me, staring into my eyes with distaste and anger. She uses our index finger and lifting my chin. I was thinking, instead of killing you, why don't I give you a chance? Join me, she says maliciously. With your strength, we can build an empire together. Because I see a girl who deserves more, and not just these pitiable feelings, she says in disgust. I can never fall for your devilish schemes. I say harshly, I will pass because I rather not end up like you. Bitter and a total scumbag, I spite coldly. Her finger digs into my skin, drawing blood out. I hiss in pain while Lawrence growls in a warning for her to release me. You better think twice before I end your life, and this time you won't resurrect, she says maliciously, bringing my chin higher. I could feel the aching of my bones. I wrap my hand around her hand on my chin, digging my claws into her skin. She releases her hold, slapping me so hard the air knocks out of my lungs. I fall on the ground, clutching my face, feeling the hotness of the slap, which will surely live as scar for a few days. Lawrence growled angrily, going for the attack, but was pulled back by Elder Matthias. She picks me up with a smile on her lips. It looks like I have to teach you how to show respect. She claws my stomach, making me hiss from the pain. Kate holds on for a few minutes, Diara informs me, sadness lacing her voice. What's going to happen in a few minutes? I exclaimed. Before she could reply, I felt pain run through my body from the claws digging into my sensitive flesh. I love hearing you cry in agony. It gives me joy, she said, laughing. Lawrence rushes towards my side, pulling me away from her before she could bite into my neck. I am so sorry, you will be all right, okay, he said, placing my head on his lap, trying to stop the bleeding. Light surrounds us, clearing the clouds. The moon goddess came through the cloud. You have done enough, take her away, she orders. Right wolves run towards the goodness of darkness, putting her into a chain and pulling her into an unknown place while ignoring her cries, let me go. I feel weak as darkness clouds my vision, Kate. Don't close your eyes, Lawrence whispers, brushing my hair as tears run down his eyes, betraying him. I cough, trying to keep my eyes open, but it is difficult when all I want to do is sleep and forget all this ever happened. That my life was a fairy tale and not a nightmare. I can't. Let me sleep, okay, just for a few minutes, I plead, feeling exhausted and drained both physically and emotionally. Don't you die on me, Kate. You have to keep your eyes open. Anderson calls the pack doctor, he yells. I am here. Let me see. The pack doctor says, kneeling in front of me, going through his medical kit. Everyone watches intensely with tears in their eyes. Take this, the moon goddess says, handling a small liquid bottle to Lawrence as the doctor tries to stop the bleeding. She should drink it. It will stop the bleeding and give her strength, she says with a smile. Lawrence takes it from her with a grateful nod. Drink this, he says, placing the bottle near my lip. I drink the whole content in the bottle. The bitter liquid brings my taste bladder back to life with the bitterness level. I close my eyes for a few minutes, feeling my energy renewing, my heart feeling whole and different, like I have no worries. I open my eyes to see Lawrence's face filled with concern. He hugged me tightly before helping me on my feet. My hand wrapped around his shoulders for support. The moon goddess says with a smile on her face, "Thank you for saving my children." "We should be the one thanking you," Lawrence said with a smile. "Just remember, everything I do is for the best and well-being of my children. You should guide and lead them in the way of honesty and love." She turns towards Ma and Elder Matthias. "You to deserve the love of a mate," she says with a smirk. "Matthias, you shall be Alex's mate to love and protect her, and Alex, you do the same." Ma blushed while Elder Matthias smiled lovely at her. "I always knew they will end up together," I whispered to Lawrence, laughing lightly. "Hunter, I bless you with the strength to lead your pack and a mate to stand with you," she says, staring intensely at Hunter while he bowed in appreciation. "Melanie, live your life doing good deals and share the love, because you are blessed with a heart filled with love," she said, walking towards Auntie Melanie and holding her hands. "I will do that," she says with a smile. She left Auntie Melanie's side, walking towards me and Lawrence. "Love and selflessness, that what you both need." She looked at everyone with a smile. "I always will watch over you all, because what is a mother without her children?" she says. Everyone bows as she walks into an unknown place. She turns, looking at me. "Your mom is proud of the woman you've become." "I never once hated you," she says, disappearing. I smile, feeling happy, and freedom overwhelm me. We all change into owls and lichens before running back to the mansion. We celebrate our victory. I receive hugs and gratitude from everyone. I walk hand in hand with Lawrence into our room to change for the party of our success with our kingdom and other packs. I grin widely, locking eyes with Lawrence with a grin of his own. I've only just realized how utterly exhausted and drained I am after living in a near constant fight for so long. I'm so done feeling like everyone is tired of me or doesn't want me, because I learned being hurt is one of the ways to find your strength. That crying doesn't indicate that you are weak, because since birth it has always been a sign you're alive. I have learned tears are words that the heart can't say, and pain makes you stronger. Fear makes you braver. Heartbreak makes you wiser. And forgiveness makes you better, but repeating the same mistakes makes you worse. When I look at you, I see my hope. My salvation, because you helped me build the woman I am today, I say with a smile. He pulled me closer, wrapping his hands around my waist and my hands around his neck. "You are me, Vida. You show me there is more to life than what you see," he says with love in his eyes. "I love you with my whole life," he says, his eye from the lights. "I love you, I love you," I say with a smile. "Thanks for teaching me it's never worth holding on to the pain, but letting go means strength," I say, locking his lips with mine. "This doesn't mean it is over, but the beginning of something new and maybe dangerous, because I love taking risks. Like what Auntie Melanie said, after the end of the battle we are glorious. We will no longer be afraid. Only through pain can you achieve your greatness. The impure are the untouched, the unburned, the unslain. Those who have not been torn have no valve in themselves and no place in this world." Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.